the Nuggets basically said, here, you go ahead and win, and the Warriors weren't able to do it. But not having Jokic, not having Murray in that spot last night, tough to watch.
No, it's a horrible look for the league. This is why the NBA put in the player participation policy. They literally put in rules that said if you're playing in a national televised game, especially on the road, your stars are supposed to play. Nikola Jokic plays all the time. I just saw him in Boston recently. He's been banged up with a bunch of stuff. But you could look ahead at the schedule if you're the Nuggets. They play the Washington Wizards, the worst team in the league, at home on Saturday. Sit these guys in that game, have them ready to go for today's game and Wednesday's game against the Lakers. I was at the Garden last night getting ready for this game. Cassie Hubbard texted me in the fourth quarter and said, "You see who's Denver's playing?" I said, "I think everybody's playing." They sent me the injury report. Half the guys are out. It's just a horrible look for the league.
All right, we're going to let you go because we're going to talk about an idiot from ESPN who said that it was a disgrace to the NBA that you didn't play Jokic last night. And
you should be embarrassed.
Yeah, you should be embarrassed and humiliated. Some of these ESPN guys, Coach.
Somebody really said that?
Do you want to hear it?
I don't want to hear it. I just want to know who said it.
Bontemps, whatever his name is, Bontemps, last name Bontemps.
Tim Bontemps.
Tim Bontemps.
You know what? You know what the best thing about that is? I don't even know who that is.
All right.
I mean, so that speaks to that, but that is just an asinine comment. Nikola Jokic has been the most available player in the NBA in the last 10 years. And no other three-time MVP plays nearly as many games as Nikola Jokic.
Correct.
And for him to say that, it just speaks to the ignorance that some of these people have.
That is Micah Malone on his coach's show on PhD yesterday. I would have expected nothing less from him in a response to Tim Bontemps. I wonder if he knows who he is or not. I like it better that he doesn't. I think I would like it equally as much if he did, and he just goes, yeah, I don't know who that is. I've always wondered when guys are in the position of, when you're actually participating in the sport that people talk about, how much do you pay attention to some of the bigger headlines and stuff like that, right? Like, does he know about the Tim Bontemps straw poll for MVP like we do? Probably not. But here's the thing. There has been and I think that this is kind of a microcosm of a bigger issue that I have with the way that this sport is covered in particular. There is, as there is in life, haves and have-nots, and then there's some people in the middle. Haves get away with a multitude of things that the have-nots wouldn't. The people in the middle get a little bit of both. But when you look around the league and you see the way that people are resting players or sitting players out or whatever, and to decide to call out the Nuggets for that game in particular, and this is why I think the sport overall is in a pretty rough spot. Let me make a comparison. When you call out an NBA team like the Nuggets for sitting out key players in a nationally televised game with a really good matchup, it's been an issue the NBA is trying to fix for a long time. But that's not about the Nuggets. Bontemps made it about the Nuggets. That's about the league. Because if the league did not have this sort of overarching narrative, you would have looked at the game through rational eyes and said, man, Jokic's been banged up for a long time. Jamal Murray left the game 2 days prior with a rolled ankle. Christian Brown has been dealing with injuries for a while. But because of the lens that they're so used to viewing these things through, especially for nationally televised games, it's their first reaction. But I don't hear a lot of that being said when the Lakers did the exact same thing against the Nuggets just a couple nights prior to that, where LeBron James is hurt, and I understand he sits out. Well, then why did Luka? The reason why the Nuggets got that is because of a bigger narrative surrounding the league, and I think a problem for them. It's a really tough thing. As I'm going to make this about men for a second, if you can allow me to. The biggest thing in high school that a bully will call you is a wuss. And if you get that label, it's really hard to overcome. And I guess this is the kindest way I can put it. I'm not even saying that it's obviously it's not right to do something like that.
Soft.
But if you're seen as a wuss, it's really hard to overcome that narrative. And this is the comparison I'll make. Just a few short weeks ago, there was another sport that had a meaningless couple of weeks in the grand scheme of things that boosted their profile better than they could have imagined. And that was the NHL. Now, why did the NHL get that boost more than anything? Yeah, it featured countries playing against each other in the Four Nations. But most of all, I think people like me were shocked at what? The level of intensity and physicality that was brought to their sport in what is essentially an exhibition. And you're sitting there going, hang on, let's try and do the math here real quick. Hockey and basketball, which one is a more physically taxing and demanding game? Well, hockey is. Okay, well, wait a minute. How many games do they play in an NHL regular season? 82. The exact same as the NBA. So why is the NBA having guys rest due to, quote, load management when that would never be even a question in hockey? And that's how Tim Bontemps connects the dots here. Because it's not a Nuggets thing. It's a bigger NBA thing. But the Nuggets are a small enough market where he feels like he can pick on them without repercussion. That's what it is. And the NBA right now has a real issue with being perceived as the wuss. You don't get that in hockey. You don't get that in football. You get that in basketball. Like, you can talk about length of the season. The season's too long. You ever wondered, by the way, where did that start? Because I have. And I've heard this in baseball my entire adult life is, what's up with these pitchers not being able to go past 100 pitches? Nolan Ryan would throw 150 in a game. Pitchers over in Japan, they'll pitch 200. They'll throw 200 pitches, and they'll go back out 3 days later and do it again. So what changed? I never heard about this being a big issue for the guys playing in the 80s and 90s. This is a recent thing. And on the surface, it makes sense. You want to keep your guys fresh. You want to make sure they're healthy going into the postseason, that they're not fatigued, that their bodies aren't worn out. But perception's reality. Again, Bontemps took the shot at the Nuggets because they're the Nuggets. He wouldn't do that for the Lakers and LeBron. He wouldn't do that to a bigger market team. The Nuggets are the proper sized market to take a shot at somebody, even if you don't have the proper information. But the big thing surrounding this is the narrative about the league as a whole. They're seen as soft. It's just the truth. And what's the problem that Bontemps hit was this. He called the team, or I guess the player in particular, that has been as much of an Iron Man as anybody in the league over the past 7 years. He called that guy soft, is what happened. Oh, wow, Jokic is going to sit out this big market TV game. Who does he think he is, Embiid? And it's like, no, Jokic is actually hurt. but it was just too convenient of connecting of dots for you to even pay attention to.
Right, and I think we're talking about two separate issues here, because if you are Tim Bontemps and you're a national writer and you're looking forward to seeing the smoking hot Golden State Warriors on what, an 8-game, 9-game heater. They won something like 12 out of 13 games with Jimmy Butler in the starting lineup.
And I wanted to see it too, because I wanted to see how the Nuggets stack up against a team like that.
You're looking forward to a clash of the Titans, and I was too. I mean, both teams with their full lineups would have been amazing, and not seeing that on TNT was a bummer. That's true no matter what. But the other issue is, don't come after the Iron Man. Don't come after Nikola Jokic, whose arms looks like he owns a pack of feral kitties because he can't get a whistle to save his life. Don't come after that guy. Come after the league. Come after the load management trend that Greg Popovich started and, oh, by the way, rode his way to 5 rings. So I'm just saying that these are separate issues, and I think he's conflating the two.
No, you're totally right. But I think there's bigger things that kind of speaks to. And number one is a perception of the league. And number two is that the Nuggets are still a team that you're allowed to take a shot at. That has not changed, by the way. A championship changed none of that. You're still allowed to question a million things about the Nuggets. We see it every day. You know, there is and a texter says, hey, Brett, can we stop giving this guy attention? Well, here's the thing. I do think it's less about Bontemps and more about the league as a whole. But what's funny to me is the Nuggets are the antithesis of that. Say what you want about the Nuggets. And I have plenty of my own reservations about the team and their construction and how far they can go. I have a lot of concerns about them as just a pure basketball team. I've never questioned their heart or will. I've never questioned their willingness to go out and lay it on the floor. It's never been a problem. The Nuggets don't rest people. And I think against their own good. You know, this feels like a principle thing more than what helps the most. For example, like I see the LTIR thing in hockey as like a really cheap way to skirt the rules. That's why we hate Vegas and what they've done with Mark Stone for like 4 straight years. It feels like it's cheating. And you're like, I don't want to try and do that because it feels like an unprincipled stance, an immoral sports stance. But part of me goes, God, should they take advantage of it somehow? It's the same thing with load management to me. It feels as if it's an immoral sports way to go about it. I also think it probably helps a little bit. Probably. But again, you won't find a bigger contrast, and I think the Four Nations put it perfectly on display, between a sport that is seen as Iron Men, who will go out and do whatever it takes for the people that are next to them on the ice, and a sport where it's a lot more about me. The I. A lot of NBA is individual. A lot of NHL is team. It's just the truth. The way they market their sport, the way the stars of their sport handle things. Like, I'm trying to think, who's an arrogant NHL player? Is there anybody that speaks the way? Like, for example, Connor McDavid, Nathan McKinnon, Cale Makar, these are going to be all-time NHL players when their careers are said and done. All-timers. Do they ever talk about themselves like that? Like,
no, NHL players are some of the most boring interviews ever. Oh, yeah, we just got to chase pucks deep. Well, if we keep shooting, eventually one's going to go in.
But it's more, Nelly, it's like if you asked Nathan McKinnon or if I went up to Cale Makar today and I said, man, you are having one of the most prolific seasons for a defenseman that we've seen in a long, long time. How are you able to do that? his response is going to be, well, you know what? It's really easy when you play on a team with McKinnon and Taves or something. He's going to say something along those lines, right? It's never going to be like, well, I'll tell you what. You grind in the gym like me, you can become as good as me, kid. It's never going to be about him.
I would love to see Cale Makar and his baby face say that, if you work as hard as me, you're going to be a star someday, kid.
But here's the thing. Nelly, he could go out and just be like, I don't know what to tell you. I'm pretty damn good at this. Like, that could be his first response, but it's never like that. See, this is all the way, and I think these sports are perceived. And that's why it caught so much attention. I get it. It's our town. It's our team. It's our players. That was kind of in the meat grinder yesterday from some idiot on ESPN. The bottom line is, that was an indictment on the league more than it was the Nuggets. About who you're allowed to pick on, number one, and number two, what's the real problem here? Who are you really mad at? So 303-504-0925. You can tell me if you think I'm wrong on that. Go ahead. But that's how I see it. And I think that's what made so many Nuggets fans mad yesterday is like, you might be correct in your assumption that that kind of stuff isn't good for the league, but you came at the wrong person about it. So Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour, 303-504-0925. We'll continue to the Moser region of our drop tournament today, starting at 7 o'clock. So that is coming a little bit later. I'd like to bring something to your attention. Caught my eye yesterday. And has to do with the Broncos and where they need to be, I believe, mentally heading towards this draft. We'll get to it next. All right, so check this out. Along with our Not Another Bracket contest, that if you haven't signed up, you're being silly. It's simple. I did it. It took me 3 minutes. 3. All you do is you go to altitudesportsradio.com/notanotherbracket. You don't pick an entire bracket's worth of teams. You pick 5 teams. That's it. And in those 5 teams, with each win, you acquire points. The lower-seeded teams to get wins. You understand the picture. The more points you get, the more wins you get, the better shot you got at winning that grand prize, which is 2 tickets to a Nuggets playoff game, dinner for 2 at Denver Chop House and Brewery, a catered party for 30 from Brothers Barbecue, and a big screen TV. So all of that is on the line if you do this. But here's another little wrinkle. Each hour through Thursday, when the cutoff begins for the NCAA tournament, if you just sign up online, you automatically have a chance to win $25 to Brothers Barbecue and a gift card. And our first winner this hour is Greg Kohler. So, Greg, congratulations. Just for picking 5 teams in our tournament, you got $25 to Brothers Barbecue. By the way, if you're wondering what his teams are, he kind of went with the strategy I went with. He picked CSU, who's a 12 seed, Vandy, who's a 10, Utah State, who's a 10, Yale, who's a 13, and Creighton, who's a 9. I don't know exactly how the point system works, but Nelly, I picked all teams that were like 10 seeds or later.
Oh, yeah.
I'm waiting for one little Cinderella run to get me going.
Yeah, I went with some clunkers, absolutely. I just picked the schools that had the weird names that I didn't recognize, like that SISU or something, or Happy Valley. No, High Peak, High Point.
High Point.
I'm riding High Point, baby.
High Point.
But yeah, no, I like Greg's strategy because you're incentivized for picking lower seeds. So even if you pick a bunch of 1 seeds and you get them all right, that's not as many points as you'll get for a couple Cinderellas.
Now,
so I like his strategy.
It's likely that you pick some favorites. I would assume that you're going to be closer to the running than me or Greg or Nelly. But if we catch lightning in a bottle, look the hell out. By the way, I know what question you're going to ask. Of course, the University of Nebraska Omaha is one of the teams that I've chosen. Just an old 15 seed taking on St. John's in the first round, looking for that Cinderella run. Anyway.
Who even was St. John?
It's a great question.
What's your school's mascot? The UNO what?
We're the Mavericks, baby.
Mavericks.
Barbecue. And you win that catered party for 30. That's a ton of barbecue. So, sign up now. In the meantime, Broncos heading into, I think this is a pretty crucial offseason. And I'll tell you why. When you take a step forward like this, and make no mistake, it was a giant step forward. They have a lot of pressure to continue to improve. And it's one of the things that's really difficult about becoming good in a hurry is that it doesn't leave you a lot of room to get better, but it leaves a lot of room for you to get worse. For example, imagine being the Washington Commanders heading into this offseason. Like, you're ecstatic. You are a game away from the Super Bowl in year 1 with a rookie quarterback for a team that was picking 2nd overall in the draft the year previous. And you almost made it to the mountaintop. Now, of course, you're excited about what's to come, and you should be, because you got a really, really good team, and you can have an offseason like Washington has of a whole bunch of acquisitions that feels like it's going to make your team a lot better. But Washington could very easily and probably will finish beneath where they did last year. And that's where it gets a little bit sketchy. We've discussed this with the Broncos for a couple of weeks in maybe a different way. But the Broncos have a lot of room to get worse than I believe they do to get better from last season. And here's what I mean. They were really fortunate in the injury department. They didn't have a lot of guys missing a ton of games. And that's been a trend here for a couple of years. And you knock on wood and you hope that trend continues. And maybe it is something the training staff is doing that's just better than other teams. Maybe. But that certainly is a factor. Another factor is this. The Broncos, I would love to see the exact number. In fact, Nelly, can you find this for me? Give me the record of the Denver Broncos last year in games they were favored versus games that they weren't. And I would love to know what that looks like. Because I believe in games that they were favored, they won 100% of them. Now, I might be forgetting a game or something like that, but I do believe that it had to be damn close to 100%. And that is a great quality to have, winning games you're supposed to win. It also is the NFL, and that doesn't always happen that way. You know, you will have a random Baltimore game where they lose to the Raiders, and it's like, how the hell did that happen? Because it's the NFL. But the reason why I think this is so crucial is because you have, I think, in the margins for improvement to getting worse, there's a lot more room in the worst department because of the conference and the division that you play in. So you split with KC last year. You lose both games to the Chargers, and you win both against the Raiders.
You are correct, by the way. The Broncos were 8-0 as favorites in 2024.
Yeah. So they were 2-8, or no, 2-7 in games where they were underdogs. Trying to think, what were the underdog games that they were in? It was probably early in the season. Bucks and Jets.
First game against the Chiefs. I don't think they were favorites against the Seahawks going on the road, game one with a rookie quarterback.
No, I'm saying games that they won as an underdog.
Oh, games they won as an underdog.
I think it's probably at Tampa and at the Jets.
Definitely. Excuse me, both those, yes.
Yes. So, yes, you have the room to, maybe improve on a couple there. But the margin that you have for error is just going to be small. And so it's crucial that you make the right choices here moving forward. And I think what they've done is they've found ready-made, all-pro caliber players at virtually every position they've signed so far this offseason, which gives me a lot of hope. Especially defensively, they didn't lose anything. You know, I loved Cody Barton, but him walking for Dre Greenlaw, I'm doing that 100 out of 100 times because of the upside that Greenlaw can bring. And if he has to miss a few games due to injury, well, you know what Alex Singleton did? He missed an entire season, essentially, to injury last year. And you're able to find guys to step up and play. But I think all you've done is given your defense more upside. Now, the offense, Evan Ingram, I think, helps a ton. But I will say this. If they don't get a running game established, and I know they have a plan for it, they aren't just rolling through this offseason being like, things didn't work out the way I wanted to. I guess we're screwed. They got an idea. They probably got 3 or 4 names of running backs in the draft that they think they can plug and play. Because if not, then they would have made a move already. But I remember going back and looking at C.J. Stroud's numbers last year compared to his rookie season. If you remember, his rookie season was incredible, especially early. C.J. Stroud was 15 touchdowns and 1 pick almost halfway through the season last year. In fact, let me see what that total number was. So in 2023, C.J. Stroud rookie season, he did not throw an interception until October 15th, and that was the only one he threw until mid-November. So, yeah, he was sitting there at 2, 4, 6, 8, 14 touchdowns and 1 interception midway through the season. This year's a little bit different. Got some tape on him, maybe hits a little bit of a rookie wall. He finishes this season with 20 touchdowns and 12 picks. Why did it not kill the Texans? Because they play in the AFC South. If there's a drop-off from Bo Nix from last year to this year that looks like that, they're going to be in a lot of trouble to try and make the postseason. Because I don't think they're going to be able to do that and win their division, number one, and number two, stave off some of the other teams you're competing with at the back end of the AFC. So getting a running game established is going to be the best friend for a quarterback heading into year two when they got some tape on you and maybe have an offseason to prepare on how to defend you. So I do think that's a big thing here heading into the offseason. Here's something else that I noticed yesterday. I am already so tired of the Aaron Rodgers stuff because it feels like every offseason is like this, and I think everybody is. So the Vikings, according to Tom Pelissero, have rejected multiple trade calls on J.J. McCarthy. So they are going forward with him as the quarterback. So him going to Minnesota, I think, is out of the cards. Which leaves him with only like one option. I mean, how many teams are still searching for a starting quarterback right now? It's Pittsburgh. And who else? Is there anybody that's still like, I don't know who's playing quarterback for me yet this year? Me? I don't know. But if he's not making the decision on Pittsburgh, then who the hell are you making the decision on? I'm tired of the Aaron Rodgers stuff. But I will say, I would rather him not be in the AFC. But I don't know what other options there are for him to go to. Again, this is just a numbers game. And it's a fun place to be where you're talking about if you're worried about teams that are surrounding you in the conference, it's because you feel like you're going to be pretty good. Do you know why we've never cared about the Pittsburgh Steelers up until this offseason? Is because you never thought the Broncos were going to be in a place that they were having to compete with teams like that for a wild card spot because they haven't been good enough. Well, now they are. And you're looking around all these different teams, whether it's Cincy, whether it's Pittsburgh, whether it's whoever, to try and figure out who's the group of teams that can drop off to where we can stay slotted into one of these playoff positions. But it's more about you.
And by the way, it's not just us that are tired of the Aaron Rodgers saga. It's people within the Steelers organization. So Cam Hayward is an athlete with a pulse, so he has a podcast these days.
Yeah.
This is the Not Just Football podcast with Cam Hayward. I'm not sure who's asking him the question, but someone asked him in the most recent episode, would you actively work to recruit Aaron Rodgers to the Steelers?
So if they called you and were like, we need you to follow him into the darkness for a couple days, he says if you come down there with him, he's signing. Are you going to be off the grid for a little bit, go to the darkness and try to get this guy? We need you. You're our best recruiter. I'm about to get into Darius Slay, and it sounds like you recruited him too. So we need you to start recruiting. Get that NIL bag out like you did at Ohio State.
I ain't doing that or darkness retreat. I don't need any of that crap. Like, either you want to be a Pittsburgh Steeler or you don't. That's simple. That's the pitch. Like, if you want me to recruit, that's the recruiting pitch. You know, Pittsburgh Steelers. If you want to be part of it, so be it. If you don't, no skin on my back.
Do you realize, Nelly, how much of a headache you have to be perceived as for Cam Hayward, who is he's going to go down in Steelers lore as one of the favorites of all time there. They have a defense that has been kicking the ass of everybody that they've been playing against. for years. They have not won a playoff game despite 6 appearances, I believe, since 2016 because their quarterback play hasn't been good enough. And this guy is going, you're probably going to be better than anybody else that's ever come through here in that time frame. And I don't care. Just make a decision or get out of my life. That's how much of a headache you'd have to be. And I don't blame him. Everybody's like that. Texters say the Giants still need a quarterback. Well, the Giants are going to be picking, aren't they 3rd overall? They can get one if they want one. They can get Shador. They aren't where Pittsburgh's at, where they're picking, late in the draft again.
How dare you say they still need a quarterback? They got the quarterback.
Oh, Cutlets.
He's a member of the family.
I'll tell you what, I'm actually more tired of Cutlets than I am Aaron Rodgers somehow. And I never see or hear from that guy. But that little, it's one of those things when you get a really popular sort of, it's like the Boom guys. You see it for 10 minutes, you're like, oh, that's cute. And then it keeps going, and you're like, all right, enough. Enough of you.
You know what's going to happen to you? You're going to be sleeping with the fishies tonight, Brett.
Okay, well,
if your shoes happen to be filled with concrete, you know who put in the hit for you, okay? Forget about it.
You get Pinstripe Pete, whoever his agent is, that was standing on the sideline for that one game with the fedora, and come take a visit.
You come to me on the day of my daughter's wedding, and you talk smack about Tommy Cutlets.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I do.
You know what? You're gonna find a horse head. Actually, for you, you're gonna find some cow's udders in your bed.
That would be, I think, a lot more terrifying than a horse head. If they cut off the udders of a cow, that guy doesn't give a bleep. Broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker studios, serious lawyers for the seriously injured. So, huge game for the Avs tonight. And I'll ask you something that is a wild and I think stark contrast from the Nuggets in regards to the Avs. It's all a feel question. But depending on the result tonight, let's say the Avs lose. What's your reaction? Get to it next. Jared Bednar is going to join the program at 8 o'clock this morning. We'll also have Kevin Cougler, who is a play-by-play extraordinaire and a fellow Omahan. He is calling a whole bunch of games on Westwood One for all the NCAA tournament shenanigans that will be going on in the coming days and weeks. He's also all over the NFL calls over the weekend. He's great if you haven't heard him. He's a great play-by-play guy. We'll talk to him at 9:20.
And he's specifically in Denver to do play-by-play for some of the tournament games that are happening here. So hopefully he can give us the scoop on, was it Montana, Yale, BYU, VCU?
That's right. Yes.
I'm not sure which games he's calling specifically, but I think he's in Denver right now getting ready.
So we'll talk to Kevin Cougler at 9:20 this morning. I got a question about the Avs. It's typical fandom.
What's the question?
Typical fandom. Sort of ride the waves. You ride them. You go on a 4-game losing streak. This team sucks. They're never going to accomplish anything. They go on a 5-game winning streak. It's like, you know what? I think we got a shot at a championship. It's just natural. I'm guilty of it. I try to stay more neutral, but I'm human. I have emotions. When the Nuggets lose to the Wizards, I thought, like, I just want to be done. I want this team done, out of my life. I can't stand this. This is the worst. And then they come back and they win a game against Golden State, and you feel a lot better. But I'll tell you this right now. The Nuggets do have me in a place where I'm questioning things. I'm going to say long-term, but I mean like over the course of the season long-term. Like, I don't know what their ceiling is. I've kind of maintained the same level over the last couple of months, that I think that it's not like impossible that they win a championship, but I don't consider them one of the favorites. If things go right, they can win. But there's too many inconsistencies on defensively and some shooting and stuff like that I think just provides too much of a gap between them and some of the deeper teams like Boston or OKC that can get me there. So I'm riding the wave every night with those guys. Really every quarter. I'm riding the wave. I'll tell you this. With the Avs, they got a tough game tonight. So this game's going to start at 5 o'clock against Toronto. It's going to be on 92.5. If they lose to Toronto tonight, which for the record, I don't think they will. I think they'll win. But if they do, I don't think it affects me at all. I'm confident with this team. They're in a place where they're good enough to where I've accepted the ups and downs of a season and been like, yeah, if they lose tonight, that's the way it goes. They're fine. But I'm not questioning a lot of things. I don't see a whole bunch of weaknesses within the roster. I mean, I look at what Wedgwood was just named one of the top 4 goalies of the last week. That's your backup. I mean, this is a team that is, what is it now with Val? They've won like 12 of their last 13 games, with the only loss being that shootout loss to Minnesota, something like that. Like, the team is just, they're in a really good place. And I don't feel the need to ride the emotional roller coaster with them anymore. Early in the season, you did. But there was always something in the back of your head that said, if this team got fully healthy, I just need to see that first. And since they've been healthy, they've been an absolute wagon. Doesn't matter if you're a good team, if you're a bad team, if it's off a back-to-back, if you have little sleep, if you have a lot of sleep, if you have a lot of rest, no rest. The team just plays well every single night. Because I think especially since the trades went down, they've become a deeper team where you can rely on multiple people to get the job done for you. And it's just different than how I feel about the Nuggets. Like, the Avs have solid goaltending. Their defense has gotten a lot better. Their offense has really kicked it up a notch. Power play has gotten better from what it was a month and a half, 2 months ago. I think they're still trying to figure some things out with a couple of changes that they made on that group. But every night, I guess here's the main difference, Nelly. You ask me, and I don't know who's playing for the Lakers. I'm assuming that LeBron is still out and Luka, who knows. But Nuggets play the Lakers tonight at 8 o'clock. And you go, Brett, do you think they're going to win? And you can tell me that all of the guys are going to be in the lineup, by the way. Jokic will be back. Murray's back. Brown's back. Going to have your full complement of dudes. Do they beat the Lakers tonight? And my response is I don't know. I would think if LeBron's not playing, you should, but I have no idea. You ask me right now, Avs play against you name the team. Do I think they win tonight? Yes, I do. Doesn't mean they won't lose. Or doesn't mean that they, won't lose. It's just, do I think heading into the game they're going to win? And my response right now at the Avs is yes. I think they're that good. And I don't need to go to a matchup thing. I don't got to be like, well, this guy's out for Toronto and this guy's out for the Avs. And so that cancels each other out. Then you go, here. I just think they're going to win because they're good. And I think one of the best teams in the league. You could make a really strong case that they're the best team in the NHL right now. Again, does it mean they definitively are? No, but you can make a strong case for it. There's just things that, if you look at what plagues you heading into the postseason, I think the Avs have a lot of that stuff figured out. I mean, a lot of people even talked about size, physicality, saying that could hold them back. I remember seeing that the year that they won the Cup, is that they're too small. Well, they've even addressed that during the All-Star break. They got bigger. They got more physical. But I'm just saying, it's a different sort of feeling that I have surrounding them. Texture says, what seed are the Avs that the playoffs started today? They have the fourth most points in the West, but I don't know how the bracket works. Yeah, the NHL is weird. They don't seed 1 through 8 or whatever like most sports do. Right now, they're sitting in the 3 seed in the Central. They would face off against Dallas in the first round. By the way, only 4 points back of Dallas. Now, Dallas does have a game in hand, but they continue to play the way that they have. They can climb up those ranks in a hurry. They can jump them, start the playoffs at home. I mean, you're going to be playing them, I think, regardless of what happens from here on out. We've been saying it forever. You're on what feels like a collision course with Dallas. It's just a matter of who's going to get game 1 in their home barn. And I think the Avs got a really good shot at catching him for that. But tonight's a big opportunity to grab a couple more points against a good team. Toronto is an 83-point team. You beat them the last time out. Got a real opportunity to do it again. Can talk more about that. Jared Bednar at 8 o'clock this morning. We're giving away another $25 gift card to Brothers Barbecue, and all you had to do was sign up for that Not Another Bracket contest. It's at altitudesportsradio.com, and every hour until the tournament starts on Thursday, we're giving away $25 to Brothers Barbecue at the top of the hour. We'll announce a winner and get to Moser, Lombardi, and Kane in just a moment. You can always watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Order online, Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. You can also watch the show on YouTube. Search Altitude Sports Radio and subscribe today. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
The Nuggets basically said, here, you go ahead and win, and the Warriors weren't able to do it. But not having Jokic, not having Murray in that spot last night, tough to watch.
No, it's a horrible look for the league. This is why the NBA put in the player participation policy. They literally put in rules that said if you're playing in a national televised game, especially on the road, your stars are supposed to play. Nikola Jokic plays all the time. I just saw him in Boston recently. He's been banged up with a bunch of stuff. But you could look ahead at the schedule if you're the Nuggets. They play the Washington Wizards, the worst team in the league, at home on Saturday. Sit these guys in that game, have them ready to go for today's game and Wednesday's game against the Lakers. I was at the Garden last night getting ready for this game. Cassie Hubbard texted me in the fourth quarter, said, you see who's Denver's playing? I said, I think everybody's playing. Then she sent me the injury report. Half the guys are out. It's just a horrible look for the league.
All right, we're going to let you go because we're going to talk about an idiot from ESPN who said that it was a disgrace to the NBA that you didn't play Jokic last night. And
you should be embarrassed.
Yeah, you should be embarrassed and humiliated. Some of these ESPN guys, Coach.
Somebody really said that?
Do you want to hear it?
I don't want to hear it. I just want to know who said it.
Bontemps, whatever his name is, Bontemps, last name Bontemps.
Tim Bontemps.
Tim Bontemps.
You know what? You know what the best thing about that is? I don't even know who that is.
All right.
I mean, so that speaks to that, but that is just an asinine comment. Nikola Jokic has been the most available player in the NBA in the last 10 years, and no other three-time MVP plays nearly as many games as Nikola Jokic.
Correct.
And for him to say that, it just speaks to the ignorance that some of these people have.
All right, welcome in. Michael Malone on PhD yesterday. Vic, I know we talked about this yesterday, but I got another thought on this that I want to get to in a second. But each hour, at the top of the hour, until the tournament starts on Thursday, if you sign up for Not Another Bracket contest, you're automatically in the running for a $25 gift card to Brothers Barbecue. So the winner this hour is Clayton Chambers. Way to go, Clayton, as he has picked Florida, Baylor, Kansas, Michigan, and Arizona as his 5 teams in the tournament. So Clayton, just for signing up, you get $25 to Brothers Barbecue. So here's my thought. First of all, welcome. Moj, welcome from beautiful Canada. Our neighbors to the north. Here's my thought on that. I knew that Malone was going to have that response, and I loved it. It was like, come on, say the thing. Do the thing.
Time out, Brett. Vic, what are you doing today wearing that? What? You it's just frustrating to me, that's all. He drops a G.
That he's got a $550 sweater vest on right now?
I'm going to wear this every damn day as much as I paid for it. Every damn day for the rest of my life. You don't know how expensive this was.
Okay, I get you, but you don't have to show it off, dude. It's like driving your Ferrari up to
I will wear
drive-through.
I will wear it every day for the rest of my life as much as I paid for this thing.
It's an
right, Brett, sorry.
It's a sweater vest.
It's just
from
obnoxious.
Augusta.
It's obnoxious on purpose. I apologize, Brett. Go ahead.
It's okay. Vic, I approve. I think it looks sharp. I think it was a nice purchase for the little price of $3 million. Here's my thought, though. In thinking about this a little bit more, I think that says a lot more about the league than it does the Nuggets in 2 different ways. Allow me to explain, and let me get your thoughts on this. Number one, it proves that the Nuggets are still a team you can pick on in this league, despite the fact that they're a champion with a 3-time MVP. Because he wouldn't say that about the Lakers, and he didn't say that about the Lakers because they did the same thing the night the Nuggets played them by sitting Luka. Okay, so that's one. Number two, I just made this comparison in my head yesterday. What's the real thing that they're saying here? And one of the worst things that you can be called, because there's really no coming back to it, is calling you a wuss, right? Somebody calls you a wuss, calls you soft. Mm-hmm. That's a hard thing to come back from. And that's what he's not. I don't think he's specifically accusing the Nuggets of it. He's accusing the league of it. Well, and that's the thing. Because just one thing real quick, Vic. We just watched about a month ago one sports league go through an exhibition tournament where it was as intense and physical as any regular season or playoff game that you would find. And they play 82 games in a season, and they don't get accused of load management stuff. Those guys play back-to-back. It's more about the league than it is the Nuggets specifically to me.
Listen, let me start here, and I don't want to drag this on. I don't, because I don't want to go down this road and live in that us against them. The rest of the world hates the Nuggets. I don't. I know Tim Bontemps. I've sat next to him many times during All-Star Weekend. I know what he's about. I know what he does. I know his intent. His intent was to take a shot at the league. His intent was to tell the rest of the NBA, you can't be doing this in March because these games are too important. That was his intent. He used a poor example of a team to make his point. Probably the worst example out there. He referenced rules. Oh, it's in the rules. Well, the rules stipulate that if you're an all-star or an all-NBA player, you can't do the load management thing along with another all-NBA or all-star. Well, Tim, take a look at the Nuggets roster. They've got one of those. One. Okay? This ain't Boston. This ain't LA. This ain't Golden State. They got one of those, and that's it. And he took that night off, rightfully so, which means any other player on the roster is fair game. Because last I checked, there are no All-Stars and no All-NBA players on the Nuggets roster. So that's the first error that was made. The second error is not paying attention to the Nuggets situation and Jamal Murray turning his ankle. Hell, I don't even know if Jamal's going to play tonight.
Yeah.
We don't know. So, listen, he used a team to make his point, and it was the worst possible team he could lean on. Last night, Golden State, by the way, rested Steph Curry. This is a night after the Nuggets beat them. They rested Steph Curry, and guess what? Golden State won. They won without Steph. So, enough of this. Enough. The story doesn't need to be told again and again and again. Guy made a mistake. He probably knows it. He's getting assaulted on social media for it. And let's move on. That's it.
Well, Mose, you didn't have a chance to say anything yesterday about it, so go ahead.
Well, I would think to myself, I saw Vic's tweet about it, and I completely agreed with him. But my goodness gracious, of all the teams and all the players to use as your example, that's probably the silliest one you could have picked up. Now, Greenberg's not immune from any criticism in this thing because he's the one that set him up. Now, I don't know how the producer comes up with it. I don't know how Greenberg wants to lay it out there, if it's his choice or the producers instruct him to do so or whatever the case may be, because this is a topic that we want to get into. But Greenberg laid it out there for him. You put it up on the tee for him on the tee box, and Bontemps whacked it. It sounded silly. It was silly. We all know. And I go back to the idea that I don't think that these, quote, insiders or people who are paid to be that, I don't think they really even truly understand the Nuggets or even maybe even watched games. I don't think that they know what is really going on. And because of that, when they say things like this, it makes them look even more silly. That's what I gathered from all of that kerfuffle yesterday.
I go back to Vic. This is just a league perception problem. And again, you know what's funny? I was watching an episode of, told you about this, the Bob Does Sports guys, the YouTube golf people. And they were playing against the Spit and Chicklets guys. And Yandel was one of the guys in the Spit and Chicklets group, right?
Who?
Keith Yandel.
Keith Yandel, long-time defenseman in the National Hockey League, years after year after year.
And they asked him, they're like, gosh, you guys, you're just tough, down-to-earth, blue-collar guys. And he goes, you know what we are is we're company men. That's how he put it. He goes, every hockey player is like just a company man. He's just out there doing it for the company, never about himself. And I think when it comes to this perception, because again, let's try and put this in perspective. What do people say about the NBA all the time when it comes to load management? Well, you know what? It's too many games. Too many games. 82-game season is too much. We ever said that about hockey? That is a more physically demanding sport that plays the exact same amount of games, has back-to-backs, has 3 games in 4 nights, does stuff like that. We never say that about hockey.
No, you're right.
So what's the perception change there? Why is that different? You know, it kind of reminds me of baseball where it's the 100-pitch limit, and you can't let a guy go over 100 pitches. And you're like, well, Nolan Ryan threw 150 every 4 days, a couple decades ago. So what's different about that? It's a perception problem the league has. And I don't know if that stems from it's more of an individual sport to where guys feel free to kind of talk about themselves in a way. I asked this to Nelly. Moj, if I said to Cale McCarr, you're having an unbelievably prolific season for a defenseman, how are you able to do that? His response is going to be something along the lines of, well, it's really easy when you play next to McKinnon. Or Taves is a really good D partner. He makes me better. He would never say anything about himself. He'd never do that.
Not a chance. No, not a chance.
Hockey culture is different. It just is. But let me take you back to the source of why the NBA does this. Why does the NBA always get targeted for load management, resting players, being soft? Let me get you back to why we're here today. Moj, who's one of the most self-righteous coaches in NBA history?
Greg Popovich?
Yes, Greg Popovich. Great coach, right? Great coach.
Great coach.
When they were winning championships, he openly did this and didn't care what anybody thought.
Mm-hmm.
What he would do is, if he faced an opponent that he knew he'd have trouble beating, it happened a lot of times when they came to Denver. The altitude, second game of a back-to-back, a scheduled loss, whatever. If he faced an opponent that he said, well, you know what, our chances of winning this game are not as good as the other games. So this is a great opportunity in March to rest Tim Duncan or Ginobili or Tony Parker. He would do that all the time. He started this trend. And he would do it. Understand how this works, by the way. People don't get it. People said about the Nuggets, well, why not rest them against Washington? Folks, let me repeat why you do it the way they did it. Washington is a beatable foe. You play your best players, or try to play as many as you can, to win a game that's winnable. And then when you face an opponent that you don't think is as winnable, that's when you rest your guys. That's the Popovich method.
They were trying to take the guaranteed win, and it just
exactly.
Somehow.
So people may not understand how this works. It's a very simple process. People, why did they rest against Washington? Oh, I'll tell you why. Because they wanted to win that game, and they lost. That's why. It didn't work. But that's a game they wanted because they felt it was their best chance to win.
They looked at the schedule and they said, I think we're going 1-1.
Exactly.
During this 2-game stretch, so I'm going to take the easy one, and they ended up losing that.
That's how this works.
Do we not have this debate frequently in the National Hockey League when the Avs have back-to-backs? Well, you've got your number one.
Exactly.
Let's say you're talking about your number one and number two goalies. Well, do you throw them against this guy and then throw your backup against those guys? We have that debate all the time on what the strategy may be. The Avs are in it right now. They play tonight here in Toronto, and they play tomorrow night in Ottawa against a red-hot Senators team.
Same deal. So if you want someone to blame,
they've got 3 games in 4 nights, right? Toronto, Ottawa back-to-back, day off on Friday, and then in Montreal, again, a team that's this close to a playoff spot in Montreal on Saturday. It's 3 and 4. Ain't nobody load managing nothing.
Right.
I mean, these
games are too important.
These guys are just going to play.
It's a different mentality. Game. You're exactly right. But if you want to blame anybody, if Tim Bontemps wants to go on national television and ESPN and they throw up a graphic and he goes off, here's who you blame, Tim. Greg Popovich. He started this, and every coach has followed suit. Every coach.
Again, don't need to harp on this all day. Go ahead.
Can I say this, though, Brett, real quick? I see Nikola Jokic. Brett, I think you're the one that said it the other day that every time he goes to the bench, it's like a NASCAR pit stop on him.
Mm-hmm.
Are you the one that said that? Where you're getting this and that?
Oh,
and
heating pads, elbows, shoulders,
heating
back,
pads and
knees,
elbows. He's
toes,
got this
teeth.
going on. He's bleeding. His legs are all jacked up. You know, I mean, he's physically in pain. Jamal Murray's ankle went like this.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I'm like, dude's hobbling, and you're going to accuse that team and those players of violating. It didn't sit well with me. But you know what? I've come to the realization that these guys just don't really pay attention to the Denver Nuggets when they don't have to.
On the East Coast, Moj, you're on the East Coast right. You're on the East Coast right now. You got an Avalanche game that starts at 5:00 Denver time. That's 7:00 Toronto time. The Nuggets start at 8:00 Denver time. Most of the people there will be in bed and asleep by the first quarter of the Nuggets game. That is
correct.
Honesty. That's truth. So East Coast media, I lived on the East Coast. I know what it's like. I'm in your I would never be able to watch West Coast games or Rocky Mountain time. I wouldn't be able to do it. Don't watch. they don't watch the games.
So again, don't need to harp on this all day. Just thought it was interesting putting the side-by-sides of both of these leagues. Now, we'll talk to Jared Bednar at 8 o'clock this morning leading up to this game tonight, which starts at 5 o'clock, and you can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Also, Kevin Cougler of Westwood One, who's going to be on the call for these tournament games here in Denver, and also a fellow Omaha guy, Kevin Cougler.
Is he really?
The Cougs.
So he'll join us at 9:20 this morning. Before we get to a break, we continue with our drop tournament heading into the Moser region today. And we start with a 1 versus 16 matchup. The 1 seed, Nelly, is
The true Nikola. You got the Nikola Jokic. You got the true guy here, see?
Oh, the beast within.
a good old-fashioned patented Moser stomach growl. That goes against the 16 seed, which is
40 years, dude. 40 years. Bill Curry didn't lose to Vandy. Mike DeBose didn't lose to Vandy. Mike Shula didn't lose to Vandy. 40 years. You've been here 4 weeks, and you already lost to Vandy. Strike friggin' one, dude. Strike friggin' one. The honeymoon's over, and we need some damn marriage counseling. Legend has left the damn building.
That is angry Bama fan after they lost to Vanderbilt earlier this year with first-year head coach DeBoer in charge. All right, let's go to one more here, an 8 versus 9 matchup. The 8 seed is
Plateau Batazo! ¡Feliz Navidad! ¡Feliz Navidad!
McKinnon shoots! Nathan! McKinnon was in an overtime! Feliz Navidad! Baby, Feliz Navidad! Feels good to win, doesn't it, Mose?
That goes against the 9 seed, which is
Ferguson draws level. Here's a Hail Mary of a shot that
Jesus. That is, if you remember, the game-winning goal from Sanford soccer earlier this year. Yeah.
I mean, you're doing play-by-play,
I do remember that, yeah.
And all I gathered from that is that you're having a stroke or so. What is that?
So both of those up at Brett Kane Radio on Twitter. You vote in the poll to see what advances to the next round. You're going to be doing all of these drops throughout the show today from the Moser region as tournament basketball in action. And did you guys see the play-in game from both 16 seeds and how that finished yesterday?
Yeah.
Little Christian Laettner type of feel towards the end of it. Alabama State moves on, and North Carolina just beats the brakes off of, who the hell did they play again last night? Why am I blanking on this? North Carolina, San Diego State.
It was San Diego State.
Just beat the brakes.
I mean, they were up by 24 at halftime and just never looked back. I mean, that was a smoking.
So, a lot more to talk about with that. Kevin Cougler, who's going to be on the call here in Denver for these tournament games at 9:20 this morning. Stick around.
You know what month this is. You do know what month this is. And right now the deals at Silterhar Motors and Broomfield are going to blow you away. It's total madness. They have amazing deals on get this, over 1,000 new and pre-owned vehicles right there on the lot right now. So if you're looking for a new ride for the spring or for the summer, now is the time to get it. Shop online at sthmotors.com. That's sthmotors.com. And then get yourself to Silterhar Motors at Highway 36 in Wadsworth and Broomfield. Greg Larson and his crew are the best I've ever worked with by a mile. They're going to hook you up because it's Silterhar. It's everything you want out of a dealership.
Again, a reminder to you guys, you got until Thursday to get in the Not Another Bracket contest, as not only by signing up do you have a chance to win the grand prize of 2 tickets to a Nuggets playoff game, dinner for 2 at Denver Chop House and Brewery, a catered party for 30 from Brothers Barbecue, and a big screen TV. Just by signing up, you put yourself in the running for a $25 gift card to Brothers Barbecue, and we're giving one of those away each hour at the top of the hour until the tournament starts on Thursday. But just go to altitudesportsradio.com/notanotherbracket. You pick 5 teams. I did it yesterday. It took me 3 minutes. I timed it. 3 minutes. Pick 5 teams, and the more those teams win, the more points you get. The lower seeds that get wins, the more points they get. It's very, very simple. And I know what you're asking yourself. Brett, did you pick Omaha? Yes, I did.
You did.
Good for you.
You know, we
picked
talked
CSU.
about you.
So did I.
Well, everybody is picking CSU. We talked about you on Monday. And nobody had picked Omaha at that point in our contest. And I asked Bert, so you think Brett will pick his own team? He's like, no, he's not that stupid. They're going to get smoked.
I can't win anything from this anyway. Now I'm going off vibes now. I can't actually
There's
win.
no vibe. They're going to get killed. There's no vibe. There's no nothing.
They are going to handle St. John's by 8. Mark my words, Moj. You don't know about my school. You don't know about my team. You don't know about that Maverick Mojo.
I didn't know you had a team.
If they beat St. John's, you can have whatever you want. I mean, take whatever you want. Want my dogs? Take them. Want my car? Take my truck? It's yours.
By the way, your backdrop, Moj, you have a great collection of doors.
It's a lot of doors back there, yeah.
And behind
door
number 3.
I was thinking the same
Open
thing.
those doors. Open those doors. I want to see what's behind those doors. Here we go.
All right, hang on.
3 doors.
It's an unboxing of sorts here.
Door number 1 is a closet, everybody.
Big closet.
Beautiful closet.
Do the show in the robe.
It's got a robe in there. Nice little walk-in closet, miniature walk-in.
Vic, I don't wear robes. I will wear one in a hotel room, though. I don't know why.
Like ironing board is out. He'll be using that a little bit later. He's getting it ready for broadcast, even though he's not calling the game tonight.
Does this shock you, Vic? Not once in my life have I used an ironing board.
You know what doesn't shock me either? That nothing is hung up for Moser in the closet.
Yeah, the boy, put that robe on. Good job.
He's wearing the robe. There
I love it. A robe with a hat is a wild look. Just a wild look.
That's door number 1. Door number 2, I think, may go to another room.
Oh,
yes.
Not
an
pound on the
adjoining
door.
room.
Knock him. All right, get him up. Oh,
Is that where
that's
McKinnon
Kyle's room, by the
sleeps?
way. No, that's Kyle's room, actually. Kiefer's in there.
Hey, just quickly before we move on to other sports things, I just got to say something.
This feels good, by the way. This feels pretty good.
You guys, I don't know if... What year were you guys born? 60 what?
69 for me.
69?
8.
Okay.
Nice.
So you guys maybe Vic, you were there and breathing oxygen when we landed on the moon. I watched the video of those rockets not only take off, return back to land, and then bring those astronauts back. That was one of the most incredible pieces of video I've ever seen in my life. And it feels like everybody just kind of shrugged and was like, "Yeah, what big?" I'm like, "No, not big deal. That was remarkable."
I saw it undock from the space station and float away, and I thought it's AI. It's not real.
The video quality was so pure.
They're coming in, and then the parachutes deploy, and then they're drifting down as the ship is going towards it. I'm like, this is fake. It's got to be a movie, and then it's all real, man. It's crazy.
I can already tell Vic does not care at all about
I'm
this.
not a lunar guy. I don't know what the hell you guys are talking about.
Well, you know those astronauts who were supposed to be in space for 3 days, and it was 9 months, and nobody could go get them? Well, we went and got them.
Did they age 3 times? What was that movie? Where
That
the
lady.
You're thinking of Interstellar.
Yeah.
Interstellar, what a movie. I don't really get it, but
Vic,
it was a great movie.
Theoretically, to get anywhere in not only our galaxy, but beyond our galaxy, you're going to have to find a craft. Either a cosmic wormhole, which is theoretically possible, but you're going to have to find a craft.
Stop talking
Vic,
and enjoy your robe.
Okay,
I don't want to
it's
leave
your own-
my
it's your own
galaxy.
fault.
I don't want to leave my planet. I don't care about the cosmic. I don't care about the cosmos. I don't care. we're fine. We got
this is
sports
gonna be
going
interesting
on
to you,
here.
though.
The NCAA tournament starts this week. They're not doing that
One
in
other
freaking
thing.
Uranus.
Cut him off.
Dude, you could hit like literally a shot from the parking lot on Uranus. Did you know that? That ball would float so far.
Whatever.
It's actually a gaseous planet, so there's actually no terra firma. But Vic, what I'm trying to get at is this: if you get a craft that can travel at or very close to the speed of light, let's say you travel for what is it, a
Moj,
week for
even me,
you,
even
and
me.
you come
You're
back
losing
to
me.
Earth.
You're losing me, Moj. You're losing me.
Everybody on Earth will be a lot older than you. So you'll come back, you'll be young again. You can
Will
dunk.
Tim Bontemps be the same age?
Well, I mean, you won't be young, but I mean, you won't age.
Okay, one last thing, just 20 seconds. Because here's what's crazy. One of the woman that was on that shuttle out in space for 9 months. So I had no idea this didn't compute in my brain until I saw it. She couldn't walk, Vic, when she got back on Earth because she wasn't used to the gravity again. They had to wheel her around once that thing got back to Earth, and I was like, that has to be a weird feeling. That you just feel like you're sagging and sinking and you're aging.
Sagging happens.
The second you get back. Anyway, we'll move on. I got a quick question about the Broncos and concern I have. We've discussed a little bit about the fortunate nature that the Broncos have been in from an injury perspective the last couple of years. They've been pretty healthy. And if you want to credit that to the training staff, then go ahead and do so. I think that's totally fair. But we all know that the Broncos made the playoffs kind of by the skin of their teeth last year. Remember, it felt like they were a lock, and then they lost a couple of games towards the end of the season, and then it was a little bit of nervous time. How do you guys feel looking around the rest of the AFC right now? And if we're just talking margin for error, and I put it this way, the margin that the Broncos have to get better from last season is much shorter than the margin to get worse. Would you agree with that?
Wait, repeat that, please.
So they're a 10-win football team and made the wild card.
Yeah.
The odds of them improving on that, I think, are much slimmer than it is for them to be a worse team from last year.
So double-digit win, getting that to maybe 12 or 13 games would be tougher than reseeding to seven.
Yes.
7 wins.
What are you saying, Vic? You're a 7 handicap. Getting to
I get
be
it.
a 5.5 handicap is going to be a lot harder than
Yeah.
you reverting back to being a 10.
Yeah.
And one of the things I thought about, Vic, was there's an assumption that rookie quarterback heading into year 2 means immediate improvement, and I would point to C.J. Stroud on that.
Yeah, sometimes you're right. The sophomore slump happens. Sometimes it does. And even though you're surrounded by more talent, probably a better team, you might have hey, let's not forget, they will have a tougher schedule, too.
Yes.
Schedule factors in. There's a lot of things. That's fine. Whatever. As long as you make the playoffs, that's fine. I mean, right now, as we speak right now, what are your goals for the Broncos? What are your expectations? What will make you happy?
I think, you know what's funny? I asked this to Berto when you guys were both gone a couple weeks ago, and he had a much different response than me. I said if the Broncos make the playoffs and win a game next year, I'm good with that.
Sure.
And I said incremental improvement. So here's what I gave him this option. You guys tell me what you think. If I guaranteed you right now that the Broncos won the wild card game but lost their second round game, and that's their season, would you take that right now?
Yeah.
Or would you roll the dice?
I'd take it.
I take it.
I would too.
2 playoff games? I'd take it. Possibly host a playoff game? I'd take it. Yeah.
But I went through this before, Brett, with you and Vic as well, although I'm not sure Vic was really paying attention, which is fine. Kansas City's still going to be there, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel like the Chargers are in the same kind
Yes.
of position as the Broncos where they could regress?
Yes.
Okay, so do I.
I think their chances of getting worse are slimmer than the Broncos, though. I'll say that.
Okay, well, Buffalo's going to be there, correct? So it's Kansas City, Buffalo. Baltimore's going to be there, correct?
Yep.
Okay. The Houston Texans are going to win their god-awful division again, correct?
Yep.
So they're automatically in.
That's why the C.J. Stroud regression in year 2 didn't hurt them, is because they played in a crap division.
Okay, that's 4 of 7.
Okay.
Now you're looking at the Chargers. Okay, they're right in the mix. The Bengals just gave so much money to that offense.
Doesn't
They're gonna
mean
be insanely
anything.
talented. Okay, I'm just saying. What if Pittsburgh What if Pittsburgh and Metcalf get a quarterback? What if they do sign A.A.Ron?
Well, you're what if in a
they're
lot.
still in it.
Those what ifs don't exist with the Broncos. They are.
And then Miami is going to be back in the mix too. I'm just saying that it's very hard. I mean, the odds are, Brett, like you said, that they'll even regress to 9-8 as opposed to go to 12 wins. I mean, it's going to be difficult. The AFC is a pain in the butt, especially the dang division. And I don't know what Pete Carroll's going to pull out of his tail.
I had Nelly look this up, and this is why it's becoming more. I was always on this train, but I'm feeling even stronger about this. That the potential for, you get some tape on a rookie quarterback, year 2 is a little bit tougher. You can play him a little bit differently, that kind of stuff. It's even more important to get a running game together. And I said, Nelly, in the games that the Broncos were favored, what was their record? They were 8-0. They won every game they were favored in. They were 2-7 in games that they weren't. Now, even for great teams, Moj, it's the NFL. If Baltimore lost to Vegas, does that surprise you? That happens sometimes. Just weird week.
Right.
Happens. You didn't have any of those last year. None. And you made the playoffs by this much. So you have to continue that and then improve on the teams that are, quote, better than you are or favored in games against you. It just doesn't leave a lot of room for error. And that's why I think the biggest equalizer you can get is a rushing game. And I know they have a plan for this. I'll tell you one thing right now. George and Sean Payton are not sitting there in their offices going, man, free agency running backs didn't work out like we wanted to. I guess we're screwed. Like, they probably got 4 different names of guys in the draft that they're like, we can plug and play this guy and feel like we'll be okay.
Right. I was reading the Barnwell article about the guys who were still out there, and A.A.Ron is number 1. But did you see what he was saying about J.K. Dobbins? That even though Dobbins has been injured his entire career and missed 4 games again last year, that he thinks the Broncos and Dobbins might be a good fit. He also threw out there the Steelers and the Cleveland Browns for J.K. Dobbins, but they need help in that regard. I mean, I guess they'll get it maybe through the draft, but is that a possibility in your eyes that Dobbins, when healthy, could really help this football team?
I've said it forever. You give me a veteran guy like a Dobbins or a Nick Chubb even, like as long as you have maybe somebody a little bit more reliable back there that's been a starting running back before in the league, I'd feel more comfortable. Yeah.
Can I ask a more pressing question?
Sure.
If you spend 9 months in outer space circling the Earth without gravity, 9 months, how do you exercise?
They have the space station's pretty big. They have machines that manipulate the muscles. They have that kind of stuff.
You also can work with.
How do you do cardio?
Well, you can work with things like resistance bands, things that aren't weights. Like, obviously, you can't lift weights.
But shut up, nerd. I want this to be different.
Yeah, you could still get jacked in space.
So, Vic, you take a 2-year foray in outer space. You're on a shuttle.
That sounds like a good movie, Jacked in Space.
I want to see a dude with full roids go to outer space and see if we can transform his body.
He's doing his spacewalk motion, and he's pushing the shuttle. That's his exercise. Ugh! Ugh! It's a good question, though, Vic. Something I hadn't considered. Like, you come back, and it's just all of a sudden you're on my 600-pound life.
Your muscles have to shrink.
No, there is atrophy. There is atrophy that goes on, but they specifically have programs to try and keep that muscle mass and keep that resistance going.
Stop talking like you know what's going on in outer space, dude.
I follow space stuff. I like to learn.
Well, what they have is you don't know what they have.
Do you know my weight is on the moon?
Here's the thing. You look like you've been in outer space for the last 4 years.
Hey, Brett, every day I come on, I like to learn. And every single day on this show, I am bashed because I actually want to learn things and have a quest for knowledge about things. I get killed for trying to be a smarter person. Meanwhile, $550 sweater vest here roams around picking his butt and missing putts, and that's his whole life.
Hey, you can have the rings of Saturn. I'll handle number 12 at Augusta.
Do you know what my weight is on the moon? I know this. I was at Wings Over the Rockies. 31 pounds. That's what I'd weigh on the moon. According to Wings Over the Rockies Museum.
Well, they're not dumb. They're pretty smart.
Yep. I touched a moon rock. Or no, it was a meteor.
Pretty cool. Oh, meteor.
But I did see a
Close.
moon rock.
Close,
Sweet.
yeah.
All right.
I did see this thing where they just found a 7 billion-year-old meteorite that was around before the formation of our planet, and all the things that are inside of it, including water and
Great. I saw an old person.
organic molecules.
God. Hell out of here with your nerd.
Okay, that's my cue too. Adios, amigos.
Takes off his headset and says nerd as he walks out. All right. Jared Bednar is going to join us in 20 minutes. Stick around. All right, we'll talk to Jared Bednar in 15 minutes. Get to another couple of matchups in our drop tournament in a moment as well. Again,
I like that song. What is that?
This is called Lost in Space by Foster the People. So maybe you should stay away, Vic. I know you're not a big space guy, as we just
I like
learned.
the song, though. They're the ones who did about that one song that's popular about Have Gun or something.
Pumped Up Kicks,
Yeah. So baseball was played again this morning. The Dodgers win again, 6-3 over the Cubs in the Tokyo series. And I think the people in Japan that went and watched that game got what they paid for, because not only was Sasaki, the brand new pitcher for the Dodgers, on the bump today, but they also got a homer from Shohei Ohtani. And I want to hear the audio here, Nelly, because I want you to listen to something. It's something I've noticed with Ohtani. Anytime he hits a home run, it sounds like a shotgun goes off his bat. The sound of it off his bat is remarkable, but there's a follow-up to this. So let's hear this first. Go ahead.
There's an absolute take. Right center field. It is off the wall. To second.
So it ends up, it hit something above that sound, though. Hit something above the wall as a home run for Ohtani, so that gave him a 6-3 lead.
And they know right away. The announcer knows right away as soon as it comes off the bat.
Well, the sound, the look, all of it. And we know how incredible Ohtani is. But there was another instance from this game that I wasn't prepared for. So it's one of those moments, foul ball is creeping a little bit into the stands, right? You can have that Bartman moment. Is the fan going to interfere with the guy or not? So a fan did interfere with it. And Nelly, I want you to pull this up on the screen behind me. So ball goes into foul territory, third baseline. Dodgers fan reaches over. Guy in a glove in the stands, if you're seeing this right now, in an LA sweatshirt, casually camped underneath it and just steals it. Steals it from the player. Who is the guy who stole it? It is former NFL legend Rodney Peete, who's at the game.
You kidding me?
Rodney Peete was the one who took it away. And here's my question. He's a professional athlete. I would love to go to Tokyo to see a game like this. I think that'd be a lot of fun. Professional athlete bringing a glove to the game.
Yeah, it's a little
How
much.
do we feel about that?
Well, let me ask you a couple rules questions, baseball guy.
Mm-hmm.
He caught the ball, but he did not extend his hand beyond the stands. He didn't go into the field of play.
It does look like the guy just missed it. Like the third baseman just missed the catch.
But not only that, he did not go into the field of play with his glove. He did not go past the wall there.
Here's
right?
protocol from a player's perspective, okay? And I didn't play in front of 18,000 people, whatever the number is, that more than that. Tens of thousands of people.
Yeah.
When I went to reach over the fence, Vic, there was grass and like a dirt patch. Yes. But protocol is this. If the guy's got a chance to make a play, it's best just to be hands off, okay?
Well, how do you know that, though? He's seated. Rodney Peete right there seated, was that second row or third
second row?
Second
He's
row.
reaching into the first. That's plenty of area to get a hand over.
And he's wearing a glove.
Yes. That's more what I'm focused on. If you're a former professional athlete, you can't be bringing gloves to games.
Isn't Rodney Peete married to that actress Holly something?
I have no idea.
Isn't Rodney Peete the nephew of Calvin Peete, the former PGA golfer? There's a lot of
I did not know that.
There's a lot of Rodney Peete trivia that you're just
Rodney
leaving
Peete
out.
is married to Holly Robinson.
Got that one right. Bam! You want to talk about space? I got Rodney Peete handled.
Yeah,
Rodney Peete is the son of Willie Peete.
Is any relation to Calvin Peete, former PGA golfer?
Hang on.
What, all Pete? Just Pete's all over the place?
I think there is.
I learned about astrophysics, and you're studying Rodney Pete's marriage.
Well, see,
That's
I've got
great.
a doctorate in sports, and we do a sports show. We don't do NASA.
And boom goes the dynamite. He is the cousin of Calvin Peete.
Thank you very much. I'll handle the sports, Moj. You go handle the nerds with NPR.
You can't bring a glove to the game, though, Rodney. You're a former professional athlete. You use your hands, soft hands. You show people how to catch, okay? I mean, I would never, and I'm far from a professional athlete, never bringing a glove to the game. Come on.
Catch.
He did make
Dude
the catch,
missed the
and it
catch.
looked
He made the
casual.
catch.
It did look casual.
Yeah.
I'll give him credit. He was like, That was one of those like center fielder hot dog in the last out of an inning sort of thing, catching it out by your elbow.
Right.
I'm of the opinion that gloves should be banned for adults at baseball stadiums.
What is adult? What is adult?
Anybody over the age of 12.
Okay, so that's an adult. Got it.
I mean, do you guys agree? Above the age of 12, you can't have a glove. Just use your bare hands.
Listen,
let's go.
If you're in the upper deck or in the party deck and you have a glove on, the odds of you touching a baseball in a game are minuscule anyway. But if you're in a hot corner over there and guys are drilling it down the line and maybe you want to protect yourself a little bit, having a glove helps.
Don't give me that.
I don't know.
You know, some guy was telling me that we went to a Rockies game a few years back, and he was down the first base line, and these three dudes, they're all wearing gloves, and why you got a glove? Oh, we just want to protect ourselves. Oh, okay. Gotcha.
You got two hands.
Gotcha.
What do you mean?
Even when I was a kid, I can honestly say, I can honestly say, I have never, ever taken a glove to the ballpark, ever. Not one time.
Sir, why do you have a glove? You're out. It's late at night. You're in downtown Denver. I just got to protect myself.
Just walking downtown.
Got to protect myself.
Officer, I know you pulled me over for this traffic violation. I just want to know, I have a concealed carry for this Wilson A2000 that's in my glove compartment. So just
that is my.
I wanted to let you know.
That is my glove, though. I have a Wilson A2000. It's probably the best glove ever built.
Before we get to Coach Bednar, let's take a couple of minutes, get a couple more matchups in the Moser region of our drop tournament as we see what advances to the round of 32. First matchup that we'll talk about is a 5 versus 12. The 5 seed, Nelly, is.
One last question from the crowd. They want to know what that thing do.
What's that thing do?
I'm sorry. Somebody asked me.
I don't know what that thing do.
Logan O'Connor told us to ask you a question before you left, which is, what that thing do? He told us to ask you that.
Oh, I have no idea.
You don't know what that thing do?
What does that thing do?
Who were those two? Those LOC and who? Was it Manson?
Casey Middlestat.
Oh, Middlestat.
And also, by the
right.
way, at Avalanche Media Day, our boss got basically every single player on the roster to record themselves saying that. So this was a compilation I put together during the Mojis of what that thing do. Like, half these dudes aren't on the roster anymore, but see if you can pick the voices.
This is Calvin DeHaan, and you're listening to Moser, Lombardi, and Kane on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. What that thing do?
What that thing do?
What that thing do?
What that thing do?
What that thing do? What that thing do?
That is the greatest collection of what that thing ever.
There's something about the Nordic or European accents too. Dropping one of those, it's like when Juice said "double dipperoo." It makes you happier.
What that thing do?
Yeah, is that Juice? That's Juice.
Oh, please!
Juice was the best at those.
Why haven't you been sharing these, Nelly?
Sometimes you got to be careful what that thing do.
So that goes against a 12 seed, which is.
And I mean, no offense by this whatsoever, but I've asked this question to English people before. What do you guys do on the 4th of July?
We cry because that's when we got our butts kicked. And what do you think we do?
Oh, the classic Vic D making an appearance. All right, so next matchup is a 4 versus 13. The 4 seed is?
I swear to God, if anybody did that at Coors Field and Rockies fans gave him a standing ovation after 6 1/3 of no-hit ball against my ball club, I swear to God, I would end up in the clink because I would be hooking with every jerk face around me. Every jackwagon is going, yay, Skeens! Skeens! Screw you! What Skeens did happens all the time. It's like a daily occurrence. Oh, you wiped your own butt. Great. Standing ovation.
You really hated when they did that for Paul Skeens.
Because, first of all, it was unwarranted. Second of all, everybody acted like the Cardinals fans are so sophisticated. They're stupid. They're idiots.
Well, that goes against a 13 seed, which is?
Bo, can you take us through the interception in the end zone?
Drop back, threw it to the other team.
I actually love that from him. Yeah, that's kind of what happened. All right, so both of these going to be up at Brett Kane Radio on Twitter. You decide what moves on with your votes. We'll talk to the head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar, next.
Hey, Vic Lombardi here. I don't mind working up a sweat, whether you're on the court, playing golf on a nice, hot day, but sweating all summer in the house, nah, man. Broken AC in the summer, you don't want that. Worse than a 3-putt double bogey. Good thing for AAA Home Services. Got a $49 AC tune-up special going on right now. $49. Get to it before summer hits. Keep things cool. Don't wait. Schedule now at AAAtoday.com. That's AAAtoday.com.
Head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com, as we're joined as we are every week at 8 o'clock on a Wednesday by the head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar. Game tonight, 5 o'clock against Toronto. Coach, always good to have you on the show. Going back to the Dallas game, a great win. Did you get a chance to talk to Mikko at all? We have Coach? Oh, we might have lost him. Nelly, I think he's calling back on another line. Try and grab him again. I thought he was offended by the question right out of the gates. How about that?
He might have been. You never know.
I'm just curious. All the other guys talked to him. It seemed like went out for dinner or something like that with some of the other guys. So we'll try and get Coach back on the line here in just a second. It's you know what? There's always problems, Mose. You experience it. You go to Canada and connections always get disconnected. We'll try this again. First of all, Coach, welcome to the program. How are you?
You guys there?
Yeah, we got you. You hear us, Coach?
Okay. I do, sir.
Okay, all right. What I was asking was a great win against Dallas, just going back to that game, a good run you guys have been on. Did you get a chance to talk to Mikko at all?
I did, yeah. I saw Mikko after the game and came down the hall and say hello to some of the guys, and I was able to talk to him for a couple seconds, yes.
What was that like? I mean, was it awkward? Was it just part of the business? What goes through your mind?
Yeah, it was fine. You know, like I think it's still obviously new for us, new for him. Life goes on, so you know, I just wished him the best of luck, congratulated him on his new contract, and you know, he was wishing us luck as well, and you know, it was just kind of short and sweet. I know he spent a little bit more time with some of the guys, but you know, hey, listen, we win in 2022, and Mikko had, you know, a large part to do with that, and he's always been a great teammate, great competitor, and a great person. So to me, that's just kind of the business side of it. You know, the team and player go in separate directions, but you know, I'll always have those memories of Mikko in 2022, especially, and that kind of, you know, bonds all of us together for life. And so we wish him nothing but the best over there in Dallas.
Coach, you look at the game, though, you get the extra point there, and somebody called me soft the next day because they said, listen, you maybe you messed this up or whatever the case may be, but Dallas is a pretty damn good hockey club, and it looks like you two are perhaps on a collision course here for the postseason. Did that win mean a little bit more? Did you solidify anything? How do you look at that W against a team that you're going to be staring down here probably in the next month?
I think, like, one of the important things for me is that you go out and play well and that your team has confidence that you can beat Dallas if we face them. And you also want to try and put some doubt in their minds. So, like, our last couple games at Ball Arena against them, I feel like we played really good hockey and played well. The first one, we stretched out the lead a little bit and got the win. This one, you know, got a little tight at the end, but it was just a couple turnovers by our guys late in the game. But the bulk of the hockey game, I really liked the way we played and what we did, so it should give us some confidence. And I think that, you know, we know they're a good team, and it'll, you know, it's going to be, if we play each other, it's going to be a really tough series. But I do think that they got to be looking at our team now and what we're doing, and be a little bit worried about us as well. So that I like that aspect of it, and our team's playing with some confidence, and I feel like we continue to grow here for the next month or so, and we should feel like we can beat anyone in the Western Conference and in the league for that matter. It's just about playing our best hockey at the right time.
You guys are on a roll right now, 8-0-1 in your last 9 games. What do you think is the biggest positive from the last 9, and what do you think you need to work on the most heading towards this home stretch?
Yeah, I think our biggest positive is the way we're defending, the chance suppression, what we're doing on the defensive side of it. And, you know, like, we've had our moments where we have these little lapses in our game where it doesn't look great. So I think working on the consistency, the focus, like, to be able to, just like the Dallas game, to avoid that, you know, 1-minute stretch that could cost you, and making sure you're playing every play like it's the most important play of the year. And just kind of refining that skill going into the playoffs, I think, is really important. And I think we're still growing and trying to find chemistry on all four lines on a nightly basis when it comes to the offensive side of things. But I think that's hockey, like your one line, has a tough matchup and doesn't produce, and the other lines pick them up kind of thing. And I do like the way we're getting contributions from everyone in our lineup and throughout our lineup on the offensive side of things. We're finding ways to win hockey games. So that's always a positive sign at this time of the year, and hopefully that can continue through the regular season playoffs.
Toronto tonight, and I know this is a tough swing. It always is this time of year, but is it special to play in that place? No matter when you play, the magnifying glass is always on you, and it's going to be there tonight.
Yeah, I think so. Just because, the coverage that, hockey gets in Toronto. Obviously, they have a very good team this year. Our guys have played well under that spotlight over the years. Coming in here, they, everyone wants to come in and beat the Leafs, right? So it's, I think it's an exciting game. You have to be ready, especially when you're playing a team like they have almost the exact same record as we do, right? And through the course of almost 70 games now. So it's two evenly matched teams. We saw a great hockey game in Denver against them a week or so back, and we'd like to play another game that's pretty similar to that one. We like the results that we got, and but it was a physical game. Getting ready to play this road trip in particular, you got Toronto. It's always fun going into Montreal as well, and Ottawa's rolling right now. So it's we got 3 tough games in 4 nights. So with some late travel, so this is gonna be a little bit of a challenge.
Yeah, in that vein, Coach, again, you get to the time of the year, like right about now, where some teams are even out of it, and they don't have a whole lot to play for, but maybe they're loosey-goosey. But everybody, it seems, coming down the pike here still has plenty to play for. So is that a good thing for your club to get, finally tuned here in the final month of the regular season, or less than?
Yeah, I think so. Well, there's so many teams still in the race, and the race for those wild card spots is wide open in a way that everyone's playing meaningful games. And sometimes, like you said, the teams that are out of it, they can be even more dangerous because the pressure's kind of off by this point. You often see those teams do well down the stretch. For us, we've been playing, you go back a month and we were, 5 points up on the last wild card spot, and those teams had games in hand, and we've really sort of stepped up our game since that point, and the trades and the trade deadline really helped us solidify the middle of our ice, the back end, and we've started to grab results on a nightly basis, which obviously we like. But I think we want to continue to play with the same amount of importance on every game here, because now we've put ourselves in a position to try and track down Dallas and grab home ice, and that will be really tough to do with their schedule, our schedule, just the results they're getting on a nightly basis as well. But I think we got to give it our all without killing our guys. We've got the depth, and we should use it throughout the course of this last month or so we're healthy and rested and still trying to catch Dallas at the same time.
Speaking of, over the last couple of years, it feels like you've played your number one goaltender quite a bit. And now you got a group where Scott Wedgwood in his last 4 starts has given up 6 goals. What's the balance you're going to use between him and Blackwood for the rest of the season?
Yeah, we just kind of play it week by week. Blackwood will get the bulk of the starts again without having to kill him and get him fatigued. I want him to be sharp. I want both these guys. I want to keep them both involved, same with the rest of our team, just so everyone is available and ready going into the playoffs. And Wedgie's game has made it real easy to pick out starts. And again, even on this trip, it's 3 and 4 nights. We got the back-to-back, so they'll both, Blackwood will play tonight, Wedgwood will play tomorrow, and there's lots of starts for both of them to have them ready and feeling good about their games down the stretch run and going into the playoffs.
Coach, you've had so many new players join the crew over the last few weeks, you must feel like a substitute teacher at times. You ever just take one of these guys aside, get them on the grease board and say, all right, here's how we do it. You have to tutor them specially for what their role might be on this team?
Yeah, that's exactly what we do, really. Like, we have our systematic sort of foundational video clips in every aspect of our game that's put together. I do it in the off season to get ready for training camp, and if there's any changes I add or subtract to it, and then I just bring them in. If there's two centers, so like Coyle and Nelson can come in and sit down together, and we can go through things. They can ask questions. We can show some video. We go on the grease board and go over things, and then we'll coach them up a little bit, like take a look at their clips over a handful of games, and if we see anything that we want to add or bring a point to, we do that. And the guys we added are experienced guys. They played under different coaches, different systems, so they're sort of really in tune with the structure of the game. I think it's been a pretty easy transition, but yeah, we try to, and if they're involved in other areas of our game, power play, penalty kill, then they do those meetings as well, 3-on-3, when you're empty net situations. So we go over it all so they can get some reps both in practice and games and start feeling really good about it and get them up to speed as quickly as we possibly can, so they're not thinking out on the ice, they're just playing instinctual hockey.
Back to what you were talking about a little bit earlier in terms of line combinations and changing things up and so on and so forth. I guess you're still going through that process right now, right? Ideally, this is what you want to look at, but I've seen you on a nightly basis. If the offense isn't chugging along, you switch things up and change wingers and centermen and all that kind of thing. How much more tinkering do you really, truly want to do from this point on to get yourselves all set when April rolls around?
I guess the answer would be a little bit, but not too much.
Right.
It kind of makes it hard. I do want to see some other things. Like, I'd like to see Brock Nelson with Necas a little bit. We've got some easy flips there that we can make and have made, like in games. If we're a little stale, we move Val up with Lecky and Mac, or we can move Drouin up with Lecky and Mac. And so we have those options in our top six. I really like what our third and fourth lines are doing right now. I think they've found really good chemistry. They've been rock solid on the defensive side and then still chipping in offensively better than we have had all year. And some of those additions really help that. The new combinations have helped that. So I'm trying to keep those guys together. They've been a little bit in the top six. I'd like to see them move around just because you never know what matchups we're going to see come playoff time and who we're going to need playing with who. So I want them to be familiar with one another.
Coach, you have two of the best players in the world on your team, but a simple true-false. McKinnon, Makar, are these both their best seasons? Do you think that they're better this year than they were last year somehow?
Yeah, I think, I do. I think they're both better this year. We were running pretty thin for large portions of this year, and you look at our overall record and where we stand and the parity in the league. Those two guys have a lot to do with it, and I would say, maybe a little bit of a down year from Makar last year. I think he's bounced back stronger than ever. He's really paying attention to his defensive metrics and what he wants to try to accomplish defensively on any given night. I think that area has really improved, and he continues to lead the league in goals by defensemen again. So I would say both guys are on an uptick. I think even from last year.
I also want to apologize. I pulled a Vic Lombardi. I said true or false, and I didn't ask you a true or false question. So I'm sorry about that.
That's a typical
right.
Vic.
He gets it.
He gets it. Hey, Coach, I saw a dude, kind of a reddish blonde-haired dude, doing his thing on the ice the other day. That's a good sign, ain't it?
It is. It's a really good sign. Yeah. Man, I was impressed with him out there. I know, it's like our team was coming off the big win, we wanted to get out and flow and go a little bit and get some movement and get loose. And we kind of probably had the governor on at about 85%, but he looked like he fit right in. He was moving well, shooting well. I love the energy that he brings to the ice, and it's a little bit contagious with our team. It was certainly good to have him out there, and he looked better than I thought. I haven't seen him on the ice for a while because he's been doing his thing a little bit away from our team, but that's a good sign, and he's out on the road trip, and hopefully he skates with us again here. And you know how it goes with this process for him. It's been 2 steps forward, 1 step back, sort of planned cautiousness, but our team's certainly happy to have him around, and he's starting to look pretty good out there.
Have you seen any of the stuff that's been going around with him, whether it's the docu-series or anything, or have you not caught that yet?
I haven't caught the docu-series yet. Yeah, I know they released, I think, the first 2 episodes, right? And TNT picked it up, and I'm definitely going to watch it. I just haven't had the time yet to dig into those first couple episodes.
You're asking a hockey coach in the middle of the season if he's watching television.
Hey, did you watch every episode of White Lotus? Did you catch up on seasons 2 and 3 by chance?
Well, Coach, my days.
I actually am caught up on White Lotus.
Good to hear. So, all right.
It's one of those things like when it's got to be the right moment. Sometimes that's my release to go watch some TV, watch a Netflix series, a Paramount series or something. But I don't want to get done doing all my hockey work and then start watching hockey stuff again sometimes. So that's the reason for not having watched Landis yet. But sometimes I like to let them all drop and then just watch them all at the same time.
Do you happen to DVR Moser, Lombardi, and Kane at all?
No, but I do listen to you guys in the car in the morning.
For you.
Yeah, God bless you. Yeah. Well, Coach, you guys are on a roll right now. You got a big game tonight against Toronto and a big next 4 days. So keep up the good stuff and keep climbing those standings.
Yeah, appreciate it, guys. Take care.
Head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar, joins us every single Wednesday at 8 o'clock. And all conversations with the coach are brought to you by Quantum Fiber. Internet that's everything you imagine and then some. Visit quantumfiber.com.
Sorry about that, Quantum Fiber. This is a big game in a number of different ways. And I know, Vic, it's the hockey mecca. It's Toronto, a billion people here, all that kind of thing. But let me tell you something about the city of Toronto and these hockey fans wearing the Maple Leaf tonight. They want to see the Avalanche badly. This is the only time the Avs come here in the regular season. You don't think that they want to see, Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar and Val Nichushkin and Hal Nelson. I mean, these, they're nuts here, obviously, about their hockey, but they're also somewhat sophisticated. So they have that eagerness and that want to as well. For, like Avalanche fans want to see Austin Matthews and, Morgan Riley and Mitch Marner. It's the same kind of story here. This is a big, big, fun game tonight.
Good to hear Coach is on the White Lotus train. By the way, Season 3's got to get going. It's slow.
Okay,
Let's go.
I didn't watch this show. I saw the clip, though, from Sam Rockwell. That is the most insane 2 minutes of television I've ever seen.
Absolute lunacy. When I'm watching that, I'm next to my wife, I'm like, that was 2 straight minutes of just crazy talk, and it was so good, the acting in that. Moj, it's okay. It's all right that you don't watch. It's all right. It is very popular.
Well, let's see, and here's the thing, Vic. I wondered, again, on the surface, does it sound stupid to ask the coach, hey, did you catch the docu-series over the weekend? Yeah, it sounds stupid, but I don't know what their time is. He's got to have some time to watch TV, and he is watching White Lotus. I don't know if I was the coach and you see somebody all the time if you're just watching a documentary on one of your players, though. Or are you like, I know him. I know what this is about. Just curious. By the way,
there's
Vic,
there's a bunch of people in this thing, apparently.
Vic, you caught Baby Billy over the weekend?
I watched the first
You watched Baby Billy?
The first episode, the first one, was pretty
Cooper?
damn good. With Bradley?
Yeah.
Oh, that was pretty damn good. That was fascinating. The second one was stupid.
Yeah, really weird. Really weird. But you know what? I'm always down for a Baby Billy Babble Bunkus. By the way, our winner for the 8 o'clock hour, $25 to Brothers Barbecue, is Randy Tilstra. Randy, congratulations.
Way to go,
$25. You get that just by signing up for our Not Another Bracket contest, which I'll explain the details of next. Couple of more days till the tournament officially sort of kicks off. I know there was games last night. There'll be games tonight. But if you would like to have a chance to win a whole bunch of fun things, including 2 tickets to a Nuggets playoff game, dinner for 2 at Denver Chop House and Brewery, a catered party for 30 from Brothers Barbecue, and a big screen TV, there's a very simple way you can do so. Go to altitudesportsradio.com/notanotherbracket, and you pick 5 teams that you think are going to do the best in the tournament. The most points wins that grand prize. But just by signing up, you got a chance to win $25 to Brothers Barbecue, which 3 people have done already today and will every hour until the tournament starts.
Who are your 5? Curious, because I filled out my brackets last night. Not the entire bracket. I just picked the 5. And can I tell you, this might be the first time I haven't filled out the official full bracket. I just did our game where you pick 5 teams, and I find that so much more efficient. The pressure of having to fill out the entire bracket. Maybe I'll do it today or tomorrow just to be part of the club. But I don't know what teams you chose. You have to take a couple underdogs.
I took all underdogs.
Yeah, did you? I took CSU because I think they can win a couple games and accrue some points. I've got BYU as one of my teams. I saw enough of BYU to think they can upset some folks.
I can't remember exactly my 5, but I remember 3. I took Omaha. I took Colorado State. I took VCU. I think I took Creighton. And I can't remember the 5th.
Territorial.
Well, it's just, look, I just went with the teams that I like and the teams that are going to get me the most points if they steal some wins.
I got you. I took, the SEC was dominant. I mean, think about this. You've got 14 teams in the tournament for the SEC. And we thought the SEC was a football conference. Hey, SEC, you're a hoops conference now. Put football aside. You've lost that.
We're going to talk to Kevin Cougler, by the way, who's calling some of these games in Denver for Westwood 1 at 9:20. I still remember. Did you guys see this?
I was in the middle. I was in the middle of my sauna. I apologize.
Which door is that, Moj?
Don't worry about it.
So you're not calling the game tonight, Moj? Why are you there?
Well, because we play tomorrow night in Ottawa.
So, but what are you doing today? Game. How are you wasting our company's money today?
Well, I'm wearing a bathrobe and saunaing.
So what purpose do you and the entire crew have today? What role do you play besides spending our company's money at a hotel, a lavish hotel, and that dimes being what are you doing for your money?
Well, there's a pizza place around the corner. I'll probably go get some pizza after the show.
I got an idea.
It'll be lunchtime. I'll go spend $15 on some pizza and come back to the hotel.
Cart.
Hang on.
Yeah.
I got an idea, Vic. We need a department much like the White House decided they needed one. They called it Doge. I'm going to call it the Moj.
Yep.
It's the Moj department.
How many of these road trips?
It's tracking Moser's spending habits on the company's time.
How many of these road trips do Moser and the rest of the crew go on where they don't do a damn thing? Because I've counted a lot.
Well, I'm actually doing a radio show this morning from Toronto.
This doesn't count because you don't really contribute much.
The person you should be on is Kyle Keefe. He's literally doing
knock on his door.
Nothing.
Knock on his door right now. He's right. He's in that adjoining room. Knock on his door. Seriously. Take the microphone off. Knock on his door. I want to get him on.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. As Moser does that, double dipperoo tonight. So here's what's going to happen. The Avs, because they start so early.
Double dipperoo.
It's 5 o'clock is when they start. 4:30 pregame. So a shortened Kreckman and Lindahl show.
Oh, speaking of stealing from the company, all week long. Those guys have 1 hour shows.
Avs and Maple Leafs is going to be on at 5 o'clock, okay? And that's going to be on 92.5. The Nuggets and Lakers is going to start on AM 950. When the Avs game gets done, it will be simulcasted on both. So, both games eventually will be on 92.5, but Nuggets-Lakers will start on AM 950 at 8 o'clock.
Yeah, I don't think he's awake. I knocked on his door. There was no answer.
It's 10:30 over there.
I don't know what I don't know. Maybe he's out at breakfast. I have no idea, man. I'm doing my own thing.
The Moj department starts. It strikes again with Kyle Keefe asleep on the company's dime until 10 o'clock in the morning, 10:30 in the morning in Canada.
Okay. Don't worry.
Please.
I got this. I'm going to take care of it.
Okay.
in the meantime, can I ask you guys a question about the way that players talk about their cities that they reside in during
What's
their
the question?
professional sports careers? Jamar Chase just got paid over $40 million a year to play wide receiver for the Cincinnati Bengals. They have a joint press conference yesterday between him and T. Higgins, who also got paid a ton of money. Jamar Chase was asked the question why he wanted to stay in Cincinnati. Now, he didn't say $40 million. I'll give you 40 million reasons a year to stay here. He said this.
For me, I like Cincinnati because it gives me the opportunity to come here and focus. You know, I'm not distracted out here. It's not too many things to get me, off pace out here, and it's strictly what I'm focused on. That's really tunnel vision for me to play football. So, at the end of the day, the food's not the best. We could work on that, but I'm from New Orleans. I'm not used to the food yet. But, overall, honestly, I just think that's the biggest picture for me is that I don't have no distractions here. I can just play football. And my quarterback's here. And T here.
Translation. It's a crap city.
Yeah, if somebody from Denver gets some sort of mega contract, okay, and it's, let's say, McKinnon just signs a brand new deal, or McCarr's is coming up, right? So McCarr is going to get a brand new deal. And they said, Kale, what's the appeal of staying in Denver? And he goes, I'll tell you what, because this town is trash and it's boring, so I can just focus on my craft. I don't have other things to worry about. How does that hit your ear as a native of this city?
You know what? He is so right.
In his defense. Yeah.
Let me give you an example. All right, college towns. Like, my daughters, one went to LMU, Loyola Marymount. It's like a resort, right? You're on the coast. You're soaking up the sun. I go, this isn't even college. You don't even suffer here. This isn't school. This is a resort. It doesn't count. My other daughter goes to KU Lawrence, Party Central, man. I went to South Bend. That was a hellscape. That's what you need. You don't need distractions. You need a hellscape city where you can focus on whatever you need to focus on.
But Jamar Chase, is he saying, dude, if I was drafted by Vegas, I'd be dead in some strip club bathroom
Pretty
right
much.
now if I was, you know what I mean? Like, what's he saying?
He'd end up like Lamar Odom.
Yeah, in his defense, let me explain. You guys ever been in New Orleans? Vic, I know you have.
Of course.
Right? New Orleans is pretty fun, man. Nelly, remember I was telling you about the Zydeco Festival I went to? New Orleans is pretty fun. There's a lot to distract you down there. So, listen, my kid goes to Cincinnati. My kid lives in Cincinnati. He's pretty correct, man. It's
you know what? You could apply that to every town in that area. I mean, have you ever been to Dayton, dude? Dayton might be the worst city in America.
Jeez.
I've been to Dayton many times they host a lot of these NCAA first-round games for some reason. Dude, I'm sitting in the middle of Dayton going,
up my coffee.
I'm not joking. And, all apologies to those who are from Dayton. Actually, I don't apologize because you know what I'm about to tell you. What the hell is that? What is that, Dayton? That is the worst assemblage of buildings. And do you even have zones? Do you have? What is that? Dayton is awful.
Today,
Dayton
I do not apologize.
Today, Dayton just catching strays for no good reason.
Have you ever been to Dayton?
No, I have not
Please,
been to
all
Dayton.
right, texters and callers, please support my argument. Dayton is the worst city on earth.
I've been to Cincinnati, I've been to Cleveland, and I've been to Columbus, obviously, for hockey there. So I've been around Ohio, bro. I just haven't been to Dayton. So what do you want from me?
I'm still trying to imagine somebody stepping up to a press conference after signing a contract like that and being like, yeah, you know what? This place kind of sucks, but it's all right. I like Joe Burrow, so I'm here. I mean, do you think Jokic feels that way? Do you think Jokic, it's not even about Denver. Do you think Jokic feels that way about America as opposed to Serbia?
No, that's the beauty of Joker in Denver. It's the perfect spot for him. If Joker was in a fast action city, if he lived in Miami, it'd be different. If he lived in New York, it'd be different. He's in the perfect city for him. By the way, Dayton, what do you got there? Meth?
What's going on here, Vic? What's going on with Dayton and you? What happened?
Just the memories of Dayton. I remember being locked up there for a week going, what is this?
I got you you remember the hats I got you guys, the Dayton Flyers hats? Remember those hats?
Mm-hmm.
I got everybody a hat on the show.
You didn't get me a hat.
I got you a hat.
I don't remember.
No, you got one from Marty. You didn't get one from me.
Oh, sorry about that. Anyway, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That okay, all right. Nobody wanted it.
We got a good question, though,
Okay.
on the text line. Somebody said, do they have zones? WTF is zones. What did you mean by that, Vic?
You know what I mean. Like,
nope. I don't, actually.
Do you mean time zones?
Can't say that I do.
I think there's
I
one
can't say that
time
I
zone
do.
singular.
You know how certain buildings can be put in certain zones? Like if you go to Houston, on a square block in Houston, you will see a school, a cemetery, and a strip club on the same square block.
It's funny you mentioned that because when I first moved here, Vic, I wanted to be close because my wife was not coming for another few months. So I got an apartment when I first moved here. And I was like, let me get one close to the station. It's the middle of winter. Make it a quick drive if it's nasty outside. And I had a 2-minute drive home from my station to, if you remember that King Supers off Leedsdale by our old building.
Yeah.
I was at the apartments right behind those. And I drove by 2 strip clubs, a dispensary, and a Bed Bath & Beyond.
And
I
what that's
said,
called?
what is this?
You know what that's called?
Glendale.
That's called Glendale.
Yes.
No zones. They just throw crap up there. Yeah. That's exactly the definition of Glendale.
It was like it was like a church, 2 strip clubs, a weed shop, a toy shop.
You know what Glendale is to Denver?
And
Glendale's that tattoo. It's that pierced navel.
Tramp
That's
stamp?
what Glendale is.
Tramp stamp?
Yes, that's exactly what Glendale is.
Yeah, let me.
I didn't mind it though. I was walking distance from literally anything I desired.
I was going to say, Brett. Basically, it's all you. They got all you need. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you, man.
Moj, I could get a bedside lamp, a chicken sandwich, ammo for a gun, and a strip club all in the same
Dude,
2-minute
all of
walk.
Houston is that way. Houston, you can be in a private school across the street from a cemetery and a drug house and a strip club. It's crazy.
All right, hang on. Let's go out to the Ramos Law Hotline for a second because we have a caller who has moved from Denver from Dayton, and this is Matt. Matt, hi, Matt.
Good morning, gentlemen. How we doing?
Good, Matt. Am I wrong or right about my assessment of Dayton?
You are, Vic. I disagree with you on 99.9% of the stuff you say, my man.
Okay.
But you could not be more on the nose with this.
Thank you.
It's funny. I moved out here for there's a minor league team called the Dayton Dragons out here, and Denver really doesn't have a minor league team. And I had an opportunity to work with the ball club, and I moved out here for it, and it fell through. And I'm like, oh, great. What do I'm stuck in? I'm stuck in a hellhole now. And I've been bouncing around a little bit. I'm trying to find my way back to Denver eventually. But, yeah, I mean, it's kind of cool. You got Wright-Patterson Air Force Base out here. Cincinnati,
Aliens.
45 minutes away. But Dayton is just, oh, God. Every day I get up in the morning, I'm like, oh, I got to do this again.
Yeah. I mean, thank you. I mean,
Hey,
I
Matt,
don't know why you don't
question.
agree with
One
me on
last question.
99% of the other stuff, but whatever.
One last question, Matt. How are the zones?
What zones?
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
They don't have them.
Yeah.
There's no. I mean, you know where you are. I mean, you're 100 feet from either catching 2 in the back of the head, or
God Almighty,
or having like the other 100 feet. You're like, oh, I'm at a Bob's Big Burger.
Yes,
I'm in the diet cholesterol now. This is great.
All right, Matt. Thanks for the call.
Thanks for the call. And see, you guys, when I speak about geography, I know what the hell I'm talking about. I've seen the world, and Dayton should not be in the world. It should not be part of the world.
Did you try the chili?
See, I was confused. Yeah, the skyline, it's overrated. But I was confused that I thought he moved to Denver from Dayton. No, he moved from Denver to Dayton.
He's you know what he is? He's in a correctional institute is what he is. He feels like he's in prison.
I mean, Matt, he sounded like, seriously, like we need to do a welfare check about 2 o'clock this afternoon. Jeez.
I wake up in the morning and I say, oh, God, I got to do this again. Was his reaction.
My job with the ball club fell through, and now I'm stuck.
You know what it is, too, about Dayton?
Poor bastard.
It's the weather. Every day you wake up, and it's just overcast. It just
How much time have you spent in
Dude, that's
Dayton?
Ohio.
Dude, I went there. I think I went there for like 6 consecutive years covering the NCAA tournament. It used to be an annual stop, and I think it still is. It's a huge stop in the NCAA tournament, first round. They've had it for years there.
Well, guess what? If you're like Matt and you live in Dayton, Ohio, you can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Will Height Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willheightwins.com. That's willheightwins.com. Reminder, Kevin Cougler of Westwood One, who's going to be calling games here in Denver for the tournament, is going to join us at 9:20. Stick around.
Dudes, are you feeling sluggish, low energy, sleep patterns off? That happened to me. And I found out that I had low testosterone. I thought, okay, I'm going to do something about this. And the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is the place. Guys in their early mid-30s start losing 2 to 3% of their testosterone production every single year. It happens gradually before you know it. You're like, oh, golly. I just don't feel the same as I used to. So if that's you, you might have low T. Do yourself a favor. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, take the low T quiz on the website, 10 simple questions, yes, no answers, and schedule a consult. They're going to draw your blood, expert, licensed medical provider going to take care of it, results within 30 minutes. And they're going to talk about your options. Maybe you do have low T. Cost of the appointment, only $99, includes the medical consult, the T, and the PSA test. And if you do sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is absolutely free. Higher energy levels, better gains in the gym. You're going to sleep better, wake up feeling refreshed. All that is going to be better for you. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men. There's no need to wait. 5 locations from Fort Collins down to Colorado Springs, so call today. 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or, again, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Turn it up, Nelly. I want to hear Waffle House. This song rules. It's so
song.
good.
It's a great song.
It's so good.
Hey, you guys, a couple things real quick.
If you don't
think I
like
could wear
that
this
song,
robe?
move to Dayton.
Yeah, it's a catchy little bumper. Hey, do you think I can wear this robe to the game tonight?
Yeah,
what
you should.
Think?
You should.
Should I? Okay.
I like what Nelly said to some of the people on Twitch. That guy from Dayton was just like the Mavs fan after Luka was traded. I moved to Dayton, and now I have nothing. It's like the same feeling.
Same vibe.
And now I have nothing.
Let's go over. Okay, we're an hour and a half into the program, almost 2 hours into the program. Everything that has caught strays today from Vic, space caught strays.
Yes.
Light, the speed of light, right? Light years. Dayton.
Gravity.
What's that?
Gravity.
Gravity caught some strays from Vic today. Loyola
Fat
Marymount
astronauts.
certainly did. Lawrence, fat astronauts, yeah.
Staying fit in space, just the physics of that.
Yeah.
Worked out a little bit.
Big time stray, yeah. Okay. Just want to make sure that we're square on that today.
Hey, we're a little bit behind on this, so let's do this first. A couple of more matchups in the drop tournament, again, in the Moser region today. So there's going to be a 6 versus 11 and a 3 versus 14 are our next two that we got to get through. So, again, for all of you people that are listening out there, you want to decide who moves on. I'll have these polls up shortly at Brett Kane Radio. You vote. Whoever wins at the end of the show moves on to the round of 32.
I'm going to vote right now. I'm going to go vote right now. Go ahead.
Let's get to our 6 versus 11 matchup. The 6th seed in the Moser region is... What if they got him on a minimum deal? He's not somebody that you think can play?
Sure. Minimum deal, but I don't think they're going to get him on a minimum deal. What's his deal right now with OKC?
Did you say cinnamon deal? What did you say I did? Brett, they are not going to get him on a cinnamon deal. I promise you that.
What's his deal right now?
Vic, you have that sometimes. It's actually a nice little quirk that I love, is that you say things so quickly. There's something that you do a lot that I've picked up on. When you say put it on, you go, put it on. It's like you turn into a Rasta all of a sudden. Put it on, put it on.
Hey,
Brett, it's very quick.
You're not going to get a Dave McMiniman deal. You're just not going to get it. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, man.
Minimum deal, but I don't think they're going to get him on a minimum deal. I added like 6 N's to that word.
So that is going against an 11 seed, which is?
I'd like to buy you.
Well, you're going to get 3 U's.
I'd like to solve the puzzle.
Okay, well, let's hear it.
Treat yourself a round of sausage.
I'm sorry, that's not it. Over to Katina.
I'd like to solve.
Okay.
Give yourself a round of applause.
Yeah, that's it.
You know what's hilarious? So this weekend, my parents are in town. So we got like the summer sausage and the cheeses and the crackers and stuff like that. I got it out for a snack. And all I could think to myself was, go ahead, get in there and treat yourself around a sausage. Let's go ahead and do that.
I forgot.
You know, it's about that
Why
time.
did I forget all about that?
It's about that time at my parents' house where we make our annual sausage. I might have that playing in the background.
Yeah, you
Treat
have
yourself.
to. Hey, mama. Treat yourself around a sausage. You've earned it. Let's go to a 3 versus 14. The 3 seed in the Moser region, Nelly.
There's no reason for that. Now he's just being an ass, is what he's being.
This is what I want to say, Moser.
Suck it, Feinbaum, you suckhole.
Right, okay.
God. I mean, that's just such a jerk thing to say.
Yes.
You know what? Feinbaum can just, I pardon my language. I apologize if I got a little foul and said the A word and told him to suck it. But he can't. Okay?
It's one of my favorite things, the apology. I'm sorry if I got foul and said the A word and told him to suck it. I'm sorry about that. That's a 3 seed. It goes against the 14, which is?
That's 3 straight road games now where you guys have played 3 of the most complete games since you've been here. Is there something about this group that likes going and playing in hostile environments?
We like to be booed and they say it and hate it. That turns us on. It turns us on. It's kind of sexy, matter of fact.
It's a wild way to say that. So both of those at Brett Kane Radio. It'll be on that little giggle.
Laugh,
that
little,
giggle, too,
yes,
is like,
that
yeah. So both of those up at Brett Kane Radio right now. You vote to what moves on. For the Double Dipperoo tonight, again, the Avs will be on 4:30 pregame right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The Nuggets at 8 o'clock will be on AM 950, but when Avs coverage wraps up, it will be on 92.5 as well. So, because it's the old Double Dipperoo, we get a double keys to the game.
Do whatever it takes to win. It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place. Johnson Auto Plaza. Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
All right, first one, 5 o'clock, right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Moj, the Avs take on Toronto. What you got?
Yeah, the Toronto Maple Leafs, when you look at what they've done lately, they're just a game above Hockey 500. They're 5-4-1 in their last 10. They've sort of bounced up and down a little bit. It's still a very formidable club with everything to play for. I look at the special teams tonight. I think it's going to be absolutely crucial. The Toronto Maple Leafs power play is really good. And the last time these two teams hooked up, they were 1-for-1 in the power play. The Avs were 1-for-3. I think tonight, if you win the special teams battle, you're going to win this game. The top guns sort of cancel each other out because there's also very good. I mean, we saw Marner in town, right? We saw Matthews. We saw all these guys. And the Avs have the same kind of firepower. But you need to win the special teams battle tonight and stay out of the box. You'll win the game.
Vic, 8 o'clock tonight, Nuggets and Lakers.
Moser, that was a lot of words. I'll make mine very simple. I don't know why this exists, but if the Nuggets win the first quarter of games, they usually win the game. Win the first quarter tonight, hold the Lakers to under 30 in the first, and you win. The end.
Question is, first of all, with the Nuggets, who's playing tonight? Won't know that for a while. I hope you'll get the full complement again, because it sounds like LeBron is still out, right?
LeBron will not play tonight. Luka will. As for the Nuggets, I don't know if Jamal's going to go. I don't know how bad that ankle is. I would be surprised if Nikola Jokic does not play tonight.
Yeah, I agree. So, again, Avs on 92.5. Nuggets will start on AM 950 and jump to 92.5 as a simulcast when the Avs coverage wraps up. But you can hear those both right here. Keys to the game, powered by Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place. Yes, Mosh.
You remember the last time these two teams hooked up that Val had a hat trick? You remember that wasn't too long ago.
Yep.
Remember that, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to be the same kind of story tonight. And by the way, the Maple Leafs gave the puck away an awful lot in that third period of that previous matchup, which allowed the Avs to roll back with 4 goals in that third to win that game, 7-4. Going to be lower scoring tonight, but just again, stay out of the box, score on the power play. You're going to win.
Kevin Cougler is going to join us in about 30 minutes as he breaks down the games that will be here in Denver for the NCAA tournament, as he is calling those on Westwood 1, so stay tuned for that. Get a little deeper into both of these games tonight and a difference that I've noticed between the Avs and the Nuggets heading into it. We'll get to it next. A double dipperoo and a double favorite-aroo, if that's a thing, on the Circus Sportsbook, as both the Avs and Nuggets in action tonight, and both favorites. Nuggets favored by 2 over the Lakers on the Circus Sportsbook, and the Avs at -118 on the money line over the Leafs. And you can find that in all the game props you could imagine on the Circus Sportsbook. Not to mention, check the old watch. We're just, a couple short days away from round 1 of the NCAA tournament, and there is no better place than the Circus Sportsbook. I just saw a video yesterday. There's stadium swim on top of that with all the TVs and all the pools. It looks super great. I'd catch a flight out there if I could. If you can't, download the app right now, the Circus Sportsbook. It's the second best thing. Download the app right now or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Again, if you haven't yet, get signed up for our Not Another Bracket contest. A chance to win 2 tickets to a Nuggets playoff game. Dinner for 2 at Denver Chop House. A catered party for 30 from Brothers Barbecue and a big screen TV. You pick 5 teams in the tournament. That's all you got to do. Pick 5 teams. And the more you win, the better odds you got. The lower seed that you pick, the more the value on the points. So go and do that right now, altitudesportsradio.com/notanotherbracket. And just by signing up, you're automatically in the running for one of these, which is at the top of every hour, a $25 gift card to Brothers Barbecue. And the winner for the 9 o'clock hour is Troy Ingalls. So, Troy, congratulations. As he has A&M, Florida, Texas Tech, Wisconsin, and Clemson is his team.
Wait a second. So Troy gets something just for being Troy?
Correct. Yeah.
He didn't pick anything right yet. He just picked some stuff and he gets something for free?
Yes. That's all it takes.
Why are we doing that?
It takes, literally, I did it last night. It takes 3 minutes. Go on there, pick 5 teams, boom, you're ready to go.
Because Brothers Barbecue has a lot of love to give. That's what, Moser. Everybody's getting in on the action.
Can I say this about Brothers again one more time? I flipping love Brothers Barbecue.
Yeah, they're great.
I mean,
Dude, you're not taking that endorsement from me. You keep trying to butter them up. It's not happening. They're not flipping, so stop it.
I'm not trying. I absolutely love Brothers. I'll sit down like a pig at a trough and I'll just hang for hours, man. It's so dang good. Go ahead, Brett. Sorry about that.
So before we get to a little bit deeper dive into both of these games, I want to finish out the rest of our Moser region because I want to get these up on the polls so people can vote on these. So the last 2 matchups we got in the Moser region today, and again, you vote at Brett Kane Radio on Twitter, and whatever gets the most votes moves on to the round of 32. We have a 7 versus 10 matchup for this next one. The 7 seed in the Moser region is?
The late, great Dave Jackson, NHL official. No, he's not dead. He lives here in Denver.
See, those quick and concise ones I love.
You had him dead for about 6 seconds.
To say the late, great anything for a man who is still very much alive is just a wild way to start a sentence.
No, he's not dead. He lives here in Denver.
So that is going up against a 10 seed, which is?
And they're Florida recruits. These guys are good.
That's why I think they'd pull the trigger pretty quickly on getting rid of Billy.
Get off the damn sports radio. It doesn't matter to your family. It's a loser situation. My dad needs your help. Ryan?
Cosmo Chris.
I'm done with you. I know you don't hear. I'll take your $2.5 million.
Oh, that's a first.
What post game was that, Nelly? Whose was that again?
I think it was the Vols. I think that was a Tennessee talk show.
We heard a divorce in real time.
Get off the damn sports radio. It's not important to your family.
She's right.
And she said, and it cut off, I will take the $2.5 million.
What in the what? Sports radio. It doesn't matter to your family. It's a loser situation.
So, our last matchup.
It's a loser situation.
Our last matchup of the Moser region is a 2 versus 15. The 2 seed is?
There's Gerard bouncing that one wide of the net. Wanted a redirect, couldn't get it as Kelly turns and fires. It might have been deflected, it might not have. Well, butter my butt and call me a biscuit. Parker Kelly finally gets his first goal in a Colorado Avalanche sweater.
I think it's your best call of the year, Moj. You hate that for some reason. I love it. I think it's fantastic.
Well, you made me do it. I didn't want to do it, but you guys browbeat me a lot in that regard. You know what? The peer pressure.
We make it better
sometimes. Well, butter my butt and call me a biscuit.
That goes against the 15 seed, which is?
Oh, it was amazing. I mean, it was such a strong race. We were all running so fast, multiple running in the 50, so I knew I had to go out fast. I'd leak in front of me, so I wanted to be in front, and I could hear halfway she was behind me, so I was like, okay.
That is, if you remember the Olympics, the Dutch runner who was the last.
That's Femke Bol. That's Femke Bol.
That's not a real voice.
Yes.
She made the big comeback on the last leg of whatever, the 4x100 or whatever it was.
But that wasn't that comment right there was in something else. That wasn't after she won the gold medal.
But that's
what
not
she
a
sounds
real voice. There's no way that's her voice.
Yeah,
it was such a strong race. We were all running so fast, multiple running in the 50, so I knew I had to go out fast.
It's a real person.
Dude, she's fat, and remember in
fat.
the Olympics.
Yes,
she anchored. It was the men's and women's mixed 4x400 or whatever.
Yeah,
and she was way behind, and she's power burned through everybody.
I think you can Google.
That's what she said.
I think you can Google like Mickey Mouse Dutch runner, and she'll pop up.
Yes. So,
but she was winded after. Listen, I'm not to defend Femme Cabol, but she was winded after a race.
That's not because she was winded, Moj. If Vic does a little bit of cardio before he gets to a Nuggets broadcast, like he had to sprint up the stairs to make it in time to get back on the air.
Welcome to Nuggets Live, everybody.
I could hear her hoping she was behind me, so I was like, okay.
Nikola Jokic has a triple-double in the last 2 weeks. I don't think that's happening. Anyway, all of these are now up at Brett Kane Radio on Twitter, so make your votes to the games tonight. Here's what I've noticed. We all try, because we're human beings, to stay as neutral as you can, but you have wild swings throughout the course of a season, okay? You lose 4 games in a row, you feel like you're the worst team in the league. You win 5 in a row, you feel like you're the best and you're going to win a championship. It's just kind of what happens. Now, I'll say this. There is certainly a roller coaster I'm riding with the Nuggets. Vic, when they lost to Washington, I was like, I'm done. I don't want to watch this team anymore. Like, I was that mad after that loss. And then they come out and they beat Golden State the way that they did, and I'm just like, okay, I have no idea what to think anymore. But I will ride that roller coaster with the Nuggets right now. And here's the difference, Moj. If the Avs go out and lose to Toronto tonight, I won't. I'll be like, they're fine. They're fine. And I don't know what exactly that is. Maybe I can point to specific deficiencies that the Nuggets have that I can't recognize as much with the Avs, but there's something to that.
That and the Avalanche postseason is pretty much set. You know who they're going to play more than likely, right? You know who they're going to play. It's just a matter of whether you get home ice or not. There aren't many questions. There aren't many questions lingering. For the Nuggets, there are more questions. Where they end up, who they face, will they get home court, who's going to be available. There are a lot of those. That's a big reason why.
I don't feel a roller coaster with the Avs as much as I do with the Nuggets on just riding highs and lows.
What's so weird though, and I'm confident in this Avalanche team, don't get me wrong, but they're going to match up with Dallas. I mean, it's about 98% sure they're going to match up with Dallas, either starting in Dallas or here. And man, they could get bounced in the first round because Dallas is really good. And they've got one of the best goalies on the planet, too, in Ottinger, right? I mean, so you're like, golly, that just doesn't seem right. In the meanwhile, with the Nuggets, I am porpoising, Brett. I'm like, my heart was in shreds after the Washington loss. And then I was equally just euphoric after the Golden State win. So I'm doing that same thing, roller coastering it, but I feel like they're going to win their first round no matter who they play. So it's just, I don't know. It's just kind of a weird scenario.
The Nuggets, by the way, against the Lakers, big game for this reason tonight. It is a tiebreaker type of game. If you beat the Lakers, you win the season series. If they end up with the same record, Nuggets win. So that game is huge in that landscape. It's big for several other reasons. You want to keep that cushion. The Nuggets are favored. Are you surprised by that?
Not with LeBron out.
Okay.
I think that they're also – it's only 2 points, which I think they're still a little bit nervous whether Jokic is going to go or not. Mm-hmm. But no, I think if LeBron's out, Jokic is in, they should be favorites. I mean, they're going to have the best player on the floor. I know that Luke is really good, but Jokic is still better.
You know, I like the Lakers a lot better when the Nuggets own them. I don't like this new version of the Lakers. They're like scrappy.
Yeah.
They play tough defense.
Yeah, I don't like it either. You know, the Avs are favored tonight as well in Toronto against the Leafs.
That's not surprising. Does that surprise you?
A little bit.
I mean, about the same record.
And they're a slight favorite. I mean, yeah, they're about the same record. And, again, the Leafs have a lot to play for, man. They could still win the division, but certainly they could go all the way and be the number one team in their division. But whoever finishes second, whether it's Tampa or Florida – you want to have home ice advantage on that team for sure.
Here's the difference, though. They might have the same or similar record right now. Who's got the better record since trades have been made?
Yeah. Well,
who looks different since the deadline? I mean,
it's the Avalanche for sure. Yes.
Like, I seriously, Moj, I think if the Avs go against any team, if it's like not a back-to-back or something like that, if it's, let's say both teams got a one-day rest and they play against each other, I think the Avs are going to be favored in almost every game from here on out. I mean, they got, 14 left, right?
Yeah, so didn't I say I was gonna chart it if the Avs are going to be favored? They're favored tonight on the road here in Toronto, as of right this second.
Yeah.
So there you go. That's one.
I think... Again, the difference that I have between the two teams, well, I still feel like both can win a championship. But the main difference is this. You ask me, Nuggets play Lakers tonight, do the Nuggets win? My response is, I don't know. Avs play against, you name the team, I think my response is yes, I think they win.
Can I ask you a question?
Mm-hmm.
Let's say that Joker returns, Christian Brown returns, Jamal returns. Let's say they all get back. In the rotation tonight. And for something tells me one of those guys won't play. I don't know for certain. Let's say you have your normal rotation. Do you make room for a guy like Spencer Jones off the bench after what he did? Or do you just like, hey, okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Pat him on the head. What do you do now?
Brett, I heard you talking on my way to the airport yesterday, and you said maybe Malone found some things. Maybe he will start.
I don't think it's
I can't
Spencer
go
Jones.
there yet. Yeah, I can't go there yet, Vic. I still think that you go with your big guns. I mean, in a pinch, you learned something about the kid, and that's great, and other guys as well. But you got to dance with the girls that brung you.
Just curious.
That's what you got to do.
Here's the other thing, Vic. Whether I think so or not, do you think there's any chance that if all those guys play tonight, that Spencer Jones sees the floor?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean,
I just don't think Malone will do it.
I don't know. But what we saw at Golden State was an injection of energy and effort, which led to better defense, correct? Yeah. Energy plus effort equals defense. Energy plus effort equals defense.
Yep.
It's the same defense you've employed. A lot of switching against Golden State. They didn't want to give up threes. Right? It's the same defense. There's no new strategy there. We've seen a lot of it this year, but it was better defense because of energy plus effort. And if those guys reside on your team, why not play them?
I agree. I think defense is a big problem. Now, I think there's a counterpoint to this, which is you take a hit defensively. I mean, it's pretty obvious when all those guys are in the lineup for whatever reason. But, Vic, the boost that you get on offense is completely different. They turned the ball over a lot against Golden State because those guys were a little bit out of control. That doesn't happen all that much when you have the other guys on the floor. I don't know. That's what's bothering me, Vic. It's March 19th, and I still don't feel like I've got this team figured out yet. I don't know what the proper path forward is for them. You know,
neither. When you expect them to zig, they zag, and that's exactly. But see, that's who the Nuggets are. I think the Nuggets are at their best when we don't know what to expect. It's a box of chocolates, and we have no idea what we're going to get.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, you and your what's your formula again? We'll go back one more time. Your formula for defense.
Energy plus effort.
Okay.
I don't want to hear any more about strategy, okay? Because everybody seems to throw in, they should do this. Guys, everybody's defended in basketball before at some point.
Yeah.
Strategy, okay. For a team, okay. You can employ
it's
certain
want
zones.
To. It's
either
want
you
to,
bring it or you
is.
don't.
Yeah. Yep. That's it. Hey, Brett, what's the theory of relativity?
That is obviously something that is put forth by...
E equals MC squared, right? Energy equals mass times the speed of light squared.
Aristotle, right? And then Isaac Newton said something. And there was an Einstein mixed in.
Yeah. How does... Vic, your equation I can understand, okay?
E plus E equals GD? Energy plus effort equals good defense?
Yeah. See, I can get behind that. When I try to even fathom how Einstein came up with the theory of relativity, I don't know how human beings get to that point. How do you get to that point understanding that crap? Anyway, blows my mind.
Thanks. You can write this down. Hell, record this.
Just like a Good Will Hunting episode? Was Einstein a janitor and he just solved the equation on the chalkboard and said, boom. How you like them
think
apples?
About it. Let me think about it. You know, you can barely put together a coherent sentence. And dude's coming up with energy equals mass times the speed of light squared.
When you retire,
It's crazy.
When you're done, you need to be a greeter at the airport. It's a perfect job for you. Just walking up to random people and giving them stupid information that means nothing.
Do they have greeters at the airport? I thought that was called TSA.
No, they're greeters when you come off. You've never seen them before?
No.
They're usually old people with nothing to do.
Are you confusing an airport with a Walmart?
No, there's greeters at the airport.
There's not greeters
Are
at
you
the
sure
airport.
you're not talking about Walmart?
No, there are greeters at the airport. Come on, help me out, people.
Where?
You've seen them.
Where do you see them? Where do you see them at?
When you come off when you go up the escalator before you get to your baggage. Hey, welcome to Denver. Hey, everybody.
I don't recall that at all, bro. Maybe you dreamed it.
Maybe they fired him.
Oh, no, Vic's right. No, Moj, I know what he's talking about. The countless amount of times I've gotten off a plane at DIA and been greeted by a woman in a hula skirt giving me a lei of flowers.
Right. Exactly.
Kevin Cougler is on the call for these tournament games at Ball
here's,
Arena.
Here's an IPA, and here's a bucket of Rocky Mountain oysters. Welcome to Denver.
Kevin Cougler joins us next.
The clock's going to run out. The ultimate upset has happened. A 16 has beaten a 1. UMBC knocks off Virginia 74-54. The madness has hit its peak as a 16 defeats a 1 for the first time in NCAA history. UMBC is that 16, 74-54. The Retrievers retrieve the first ever win for a 16 against a 1.
How about that? As we head back out to the Ramos Law Hotline, car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. I am joined by a fellow resident of Omaha, Kevin Cougler, who will be on the call for these games in Denver. Kevin, thank you for joining the show. How are you?
I'm good, Brett. I'm picking Omaha to win it all. And I guess that ends the interview, so have a great day.
Thank you very much, Kevin. We'll talk to you soon.
Sounds good.
Kevin, good to have you in Denver. And first of all, can we go back to that, by the way? What was it like to call a 16 seed beating a 1?
I've done it twice, which is really weird. And it's really wild each time because you go into it. So it's all on these. Obviously, those are on the 4-game days where we have 4 games in one day. And so when you're doing 4 games in one day, you're kind of trying to pace your voice. And when you see a 16 versus a 1, you're like, oh, good, I don't have to do anything there. I can kind of take off the gas in the second half and just kind of coast to the finish line. And in that game, you couldn't. And in the other one, you couldn't either when the 16 beat the 1 a few years later. So it kind of throws you for a loop. It's not something you plan for, but it's a lot of fun when it happens.
Kevin, you're so good and you're so versatile. I got to ask a little inside baseball question. When you prep for all these games, because I've seen you do college, pro, how do you make room on a college March Madness when you have 4 games? How do you prep for all 4?
It's a lot. You learn kind of a pattern to go through. To be honest with you, it just is a matter of putting your head down for about 2 days and burying yourself in basketball and trying to learn as much as you can. You're drinking through a fire hose a little bit, which is fine, because eventually when it comes out, you hope that you've written enough stuff down that you can sort it out. Because in your brain, all you have is one of these 8 teams is a really good shooting team. Which is that 8 team? Which is the one that really rebounds the ball well? Who struggles with because you get all this in your head, and then it's just a matter of taking today, interviewing coaches, sorting it out, and being ready to go tomorrow.
Hey, Kevin, what's your nickname?
I really don't have one. Most of them call me Kev. I mean, that's usually it. It's nothing creative.
I've got a strong urge to call you the Cougs, but that's just me. I don't know why that is.
Cougs has been used a lot. I will respond to that.
Well, I'm a hockey guy, so that's kind of what I do. Hey,
that works.
I tell the boys, and again, this is a neutral site for a lot of fans coming in, right? A lot of people in Denver are going to go to the NCAA tournament. I would say of any neutral site, when you don't have a dog in the fight, going to the first 2 days of the NCAA tournament, is one of the most fun things you can do as a sports fan. It's just the pomp and circumstance and the bands and the cheerleaders and the mascots and the whole 9 yards. For you personally, I mean, is it not just a joy to step in and watch these kids just go crazy at it?
Oh, it's the best day in sports, and I do the NFL, and I do college football or basketball or whatever, and this is the best day in sports. You have 8 teams, and when they screw up the NCAA tournament, which worries me that they're going to do that, but if they screw it up and they take away the joy of these kind of days, I'll be really bummed, because you have a UC San Diego team that's coming in here thinking, why can't we beat the Big Ten champ? They wouldn't play us during the regular season. Nobody would play us during the regular season.
Right.
Why can't we win that game? Montana coming in saying, hey, we play at altitude all the time. Maybe this will cause some problems for Wisconsin. It certainly won't for us. Maybe that'll be an advantage for us. All of the little things that go into these games, I will miss if somehow this tournament gets diluted or changed because of the switch to power conference dominance in the world of college athletics. So if this changes these days, I will be really bummed, because if you're a sports fan, there's no better place to be, maybe outside of Las Vegas, than sitting in one of these arenas watching these games.
Kevin Cougler with us from Westwood One, going to be on the call for these games out in Denver for the first couple of rounds. And Kevin, this might be a dumb question, but first of all, have you talked to any of the coaches or players coming in yet?
That happens today. So once I get done with you guys, in fact, once we're done, I walk right over there and we sit down with Montana's head coach Travis DeCure in about an hour.
I wonder for those guys if they have some sort of strategy, and this is where it might be dumb, but I hear teams talking about this when they play the Nuggets or the Avalanche, dealing with altitude for teams that aren't used to it. Is that something you think that's on their minds?
I would guess it's lower on the list than it. You hear about it all the time in the NFL. Teams come out here to play the Broncos, and you hear about it all the time. Well, maybe we'll come out a day early. Well, we're not too worried about the altitude. Same when they play the Colorado Buffaloes. You know what? We're not going to think about that at all. I imagine it's lower on the list, but at some point it might factor in a little bit, and there's not much you can do about it. Now, most of these teams got here yesterday, so maybe by Thursday they'll have acclimated a little bit to it, not all the way. But I do think it's something that you probably factor in about 13th on the list of concerns when you're going into an NCAA tournament game.
Kevin, who's your analyst for these games?
Austin Crozier will be with me this week.
Nice. Okay, so I'm reading on your Twitter byline. It says, I hate your team. It's clear. You can hear it on the air. I'm sorry. I've always loved your opponent. I embrace my bias. It's well documented. Now, I obviously tongue-in-cheek, but what's the craziest story? Because when you're a neutral broadcaster, and that's what you're supposed to be, you're going to hear it from fans. It's a no-win situation. Do you have a crazy story you can relay on that?
Luckily, nothing that has devolved into me being accosted by anyone or screamed at. It usually is just screaming from a Twitter standpoint, but almost always the notion of my bias is reflected by both fan bases. And that's my favorite thing is when I'll finish a game and I'll see, if I do Packers-Giants and I'll see a Packer fan going, oh, can't believe you were so much in love with Daniel Jones today. And then 5 minutes later, they'll have a tweet from somebody going, how about you just, you and Jordan Love, why don't you just get a room together? And so you screenshot those and you post them up together and everybody gets a good laugh at other people's expense because that's what you do. Sports is wonderful. It's how I've made my living. It's how we all make our living. But fan is short for fanatic, and there's a reason you're a fanatic, and I get it. People think somehow I have some stake in anything that goes on. Believe me, I couldn't play on these teams. I certainly can't influence them with my voice from courtside or on the field.
Well, don't you dare get too excited over a buzzer beater because you're going to hear it from the opponent's fan base.
Oh, there's no doubt. Buzzer beater, last-second field goal, you name the sport. I can't believe you were so excited about this. And inevitably, it's also shared by the team that is struggling. I can't believe when we were behind, 38-6. We did Atlanta-Denver this year, our Fox crew. Came out here, thought it was going to be a good game. It wasn't. And I would assume that people thought I was more biased for Denver than I was for Atlanta in that game because Atlanta didn't do anything, and all we talked about was what Denver was doing because they were doing everything. That's usually the case. The bias claims come from the team that's getting whacked.
Yeah. Kevin, just got to – go ahead, Moser. Go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead. Go ahead.
I just got a couple more for you. First of all, you're calling these games. I know you've researched these teams. As far as the lower seeds going against the higher seeds, who do you think's got the biggest ability to produce a wow kind of upset?
Well, I mean, everybody every year picks a 12-5, right? Everybody looks at a bracket and they're like, where's the 12-5? And this year's trendy 12-5 is here in Denver with UC San Diego trying to knock off Michigan. And I think it's a decent thing to look at. They take care of the basketball. They have won 15 straight games. They're 30-4, but they've never been on this stage before. Michigan is a really difficult team to match up against because they have 2 7-footers, and the 1 7-footer in Danny Wolf initiates the offense. They run a lot of pick and roll. UC San Diego is going to trap the post a lot, so it's going to be very interesting to see how that works with a 7-foot-1 guy and a 7-foot guy initiating the offense at the top. I think that matchup is just fascinating, but that's the matchup that you also look at and say, okay, Michigan just ran through the Big Ten tournament, short turnaround, fly out to Denver. How much do they have left in the legs? They're all young, so they should be fine, but you never know. And UC San Diego is a really good team that nobody really pays any attention to because it's their first year of eligibility for the Division I men's basketball tournament. So I'm excited to see that game.
They're a 30-win team, too. All right, I like BYU. I think BYU can make some noise in this tournament. Tell me why I'm wrong.
Oh, I don't think you are wrong. I think you're very much right. They played in the semis of the Big 12, and everybody's going to look at what they did. Jeez, you only scored 54 points. You shot 32%. You were 21% free. You played Houston. Houston makes teams look bad. That's just what Kelvin Sampson's teams do. They grind you out. They defend you. they make you look bad. They've got Richie Saunders on this team, who is one of the most dynamic players in the entire Big 12 conference. He's the only Big 12 player to average 15 points per game while shooting 50% from the floor and 40% from three. So he can score from anywhere on the floor. He's red hot coming into this one. This is a productive offense. They have the best shooters in the Big 12. They get good production off the bench, so they're deep. They can withstand foul trouble if the game is called a little differently. I like this BYU team. I think they're a really interesting matchup with a VCU squad that is going to defend, one of the top 10 defensive teams in college basketball.
Cougs. I can call him Cougs. I can call him Cougs now because he's on the show.
Yeah,
and
you
whatnot.
should.
Yeah.
Hey, I don't have a basketball question for you, Vic, if you have one of those. But I love Westwood One, by the way, and I love the guy who says.
And now let's get Westwood One. Let's get your courts out with Kevin Cougler and Austin.
That guy rules.
Who's that guy? Yeah, who is that?
David
guy?
Lee. His name is David Lee.
I love that
and
guy.
If I told you, so imagine him in your mind, right? Big barrel-chested dude, probably goes out and smokes about 12 packs of cigarettes a day. He might weigh 150 pounds. He is a skinny rail of a guy. He's got long hair. He looks absolutely nothing like you would expect him to look. And then he opens that mouth, and that voice comes out, and all of a sudden you're at a monster truck rally. It's unbelievable.
That's
awesome.
crazy.
That's awesome.
I got one non basketball comment as well. You are a 9-time Nebraska Sportscaster of the Year. 9 times. Congratulations. But I do want to add this, Kevin.
That's like winning the first prize at a beauty contest in San Quentin prison.
Don't demean the man.
Come on.
Don't demean the man. The only thing,
my bad.
The only oddity there is that your competition is guys like Brett. So does it mean come on, dude. I mean, you got Brett.
The only reason I won is because it was before Brett rose in the ranks of sports. And then he left the state. I haven't won in a long, long time. There's a reason for that. I mean, Brett poisoned the well there. There's nothing left.
Well, Kevin,
I was thinking that maybe you helped him get the gig in Denver to get him out of Nebraska. You could win a little bit more,
No, Kevin,
would have been smart.
I am curious because you're on the show, and I grew up listening to you, and over a decade of radio there, and the show's great. I know it's weird to say I grew up listening to you. Sorry, but I did, and I know you're still in tune with some Husker stuff. 2-part question. Number one. They keep asking me, how is Nebraska reacting to canceling the spring game? I really don't know. I haven't been paying attention. And secondly, from an outsider's perspective, what do you think of Dion and Prime in Colorado?
Okay, one, I don't think it's really been met with a collective shrug of the shoulders from what I can tell from Nebraska people. They're like, okay, they're still in the phase of, well, Matt Rule won a bowl game, so things are in the right track. And if he thinks this is what's going to be the case, then that's what we'll do. And so the spring game is gone, and mere dozens will be upset about this, I'm sure, at some point. As far as Dion's concerned, I had the chance to do one of the games this year. I filled in for Benetti when he had Tigers games, and so they made me. They asked me to do a double between college and pro that weekend, and so I did the Colorado UCF game, and I got the chance to sit in meetings with Coach Prime, and I got to tell you, I walked away so much more impressed with what I found in that meeting than what I had expected. The public persona versus the private persona is so much different. And then I work with one of his former teammates every week, and Moose Johnston on Fox, and Moose raves about him. So I really like him. I'm excited to see what happens now. To me, this is the real start of what is Colorado going to be under coach. Because if you don't have your quarterback that you brought with you, the guy who knew everything you wanted because he's your son, what's the next step for Colorado football? And this offseason, this whole upcoming year is fascinating for me to see what Colorado can do, because now I think is when it really starts.
Agreed.
Yeah. Kevin, you're the absolute best. Appreciate your time, and look forward to hearing you on the calls this weekend.
You got it. Thanks, guys.
Kevin Cougler. By the way, he is so good at what he does.
What a great dude. Yeah. You got to be good to do multiple sports, do them, one by one, week by. He does 3 sports in a week at times. So I love his game.
Yeah. You can hear him on the call all week for these games in Denver as he's calling all of these. Yes, Moj.
Is he from Omaha like you, or did he choose to live in Omaha?
Well, he's from Omaha and continues to live there.
It's amazing.
So he did a sports talk show there as well?
He did, yeah.
And you grew up listening to his sports talk show?
Yeah.
Was it like ours?
Yeah, they were funny. No, it was a great show.
Probably better.
Well,
Did
and
they rip
actually,
each other all day?
Yes, Nelly?
I was going to say he used to work for 1620 The Zone
1620
and Pop
World.
Quiz Vic and Moj. Who else works there currently?
Oh, Brett's, that geek, the guy,
My
the
friend,
bald head guy.
yes.
The guy who you thought eats
Jesus.
his whole family. Yes,
Yeah.
Connor Happer, same
Yeah.
station that produced Kevin Cougler.
Yeah.
So I'll ask you, does the Cougs look like he eats his whole family?
No, not at all. But that guy does.
I guarantee the
What's
Cougs
his name again?
has,
Connor
I
Happer.
guarantee the Cougs has help. He doesn't milk his own cows. He's got people do that for him.
You know who else ran that station?
He's got people.
That was our boy Tepper's old station, too. That one that he worked for. Anyway, big thanks to Kevin Cougler joining the show. And, again, I can't wait for these games. Just God, man, just
It really
a day away.
Seriously, for him, it's got to be. I mean, that's a lot. You got 4 games in one day. It's a hell of a day. But I'm telling you, man, if you're going, if you're thinking about going or trying to get a ticket on the secondary market or whatever, man, just go and do it and just look at all the pomp and circumstance, and it's just so much fun. And the teams come running out for the next game, and everybody's going crazy. For a sports fan, I don't know, man. It's just a great time. I've never had a bad time at an NCAA game ever.
All right, we'll get the results on our drop tournament coming up in just a few minutes, along with one final look at the Double Dipperoo tonight. Stick around. All right, get results on the drop tournament here shortly. Again, big thanks to Kevin Cougler of Westwood One and Jared Bednar, head coach of the Avs, joining the show earlier. They will be on the podcast shortly. Yes, Moshe?
By the way, much like the speed of light in space and the lady astronaut in Dayton, Ohio, catching strays today from Vic, right? Connor Happer didn't do anything to deserve us, nailing him again. He's a very nice guy. Agrees to come on the program and provide us valuable information. So I don't want Connor to catch any strays today.
Well, you were the stray thrower. You did it.
Well, that's how I remember him. I remember him as like a guy who looked deranged, but he's not a bad person.
You also, Kevin Cougler is, very talented, and you just poo-pooed his 9-time Sportscaster of the Year awards.
What did I
you
say?
did that, too. You said it was like winning a beauty contest in San Quentin, is what you told him.
What you do to our guests is quite embarrassing for our show.
Yeah,
we invite these people on, and you never do the inviting. It's usually
it's the robe. It's the robe. The robe's got me. The robe's got me going today. I think.
I'm surprised you kept that on the whole time.
Warm.
Yeah.
I don't want to take it off now. Like I'm saying, maybe I should wear it to the game tonight.
Hey, we'll get results on the Moser region of our drop tournament in a second. But Vic, when it comes to the Nuggets tonight, let me give you two scenarios. You just say win or loss, okay? Nikola Jokic does not play. Win or loss?
Can they win 2 in a row without Nikola? I'd say it's a loss.
Nikola Jokic does play.
I don't know. I don't know anymore.
I think the same thing as you, and I hate that answer.
I don't know anymore.
I hate that answer.
Yeah. I don't have an answer for you. I don't have and the fact that I don't have an answer is frustrating.
Yes.
It's very frustrating. I don't know. I don't know what team will show up. I don't know what effort level will show up. I don't know.
Brett, if you ask that question to Vic, at any point, and I know I gave you grief, Vic, for it's the NBA, but and you asked me the same question, any point the last 2-3 years, I could give you a definitive answer.
Yeah.
I'm with Vic. I don't know what the hell to expect at all. I want to win.
That's scary.
I don't like the Lakers. You just beat them in your joint last week, but I don't know. I mean, Austin Reeves and his haircut, is he going to go off tonight again? Luka's back. I don't know. It's just it, and that is frustrating, Vic. You don't have a good feel or vibe on any given day in the matchup.
Because here's the deal. Let's say that they all play tonight. That's the same team that struggled against L.A. without their stars and struggled against Washington. Mm-hmm. The team that won at Golden State is not the team you're going to see tonight.
Right.
Why are you using a toothpick as a prop? What are you doing?
But you know what I'm saying? It's a different team. Like when Joker plays, it's a different dynamic. It's a different strategy. It's a different defense. Everything's different.
Let me
just
gotta say.
Let me give you one thing real quick. Hang on.
He's been chewing on that toothpick for 30 minutes, and now it's a prop.
Hang on. I got one other thing just real quick. What do you guys think about this? Because we've long griped at the idea of the way the NHL does their seeding. It seems stupid. The matchups that they have, that they don't seed 1 through 8, they don't do that. It seems dumb.
It's frustrating.
Now, I was the one who told you last year, and I was non-biased on this because this is the one game that it came into play on. Do you remember the last week of the NFL season, the Lions and Vikings were playing each other for the winner of the NFC North? The winner was 15-2, the loser was 14-3. So the winner got first seed in the NFC, and the loser would have to play a road playoff game in the wild card. And I said from the beginning, I'm cool with it. I think winning your division should matter. It should give you some sort of boost. Interestingly enough, the team that won that game, Detroit, has proposed a rule this offseason, a rule change anyway, that wild card teams can be seeded higher than division winners based on record. What do you guys think?
I'm fine with that. I am.
I'm fine with it too.
Yeah, if a team finishes 9-8 and wins a crap division, why should they be afforded a better spot than a team that goes 14-3?
Because I like the idea of winning the division, meaning something.
Okay, but the AFC South is crap. I mean, it's junk right now.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it may be cyclical. Maybe it'll come back someday, but right now it's absolute garbage. And I think it would be unfortunate that a team, that has a better record has to go on the road. The Ravens have to, or whomever, have to go on the road.
Yeah, you're not denying that division winner a playoff spot. They're still guaranteed a playoff spot. You just don't guarantee a home playoff spot. For what? For winning a crap division?
Yeah, I kind of like it.
Okay.
I kind of like it. I don't see anything wrong with this. And look, the Vikings situation last year is really weird. I don't. There's never been another time in NFL history a 14-win team's not had a home playoff game, right? There can't be. Has to be impossible.
Well, I look at, and again, cyclical. But I look at the National Hockey League right now, Brett, and I look over in the Pacific Division. There's only one team that could beat anybody in the Central, and that's Vegas.
Yeah.
Edmonton cannot. The Kings cannot. Vancouver cannot if they get in. Calgary can if they get in. None of those teams can beat the top three inside the Central. Whereas the top three in the Central would beat every single one of those, I believe, including Vegas. Like, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I don't know how to fix it, but I hate that Dallas and Colorado have to play each other in the first round because those aren't just two of the best teams in the Western Conference. Those are two of the best teams in the entire friggin' league, okay? I mean, I would say those are two of the top 6 teams in the league at this point. And that stinks that one gets bounced.
Real quick here, before we get to these results. The menu for Scotty Scheffler's Masters dinner has been released. As each year's previous winner gets to have a dinner that they get to cater what they want. Now, before I say this, would you guys go pretty crazy? Would you get, fillets and lobster and crab, all the expensive things you could think of? Would you go that route?
Before I answer,
No.
I can tell you one thing about the menus at Augusta. So you walk in and you...
Okay.
My question, Moj, put your headset back on just quickly. Would you go pretty crazy? Would you do the thing like if you went out to a restaurant, this would be like a $600 dinner if I were to order this, or would you just go kind of to your personality? And Moj has left the show now. Way to go, Vic.
When you order breakfast there,
I went to Augusta. I'm so special.
Okay, forget the question because it's taking too much time.
when
Here's
you
his
order
menu.
breakfast there,
Shut up.
there's nothing on the menu. You order whatever the hell you want.
Well, here is Scotty Scheffler's dinner, okay? The appetizers are cheeseburger sliders.
Awesome.
And firecracker shrimp.
Killer.
It's also Papa Chef's meatball and ravioli bites.
Sounds great.
First course is Texas-style chili.
Awesome.
The main course is a wood-fired cowboy ribeye or blackened redfish.
Killer.
Dessert is a warm chocolate chip skillet cookie with vanilla ice cream. And that's the menu.
And Moser, if you saw
And I
that
thought,
channel,
awesome.
I think it sounds great, but I think people would have chosen to go higher, quote, higher class than that. I think that sounds awesome.
Oh, it sounds amazing to me.
I would have taken the halibut, but whatever. Moser, the Champions Room where they have this dinner is small. It's not a big room. It's like the size of our little bullpen area. It's tiny.
How about that?
I mean, you may never see it, but it's tiny.
Nelly,
I will never see it. And the fact that you keep rubbing it in, dude, like it just grinds my soul.
Just on purpose,
You know?
yeah.
Of course.
As you sit in your $8,000 sweater vest from Augusta. Nelly, hit that music. Let's get the results of the Moj region of the drop tournament. So we start with a 1 versus 16 seed. The 1 seed was Moser's animal stomach growl versus the 16 seed, the upset Bama caller after they lost to Vandy. The winner with 87% of the vote is
the true Nikola. You got the Nikola Jokic. You got the true guy here. See,
just the creature that emerged.
It's like a monster.
I'm feeling that right now, man. That pizza's around the corner. I'm going to get it.
I think this is our closest matchup of the day. It was an 8-9. It was Feliz Navidad, that call from Moj, or the Stanford soccer goal where the guy pretty much had a stroke on air. The winner with 56% of the vote.
Cannon was in overtime. Feliz Navidad. Baby, Feliz Navidad. Feels good to win, doesn't it, Mose?
As much as I love that call, I think the Sanford call got screwed.
Probably so, yeah.
That guy relieved himself on
He ran
air.
out of breath. And
Yes.
he was just, yeah.
5 versus 12. What that thing do versus what do the English do on the 4th of July? Vic D said, cry, because we got our butts kicked. The winner was 71% of the vote.
This is Calvin DeHaan, and you're listening to Moser, Lombardi, and Kane on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. What that thing do?
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 Dude, that's a sneaky underdog to win
It's
it
a
all.
good one. Yeah, it's really good. 4 versus 13. Moser's Paul Skeens rant or Bo Nix saying, yeah, drop back and threw it to the other team. The winner was 70% of the vote.
Every jackwagon is going, yay, Skeens! Skeens! Screw you! What Skeens did happens all the time. It's like a daily
can I
occurrence.
speak?
Oh, you wiped your own butt. Great. Standing ovation.
6 versus 11. Fixing, you got him on a cinnamon deal? or the 11th seed, treat yourself a round of sausage. The winner was 61%.
I'd like to buy you.
Well, you're going to get 3 U's.
I'd like to solve the puzzle.
Okay, well, let's hear it.
Treat yourself a round of sausage.
I'm sorry, that's not it. Over to Katina.
I would like to solve.
Okay.
Give yourself a round of applause.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, I like the cinnamon deal, though. 3 versus 14. 3 was suck it, Feinbaum. 14 was Dion saying we like to be booed. It turns us on with 81% of the vote.
You know what? Feinbaum could just. I pardon my language. I apologize if I got a little foul and said the A word and told him to suck it. But he can't. Okay?
Yeah, that one I had to move on. 7 versus 10. The late, great Dave Jackson, who's not dead. Or get off the damn sports radio. It's not important to your family. The winner with 59% of the vote.
The late, great Dave Jackson. NHL official. No, he's not dead. He lives here in Denver.
So why did you find the need to call him the late great if he's not dead?
I guess Marty talked to him and he goes, why would he say that? I'll call Dave later and explain.
And then finally, 2 versus 15, butter my butt and call me a biscuit, or the Dutch runner with the helium voice. 95% of the vote. Yeah, of course.
It might have been deflected, it might not have. Well, butter my butt and call me a biscuit. Parker Kelly.
So there you go. We move on. The next round will be the Brett region tomorrow. Nelly, do you have a quick fact checker presented by Rock's Plumbing and Heating?
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Rodney Pete's wife, Holly, actually offered some clarity on this situation on Twitter. She said that in the stands at the Dodger game at the Tokyo Dome, he was given a glove and a helmet because of his proximity to the batter. So that was not a choice that he made.
But he still used it. So there you go. iTunes, Spotify, wherever you find your podcast. Search Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Double Dipperoo tonight.
Credit to Vic for knowing that Rodney Pete was married to what's-her-face.
Yeah,
Good
way
job,
to go, Vic. Avs, 5 o'clock tonight on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The Nuggets and Lakers, AM 950.
What is his deal, Brett? Look at him. What is his deal the last 10 minutes?
You know what? I'll leave you guys with this. You guys have been a great audience today. Treat yourself around a sausage on me. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
Little double dip here on Altitude Sports Radio this evening. 92.5, Toronto and the Avs. 5 p.m. puck drop, 4:30 p.m. pregame show on 950. You'll get the Lakers and the Nuggets. And then once I'm done bringing you guys through the postgame show on 92.5, we will simulcast the end of the Nuggets and the Lakers game on 92.5 and 950. But that pregame show starts on our sister station at 7:30. Bunch to get into. Chris Dempsey's going to join us today. Sanford's out. He's in the mountains. Berto's supposed to be in, but he, as of right now, is out. Mark Bertinoli, flat tire, changed it on the side of the road by himself. So, Brett Kane, work overtime for me.
Hi. How are you?
I'm well. You had Bedsy on this morning, and there was a Landeskog thing that I wanted to talk about today. I'm not much of a podcast guy. Are you do you find yourself having time to listen to podcasts?
Yes. It's background. Now, it's not usually sports. It's a bunch of random things.
Right.
But it's like if I'm doing some sort of activity, like dishes, any yard work, I got headphones on and I got something just talking into my head. So I can't have silence.
I don't want to say that
I'm not a meditative guy, if you can't tell.
No, you got too much energy going on. Also, like a kid zipping around your ankles 24/7 doesn't really help. I'm getting there. I'll be there very soon.
Yeah.
I want to play Bedsy first. Because obviously I don't have to remind you what he said, but if you guys missed any of Jared Bednar's interview with Brett, Moj, Vic, Moj also in a robe this morning for some reason for 3 hours in the show. Really weird.
Yeah.
But that's Mark Moser for you. If you missed any of that, this is what he had to say on his morning interview every single morning here, 92.5, 8 a.m. Coach on Gabe.
It's a really good sign, yeah. Man, I was impressed with him out there. I know, it's like our team was, coming off the big win. We wanted to get out and flow and go a little bit and get some movement and get loose. And we kind of probably had the governor on at about 85%, but he looked like he fit right in. He was moving well, shooting well. I love the energy that he brings to the ice, and it's a little bit contagious with our team. It was certainly good to have him out there, and he looked better than I thought. I haven't seen him on the ice for a while because he's been doing his thing a little bit away from our team, but that's a good sign, and he's out on the road trip, and hopefully he skates with us again here. And you know how it goes with this process for him. It's been 2 steps forward, 1 step back, sort of planned cautiousness, but our team's certainly happy to have him around, and he's starting to look pretty good out there.
So I wouldn't say I listen to this podcast, but I see their social media videos every now and again. It's called Empty Netters, a couple of hockey bros talking about beer league hockey and stuff, and they talk about the NHL as well. All of this stuff bubbling up with Gabe, with the interview with Kiefer, the TNT series, which has 2 episodes down out of 5 or something like that, and then him surfacing on the ice a couple of days ago and looking good. Moving. They brought up this idea. Is this the end of some sort of master plan from Gabe Landeskog that he could have played over the past couple of years and really pushed it, but looked at the projection, looked at the roster that the Avs had and went, if I'm really going to give it one last push, one more try, was it really worth it last year looking at that goaltending? Was it really worth it looking at the depth that the Avs had on the forward side? And finally, this year, with all of these moves, the best goalie he has had in his time here in Colorado, the best center depth he's had in his time here in Colorado, where he finally goes, now it's worth it.
Okay, I got a 3-pronged answer. I'll be short. Number 1, no, I don't think that's what happened. That's planning way too much. How the hell would he know 2 years ago what their goaltending room would look like? How would he know what moves are going to make at the deadline?
He did know what they were going to look like then, though. He knew what they looked like in that point in time.
I don't think any professional athlete would actively choose to be 3 years out of a job to jump back in. I don't think that's the way it works, because I have my concerns about, let's say he is healthy, he jumps back in. What kind of player are you? I've seen, multiple examples of players who retire for a year and come back. They might still be productive, but they aren't the same. It's too hard. You take 3 years off of anything, it's going to be really hard to get back to the level you were at. Raj, imagine you stopped today. You didn't do radio again until March 19th of 2028. probably going to take you a minute to get back in the swing of things.
Might be tough.
So I don't think that's a choice that he made. Now, I will say this. Prong number 2. I've had the conspiracy theory, docuseries, multiple podcasts, multiple interviews, multiple sit-downs. You can tell me that's just a promotion for the TV show. Why do you feel the need to do it? That's my conspiracy theory, is now he feels like, okay, this is the year I'm going to have to come back or I'm not going to. And we all kind of feel that. But I think he's pushing it, and every indication he's given is, I ain't retiring. And I'll tell you the third thing when we talked to Bedsy today. That is the most optimistic answer in 3 years that he's given. Because I've asked him multiple times against my own will. I look at the text line, they're like, are you going to ask him about Gabe? And in my head, I go, why? So he can say, oh, yeah, he's still working. He's done that for 3 years. That is the most telling answer that Bedsy gave on Landeskog since he's been hurt.
Completely different from what we heard even just a month ago from Chris McFarland.
Yeah, no, Gabe continues to rehab. I think things are he's doing good. He's doing, he's grinding hard every single day, but I don't foresee him joining practice like in the next day or two or week or two here. So, I mean, I think you guys can figure out where this is kind of going, but, hopefully it'll keep going well.
You can figure out where it's going. And at that point, I think it was reasonable for people to come to the conclusion that this ain't happening this year.
That's what I thought when I first heard it. Now, where am I at now? I think it's coin flip if he's playing in the playoffs or not.
Oh, I planted my flag.
I think it's getting to that point because if not, how much more healthy are you going to get with another year? What's that going to do, right? Going back to the guys who have been out a year for retiring and coming back, like I remember Marshawn Lynch did that. He retired from the Seahawks. He came back with the Raiders. Remember? Wasn't Marshawn. Great. You look at most people who do that. Even Gronk. Gronk took a year off. He came back with Brady the next year. He couldn't move very well. Still productive.
Right. In certain situations and packages, he was a problem.
Right. And that's my expectation for Gabe. So whether he plays or not, like I'm not getting my dander all up like, oh my gosh, you're going to have your first line guy back, but he can help. That's my thought if he comes back to play.
Well, he can help, but can he help to a $7 million clip?
No.
And that's the reason why I think you think it's a coin flip. I believe it is a 100% certainty he is playing in the playoffs because you can't afford to wait until next year to go, oh, he's just a gadget player. He's a 12-minute hockey player that plays power play net front and maybe a little bit defensive zone 5-on-5, and he costs you $7 million. Now, we have to remember, this is the National Hockey League. There is no such thing as restructuring a contract.
Right.
Gabe Landeskog costs $7 million a year if he's in the lineup. Now, if he's on LTIR, you get to use the money. It's what they've been doing for the past few years, what they're actively doing right now. The reason why I think he is 100% coming back in the playoffs at any capacity is because not only does he need to test it, the team needs to test it. Because if you test at the beginning of next year and he can't play and his knee blows up again and he just looks at it and he goes, I tried, but I'm done. You're $7 million in the hole.
So are you talking about this needs to be a test on whether he's even capable of playing? Because what if he is? He's just not a $7 million player. You're still kind of in the hole. What are you going to do? You can't cut him.
You can.
It's a lot of money you're just leaving off, even if you're talking about, hey, if he can give me like third line type of minutes, that's better than no minutes for $7 million in the life of the contract.
It's a lot of money.
What are you going to do? That's what I'm asking. Like, either way, you're on the hook. This is guaranteed.
And I've said this for the better part of like a year and a half, 2 years. That is the worst case scenario for the Colorado Avalanche. It's not the worst case scenario for Gabe. Might not even be the worst case scenario for the fans. Like, I want to see it as a fan. I want to see that dude come back.
He actually does play.
But he's not the same guy.
I think that's what you're staring at. And maybe he surprised all of us and he's like, he's right as rain again. I doubt it, but maybe he is. The thing I remind people of, by the way, with the LTIR stuff, there's always, I've heard you say it, and you're right. It's like they're using the money.
Mm-hmm.
They're using it. The issue is you can't plan long-term for it.
Unless you know. Like Montreal's been doing this for years with Carey Price. Carey Price is due $10.5 million through next year, and they've been doing this for 3 full seasons.
Yeah.
Montreal knows. Carey Price, as soon as he went on LTIR, after that run to the Cup final, actually, against Tampa Bay in the bubble, after that season, they went, he's done. His hips are done. His knee is done. He's toast. So they've been operating with complete knowledge that he's gone.
The Avs have not.
They haven't to this point. I think that's what this postseason's about. Not only winning a cup, but being able to have clarity long-term to go, yeah, we can put him on LTIR, but he's never coming back.
Yeah.
I also think this might be, and it's a little bit different from Tiger in 2019. I think this is his Tiger moment. He's working back. He gets to come out to the fans one more time.
Bit of juice left, yeah.
He's got enough to get through. And Tiger, again, like, even when you watched him in 2019 hobble his way through Augusta, he still had a little bit left, but you went, when's it going to give out?
So you're under the impression that, let's say he does come back, he's not going to be $7 million regardless.
I can't expect that.
I
hope
think
that's the case, but I can't
I think
expect
that's reasonable. I don't think anybody should be expecting a $7 million player. The question is then what's your hope? That he's like a $4.5 to $5 million player getting paid $7?
That would be closer with the jumps up in the cap. You could then go, well, the money's kind of the same from what it was originally.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what's weird, is that they have that contract, but then they also have the Val one. And the Val one, by value, is
when he's
like the
on
most
the ice,
remarkable
man.
contract in the league, by value.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Well, I'd say that. Then you look at Cale Makar's contract and you go, pardon me?
Yeah.
Not $9 million for that dude?
Well, I asked Bedsy earlier today, too. I was like, this is weird to say. Are McKinnon and Makar better now than they were last year? And he's like, yeah, I think so. And it's a freaky thing. It's the same thing with Jokic, right? It's like, how are you better than what you did previously, which I thought was like the apex of what people could do. That's what's crazy to me. Because Kale's sitting at what, like 70, is he 75 points on the year? Something like that. He's 10th. He's 10th in the league in points, and there's not another defenseman within the top 20. That's what's crazy.
Makar sits at 78 points. He's got 25 goals. Yeah. If he hits 30 goals, he wins the Norris.
Sure. And McKinnon is leading the league in points, and he is the favorite right now to win
he's
a Hardigan.
So he's the favorite for the NHL writers. The writers think he's going to win it. Vegas odds think that Draisaitl is the overwhelming favorite. And overwhelming favorite. Like he's at like some books have him at -300, -400. And I think that's crazy. The reason why is because Draisaitl has such a heavy lead in goal scoring as compared to everyone else. But McKinnon McKinnon is going through. Joe Sakic was unbelievable for many, many years, but maybe never as good as he was in the early 2000s for a stretch of like 3 years when he won his MVP and when the Avs won their second cup of 2. And I thought that was the best stretch of hockey we were ever going to see as Avs fans. You might be watching the best one ever right now.
Yeah. Like McKinnon, I think his numbers as far as points per game are down from what they were last year, but you think about the stuff he had to deal with this year, the amount of line combinations he had to work with was crazy.
Also, so he's leading the league in scoring right now, Brett, right? 103 points. He's got 27 goals. You know what his shooting percentage is? 10. You know what Leon Draisaitl's shooting percentage is? 21.5. The next player that you have to get down to, you have to get down to single digits. So technically, McKinnon is at 9.9.
Yeah.
The next player to get down to single digits on shooting percentage is Zach Werenski, the Columbus defenseman who has 69 points this year. He's doing this and not shooting at career average.
He's second among defensemen in points, right? He's the one behind
Werenski?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's either him or Quinn Hughes, but I think it's Werenski.
Yeah, that's wild.
It's nuts, man.
He's had, I remember we were talking to Bednar a few weeks ago about a stretch where it's like, why is McKinnon not shooting as much? He's like, I don't know. We've been talking to him about it. It's like, it's probably better if you do. Of course.
Not shooting as much, second in the league in shots.
But it doesn't feel like it.
He's got 274 shots on goal. Brett, thanks for hanging out with us, man. Get out of here. I know you got to get back to the kid, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. Double dip again, 8 p.m., Nuggets, Lakers, 9:50, 5 p.m., Toronto, Avs. That's with me on 92.5. Mark Bertinoli eventually will get here. The Silver Fox.
Has to.
Fixing tires
tonight
on the side of the road? I can't do that. Also, maybe the best burrito that we have on the station.
I mean, it's not. We aren't that far off. It's not that hard.
One more time.
Tonight.
Pretty damn good. Brett, I appreciate you, man. This is
Bye,
Altitude
guys.
Sports Radio 92.5. Not another bracket contest. It's presented by Evan Williams Bourbon. It's live right now at altitudesportsradio.com/not another bracket. Just pick your 5 teams and you're entered this year. Every win is worth points. And if you pick a lower seed that wins, the point value goes up exponentially. Check out all the details on the website. Again, altitudesportsradio.com/not another bracket. Grand prize: 2 tickets to a Nuggets playoff game, dinner at the Denver Chop House, a big screen TV, and a cater party for 30 of your friends by Brothers Barbecue. Again, all brought to you by Evan Williams Bourbon. Enjoy it for all the buzzer beater celebrations. Adding Evan Williams to your game day lineup is a slam dunk, and it's also brought to you by Brothers Barbecue. Let Brothers BBQ take your event to the next level with their award-winning catering service. All details at altitudesportsradio.com/not another bracket. We're going to give away $25 to Brothers Barbecue in about 20 minutes from right now. But let's head on out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident? You need Ramos Law, a medical doctor and attorney. Find them at ramoslaw.com, where we are joined by Altitude TV's very own Chris Dempsey for his NBA Baseline Report. Demps, what is up, brother? How are you?
I'm doing fantastic, Raj. How you doing, my guy?
I'm doing well, waiting for Berto to fix his tire and get on in here. So thanks for being flexible and moving it up today. Double dip tonight. We got Avs, Maple Leafs, Nuggets, Lakers. Again, LeBron James out tonight. This has been the biggest roller coaster season I can remember for the Nuggets. And knowing that LA is shorthanded once again, you have rested Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray and still found a way to get a win. I should be confident going into this game. Why am I not?
Oh, well, that's a good question, actually. I think, look, from a defensive standpoint, the Nuggets are up and down. Let's just put it that way. And, just a couple of days ago, they played really well at Golden State, and you hold one of the greatest shooters, the greatest shooter ever, to a very super low percentage from the field. And you were able to be very disruptive on that end of the court, and that really helped you pull out a victory in a game where probably nobody thought you were going to win, given the personnel that wasn't playing in that game for you. So, it's been in kind of a roll of the dice situation with the Nuggets defensively this year, and so that if you are going into a game feeling a little leery about what might happen, I think it's just because that end of the court really has been a bugaboo for them. If they can get that figured out here tonight and, get some of their regulars back, I still don't believe that this is a Lakers team that, especially without LeBron James, is very dangerous, to be honest with you. Luka Doncic is still trying to find his sea legs, man. He just is. He's putting up 20 points in a game, but he shot 5 for 20 in his last time out to do so. So as long as he's still finding the road a little bit rocky to get to his most effective self, I actually give the Nuggets a really good chance here in tonight's game.
Seeds 2 through 5 in the West right now, separated by a game. Pick your preferred first and second round matchup for me.
Oh, I would say, let's see. So, honestly, I would love it if the Nuggets played either the Lakers or the Golden State Warriors in the first round. I think those matchups are really, really good for Denver. And, look, if we just take Golden State right off the top, the reason why is that Golden State, just from a size standpoint, just can't, they can't cut it. And, I thought that was strangely even still an issue when Nikola wasn't on the court the other day. Aaron Gordon just kind of does whatever he wants, in their paint or outside their paint. If he needed to post up and just really bully ball somebody to the rim, he could do that whenever he wanted. And I just think that multiplies, when you have, Nikola Jokic out there. And so, and the Golden State Warriors still, the supporting cast around Jimmy Butler and Stephen Curry, still leaves a little bit to be desired.
Even though Draymond says he deserves Defensive Player of the Year?
That Draymond deserves Defensive Player of the Year?
Draymond states he says he has 1,000% claim to a case for DPOY this year.
Yeah, no. No, I don't think so. No. He's a good defensive player, not a great one. We've seen him try to guard Nikola Jokic. It's been a disaster for him. Quentin Post is probably about the tallest player on their team. He didn't even start the second half because he was ineffective, and Nikola Jokic wasn't even out there. It would be a huge problem for them, and so that would be quite honestly. If the Nuggets got them in the first round, and then you play the winner of the Rockets, and if the Rockets are the number 2 seed and whoever the number 7 seed is, that is a great path to the Western Conference Finals, and then you'll see the Oklahoma City Thunder at that point. So if the Nuggets finish third and the Warriors finish sixth, that'd be great.
Before we get into Bontemps, and I can't wait to ask you about that, I'm going to play you what Coach Malone had to say yesterday on PhD to respond to what happened on ESPN yesterday morning. Before we get into that, the one team in the West that people aren't talking about enough is?
I would say it would be the Memphis Grizzlies, probably. That's a basketball team that, there's a lot of firepower on that team. They've got defense. They've historically, under the new coach and in this John Morant era, been one of the better defensive teams. But now you have Zach Edey there too, and so you have really just a bona fide kind of shot blocker / shot alterer. And you are getting the best version of Jaren Jackson Jr., an all-pro version of him. I expect him to make one of the all-NBA teams for sure, as long as he's played enough games to qualify. And then you have the star power there with John Morant and Desmond Bane and a lot of good role players. So I think the Memphis Grizzlies they're flying under people's radar, and they will be a handful in the playoffs.
A bad look for the league is what Tim Bontemps had said about the Nuggets sitting Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray. Said that on ESPN yesterday morning. Coach Malone addressed those comments on PhD yesterday.
All right, we're going to let you go because we're going to talk about an idiot from ESPN who said that it was a disgrace to the NBA that you didn't play Jokic last night. And
you should be embarrassed.
Yeah, you should be embarrassed and humiliated. Some of these ESPN guys, Coach.
Somebody really said that?
Do you want to hear it?
I don't want to hear it. I just want to know who said it.
Bontemps, whatever his name is, Bontemps, last name Bontemps. Tim Bontemps.
You know what the best thing about that is? I don't even know who that is.
All right.
I mean, so that speaks to that, but that is just, an asinine comment. Nikola Jokic has been the most available player in the NBA in the last 10 years. And no other 3-time MVP plays nearly as many games as Nikola Jokic.
Correct.
And for him to say that, it just speaks to the ignorance that some of these people have.
Dems, can I add Bontemps onto the Chris Mannix list for you?
It's funny about that. Actually, I do know Tim Bontemps. We kind of came up together in these reporting circles, and. It was a terrible take, man. I mean, this is what it is. When we were talking about Kendrick Perkins last time I was on, or when we were doing the Kendrick Perkins thing, one of the things that gets on my nerves about the national people is they don't watch the games. You don't watch the games at all, but then you want to have this opinion that is kind of fire and brimstone opinion. And so for Tim Bontemps to sit up there on that set and say, well, this is what the league is trying to avoid, star sitting. First of all, the actual rule on that is 2 All-Stars can't sit the same game. The Nuggets didn't have 2 All-Stars. They had 1. Part 2, if you have watched the game before, the Washington Wizards game, which he clearly did not. He wasn't even going to watch the Golden State game. He had to have somebody else tell him who was on the court for the Nuggets at that time. So, but part 2, if he was watching the Washington Wizards game, we all saw Jamal Murray get injured. We had on our broadcast a view of him in the tunnel taking off his shoe in a lot of pain. And quite honestly, Raj, I was surprised that he came back in that game, given the way he turned that ankle. But he wanted to tough it out for his teammates. There was such a slim chance that he was going to play the following game with that ankle sprain. But you would have known that, Tim Bontemps, if he would have watched the game at all. And you can't have takes when you don't watch things, when you don't even ask the question. The question, part 3 to this, Raj, is as a reporter, if somebody says to me, Nikola Jokic and Christian Braun and Jamal Murray did not play in the game against the Golden State Warriors, my next question would be, okay, are they hurt? because the answer is yes. Nikola Jokic has been playing through about 1,000 things almost the entirety of the season, and he just rolls himself right on out there, even in many instances where he quite clearly should not. And so for that to be the take, it was mind-blowing to me that could be. But then again, you know what? I'm not surprised because they don't watch games, but they have everything to say, and it's very infuriating.
Game time decisions for AG, Jamal, Joker, Christian, Julian Strothers. I mean, that's a decent starting five if you wanted to throw out a smaller starting five. All game time decisions. Rui is out for the Lakers. LeBron out for the Lakers as well. Who do you expect to play tonight for Denver?
I would think we would see Nikola. I would think we would see Christian, and I would think we would see Aaron.
Even though he played that much, because Aaron, I know he dropped 38, man, but that is a guy who's been in and out of the lineup with a calf injury, and we know how scary those things can be. It cost Kevin Durant a full year of his Hall of Fame career testing a calf injury, right? And then having another big-time, devastating Achilles injury happen right after that. Is that the player that you want to run back again after having a heavy workload?
Well, the answer is you would be cautious with it, but if those other players play, you can hold down his minutes in a game like this. And since it's not the second of a back-to-back, he's had a day of rest in between to do whatever they need to do to manage the injury. I would think that he would definitely roll out there tonight. But to your point, doesn't mean he needs to play 38 to 42 minutes in the game tonight. And if you have those other guys available to you, then it's going to be easier to be able to do that. Now, if there still is no Nikola and still there's no Christian Braun and no Jamal Murray, obviously that becomes a lot more difficult of a situation to manage because you're just down too many bodies. But I would think that Nikola would be back tonight. I think the guy that I'm looking at the most is Jamal with the ankle, and we'll see if he's able to go. It's probably going to be one of those situations where he'll warm up and see how it feels, and then go from there. But I think I'm optimistic that we will see a mostly intact Nuggets roster in LA tonight.
Last one before I get you out of here. Dems NCAA tournament having their first games last night and tonight in the play-ins. Tar Heels roll last night, and then obviously we've got CSU playing on Friday, I believe at noon on TBS. The 12-seeded Rams. You got a team that you're looking out for here, and how far do you think the Rammies can go?
Ooh, the Rammies. One win. I think maximum for Colorado State, and quite honestly, it's going to be a tough one. Memphis is not an easy team to have to handle. Haggerty is one of the best guards that probably nobody knows about in the NCAA, and they're super athletic basketball team. Now, having said that, they're a pretty wishy-washy basketball team as well. They let a lot of teams hang around in games. They're sometimes not super disciplined out there, and that's where CSU can really make waves. If Dominique Clifford is going to play, his best level of basketball, and there are services out there that have him as a first-round draft pick in next year's NBA draft, that would be unreal. And what a glow up for him coming from starting at CU and ending up at CSU if that were the case. But I would give him one win, CSU. As far as the tournament overall goes, there's just so many interesting teams. I would think that Florida is going to get through and they would be my national champion right now. As far as I'm looking at the field, we don't know what kind of Cooper Flag we're going to get for Duke in terms of his injury, but I'm sure as long as they continue to advance, he'll just get more healed. That is a really, really formidable basketball team, one of the best defensive teams, and then they can marry that with a bunch of skilled athletes shooting and all that around the court. I am so very excited for this tournament. So very excited. From Houston to Florida to Alabama to all these teams in the SEC that were so good, to some of these teams in the Big Ten that were really, really good, and the Big 12 has a couple of very formidable teams as well. I think this is going to be an exciting tournament, Raj. I can't wait to get it started.
My basketball encyclopedia, Altitude TV's Chris Dempsey for his NBA and NCAA basketball baseline report. Demps, appreciate you. Enjoy the rest of spring break, and we will talk to you at this time next week.
Surely will. All right, man. See ya.
All of our guests are courtesy of the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, a medical doctor and attorney. Find them at ramoslaw.com. Don't go anywhere, because on the other side, I'm giving away $25 to Brothers Barbecue if you have already entered at altitudesportsradio.com/not another bracket. $25 to Brothers Barbecue, and Mark Bertinoli, finally in studio, joins me next.
Football season may be over, but betting season is in full swing. You got March hoops, and we are coming into the heart of it all. I got my Circus Sports Colorado app right in front of me right now, and I'm looking at a line that I absolutely love. The Yale Bulldogs, the undisputed champions of the Ivy League, playing here in Denver, Colorado at Ball Arena on Thursday night. They are 7-point dogs to Texas A&M, but more importantly than that, the over-under set at 140. Yale plays good defense. They're going to keep that point line slow. So download the Circus Sports Colorado app, because Circus Sports Colorado isn't just sports betting. It's sports betting the way it should be. High betting limits, tight money line splits, and exceptional customer service that treats you like a VIP. Whether you're looking for futures on March hoops, futures on NBA playoffs coming up, props in your favorite players, and more, Circus Sports has you covered. Download the Circus Sports Colorado app right now or visit circuitsports.com today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's the morning sprint on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Raj hanging out with you guys. No Mike Sanford, out for a couple of days on spring break. Mark Bertinoli back in studio after a successful tire change, Berto.
Brother, I am covered in
Earned your man
sweat
card.
and grease, which is great if you're with a woman, but ain't no good when you're coming to work. I am filthy, nasty, like just, man, I'm angry at the tire gods. Like, come on, bro. What are you doing, man?
The tire gods, the Michelin
And now
man?
I'm going to have to sit at
terrifying god.
Big O or one of those tire places for 3 or 4 hours until the Laker game starts just to get this thing fit, man. Yeah, just ruined my day.
That's a good thing that you're doing the late game and I've got the early one.
That's true, because I don't know if I'd make it if I was doing the Avs games.
I wasn't
going
gonna
to
change your tire for it anyways.
Man, that was brutal.
Congratulations to Steve Laird, who just won $25 to Brothers Barbecue. He is our hourly winner. We're giving away $25 gift cards to Brothers Barbecue every single hour on the station today. For those of you who have already entered the altitudesportsradio.com/not-another-bracket contest. If you've already gotten in there, you're qualified. If you want to get in there right now, you will then qualify for winning a $25 gift card as early as an hour from right now. So if you haven't done it, get on in there, pick your teams. Steve's teams, very popular pick in this contest, by the way. Number 12, Colorado State.
Yeah, a lot of people took CSU.
Number 3, Kentucky. The number 2 seed, Michigan State. The number 4 seed, Arizona Wildcats. And this is also another popular one. I know Brett has this in his 5. The Creighton Blue Jays out of the Big East.
Oh, really?
Creighton's up in there.
Okay.
I've got the Akron Zips. That's my big team.
That's your pick?
I just like their mascot.
All right, man. I mean, listen, we had some excitement last night already. We had some buzzer beaters last night already in the first 4 or whatever they call it now.
I think it's kind of crap that the 16 seeds that like auto qualify, because you get in as a 16 seed. It just so happens that you play for a team in like the Missouri Valley Conference that no one's ever heard of.
Yeah.
You're already in. Those 16 teams are, right, there's only been one team. It's just that UMBC team that's beaten Virginia that one time.
Is that the only one?
16 over 1. So you're going to lose in the first round anyways.
Mm-hmm.
Likely. Very, very likely. An overwhelming likelihood. Why do you got to play 2 to get in? Like, the teams that should be playing games are your 11 seeds, your 12 seeds, your 13s. Your true bubble teams that haven't earned their way in, and they need the benefit of the committee.
You know, I heard they were thinking about expanding the field. Obviously, man, listen, everything wants to be bigger and better. We want to add everything. But I've heard that there has been some discussions about, like, massively adding to the March Madness field.
Like a full extra round?
Yeah. And what it would be to be like 2 extra days where you play 6 games in those 2 days. And then so you whittle down whatever it is. You whittle 24 teams down to 12, and then that 12 joins the normal 64 bracket that you would have. And it's basically it would add the argument is that in 84 or whenever they decided to go to 64 teams, there was fewer Division I colleges at the time.
Yeah.
And now there's just more competition. And you're like, let's invite more competition, see what happens. See, I mean, I think the tournament's fine the way it is, but if you want to get crazy and add some more teams, do it.
It's fine the way it is. But if you're telling me that I get to watch basketball on Monday and Tuesday of this week?
Yeah, that's exactly what it would be.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sign me up.
Yeah.
And I'm normally the guy that's like, oh, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I'm normally that guy. This week's the greatest week in sports.
Mm-hmm.
Tomorrow and Friday are the 2 best days in sports.
Yeah, I'm down. I will. Yeah.
You're giving me more? You give me that on Monday and
that.
Tuesday? Is it really going to matter? It's going to be a bunch of teams that are trying to fill in the final, quarter of first. It's really not going to matter all that much. You're still going to have the teams that get in that are your true contenders that are essentially now getting like first and second round buys, I suppose, in that situation. Why not, man? It's more things to bet on.
Yeah,
it's more teams to get in.
That was one of the big things. It's like, yes, just more things to bet on.
It gives the opportunity. Like, my school sucks at basketball now. Now we'll have a chance to get in.
Yeah.
I'm cool with that, man.
Yeah. It was, who was it on Twitter the other day? It was Woody who was like, let's let everybody in. It would just add another week and have every single Division I team play in the NCAA tournament. It
it would crash the NIT and the CBI. That's gone. I don't know, and I'm sure.
When's the last time you watched an NIT game?
Never. Probably. I can't remember one.
I turned on an NIT game thinking it was a play-in NCAA tournament game. Saw it was the NIT,
and you're like, nope.
Turned it off, and you know what I turned on? I turned on the TGL playoffs.
Nah, bro, I can't buy it in TGL. Wait. So that crap we were watching last night here in the studio, that was playoff TGL?
Playoff TGL.
I had no idea.
Couldn't tell you who
no
won.
idea. No, I couldn't either. But it was the Bay versus I can't remember. The Bay. I can't buy into it.
I
man.
watched it and I couldn't tell you who it was.
And I know you love golf,
but I wanted to watch that more than I wanted to watch NIT basketball.
Yeah, I get it, man. I get it. NIT and CBI is not what we would call top-notch hoops, brother.
No, it sure is. It sure is.
Not top-notch.
Listen, I'm happy you made it here. You earned your man card today, changing a tire. Every single time I try and change a tire, and I've done it successfully like 3 times, and I'm very proud of myself for that. Every time I try and change a tire, I feel as though I'm relearning it at the same time, and I'm panicking because everybody in the world is looking. Also, you have to deal with the cold this morning. You have to deal with the wind this morning.
I felt like I ran a marathon,
here
man.
is a miracle.
I'm exhausted.
If that had happened to me and I was filling in on a show, see ya.
Like, seriously, man, I smell nasty. I feel nasty. I'm just sweaty, greasy, nasty right now. I don't like it, man.
Just some new product in those silver fox locks.
Don't like it,
buddy.
man. I'm not built to have grease under the fingernails. You know what I mean, man? That's for hardworking people.
What do you think tonight about Denver and LA? Last time we saw a depleted LA team, the Nuggets had to squeak away with the win. Do you think it rears its ugly head yet again?
No LeBron and no Ryu tonight. But we do think all the guys for the Nuggets that are listed as questionable are going to go. So we think Joker and Jamal and Christian are all going to go tonight?
Dent said the only one that he's really questioning is Jamal because of that ankle. And it was a nasty land on that right ankle to the point where Dent was like, I can't believe that he came back in that game. And he did try a deep 3. Didn't he hit the 3? That deep 3?
Yeah, and he made the shot that tied it. I mean, Jordan Poole didn't hit the game winner, he did hit the shot that tied it up with 5 seconds to go or something like that. So he was looking good. But I was thinking, as soon as he got off the court and then they got on that airplane to fly to this road trip, I'm sure it swelled up on him. I'm sure he's been getting treatment on it for 3 straight days. So we'll see if he goes.
Anti-inflammatories.
Yeah, I don't know how to feel about this game tonight, man. Because I'm all for smashing the Lakers, and obviously even with what. The Nuggets still have won 14 of the last 16 against LA, something like that. It's still a fairly dominant stretch. But I'm now at the point where, you know what? If those guys still aren't feeling well, go ahead and rest them again tonight, man. Rest Joker and Jamal tonight if they're not feeling well. I don't care. I get it. The standings are so close, and everybody you are chasing or who are chasing you will play tonight as well. I think Houston, LA, Memphis all play tonight. So with one win, you could jump up into the number 2 spot. With one loss, you could fall all the way to the 4. So, but at the same time, at this point, I don't care, man. I'd rather be healthy than in the 2. I'd rather be healthy in the 4 spot than ready to rock than not healthy, but capturing the 2. So if you want to rest Joker tonight, if he's still got all the, man, he's both his elbows have been banged up, his arms, his legs, man. He's got to be exhausted. Yes, it's like he's been changing tires for 2 months straight, man. So, yeah, give him, but knowing Joker, I bet you, one day off is enough for him. I bet you he's back tonight against the Lakers. Does Luka, Luka isn't full Luka, you know what I mean? Luka hasn't got that shooting touch
He hasn't
back.
gone nuclear yet.
But he is still, he scored 56 points in the last 2 games. Both have been wins for the Lakers after they lost 4 or 5 or whatever it was. So I think Luka would get up to play his buddy Joker tonight. So it's going to be a fun matchup. I just don't know. Listen, man, how were you feeling after the loss to Washington?
Terrible.
When they lost the Wizards, how you feel?
I felt terrible, but if you've heard the show lately, I'm living my Nuggets life day to day. I erase my memory. I am Drew Barrymore and 51st dates. I forget what happened the day before, and then I go into another day, and it's either the best thing in the world, and I want to marry Adam Sandler, or it's the worst thing in the world, and I think he's, stalking me. That is the life that I'm living with the Denver Nuggets right now. I am Drew Barrymore. Wipe my mind clear. If it's a good day, it's a good day. If it's a bad day, it's a bad day. Because what we've learned this year is we can't learn anything day to day about them. So why would I subject my emotions to that sort of like string thinking? I can't do that.
Yeah, they've been trading wins and losses. Did you see the trailer for Happy Gilmore 2?
Sure did.
What'd you think?
Hell yeah.
All right, man.
Hell yeah, brother.
I am cautiously optimistic.
Sandler's the man.
Yeah, listen, man, I love me some Sandman, but I mean, Happy Gilmore is one of my happy places, man. Don't mess it up. Don't butcher this thing, Adam. The first movie is almost perfect to me. You know what I mean? So just keep it perfect. But that doesn't matter. The Nuggets have been win-loss, 6 in a row, right? Let's see. Yeah. No, wait. 7 in a row. It's been since the first week of March where they were able to string 2 wins together. It's just been they win one, they lose one. They win, they win. And when they win games, they look like they hammer OKC the day after they lose to OKC. You lose to Minnesota, and then you beat LA, although the fans weren't super stoked about that because it was Austin Reeves going off on you. Then you lose for the second time this season to the worst team in the NBA. People are hitting the panic button. And then without 3 starters, you go into Golden State and in their 7-game win streak. It is a heckle and jide? Heckle? Wait, no. What?
You'll get there.
Man, every time I try to use this analogy, I always mess these dudes' names up. What is it?
Jekyll and Hyde.
Jekyll and Hyde, and Jekyll is not a thing.
Jekyll and Hyde.
So anyway, you never know what you're going to get is what I'm trying to say. You just never know what you're going to get with the Nuggets. And we're like 14 games away from the end of the regular season, which seems to be an issue, right? You would think you would know what kind of team you have at this point of the regular season.
Never know what you're going to get when you step into the studio.
Yeah, man, jive and heckle. Jive and heckle is something different, man.
That's Mark Bertinoli. I'm Alex Ryan. You guys are listening to The Morning Sprint on Altitude 92.5. Coach out, Berto in. It's a double dip here on a Tuesday, or rather a Wednesday. Avs and Maple Leafs on 92.5 this evening, 4:30 pregame with yours truly. 5 p.m. puck drop with Connor McGahey. Mark Bertinoli will have you guys for the Lakers and the Nuggets, 7:30 pregame show, 8 p.m. tip.
Yeah.
Between the LeBron-less Lakers.
Yeah. But you can hear both those games on 92.5.
You sure can.
Because the Avs are so early and the Nuggets are so late.
Yeah, once I get off of network post-game on 92.5 with the Avs, we will automatically roll the 950 game and simulcast it both on 950 and 92.5, so you guys can watch it, or rather listen to it crystal clear right here on Altitude Sports Radio.
How come there's only 2 hockey games tonight, man?
The NHL's weird sometimes.
Right, because tomorrow there's going to be like 14 NHL games and just 2,
and no one's going to watch it. Why?
Right.
Because it's the greatest day in sports.
Oh,
it's the first day of the NCAA
That's
tournament.
right. What are they
dumbest
thinking?
Thing you could do.
Load up today, NHL. Load up today. You're right. Because tomorrow when the Avs take on the Senators, you're right. Look at how many, man, almost every team in the NHL plays tomorrow for some reason. And only 4 of them play today.
I'm barely going to watch that game tomorrow.
The Avs-Senators game?
Barely.
Well, it's going to depend on what happens tonight.
I want to watch Drake and Mount St. Mary. I guarantee those guys aren't playing, but you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I get it, man.
I want to
Tomorrow's
watch 2
all day.
colleges I have never talked about and could not, with a gun to my head, point them on a map.
When's the first? What's tip-off tomorrow morning? What time do you have to be it up? Is it 9:30? 10? When's the first game start
Probably 10
tomorrow?
is my guess. That's NCAA men.
10:15.
10:15.
See, there we go. Right, man? And then you just go 12 straight hours. Just blam.
First game we got is Creighton and Louisville at 10:15 on CBS. High Point and Purdue at 10:40. Montana and Wisconsin at 11:30 on TNT. Houston takes on SIUE.
Yeah. The Cougars of
What is
Edwardsville, bro.
Where is that? Southern Illinois?
Southern Illinois, Edwardsville Cougars? Is that Southern Illinois University at Edwardsville, the Cougars?
Again, could not point it out on a map.
I think.
Auburn's got Alabama State at 10-1. McNeese, the 12 seed, against Clemson, the 5 seed, at 1:15. BYU and VCU at 2:05. But like when all these hockey games start, let's call it 5:30, right?
Yeah,
that's
so
when
right
the
when
East games.
Kansas and Arkansas are tipping off.
Kansas, Arkansas, Yale, Texas A&M, Drake against Missouri, not Mount St. Mary's, who I don't even think is in the tournament. Utah State and UCLA is at 7:25. Who's going to watch a hockey game tomorrow? What are we doing?
So much good basketball. And there's going to be, there's going to be a massive amount of upsets in this tournament. You could just taste it. You could just feel it, man. You know what I mean? There's going to be, what are the odds that 2 of the 4 1 seeds make it to the finals? What's the odds? Like, listen, man, UConn the last 2 years has been fairly dominant, and then Hurley got hella cocky, man. That dude is way out on the ragged edge right now with his attitude. Like, can you imagine if he took the LA Laker job, right? He was going to take the Laker job, or they talked to him. I don't know if they were already going to hire JJ and
he turned it down.
Right. He was like, I'm staying here at UConn. But I don't know if he turned it down, if they offered it and he turned it down, or if he just like, nah, I don't, if he just turned it down. And the Lakers were already targeting JJ.
I mean, that job up there in Stores that's a cushy job.
Yeah, right.
You're not worrying about, like, Gino's been there for 30-something years, the women's team.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And you're not getting the, like I'm sure being the head coach of the LA Lakers is pretty fun, but the media scrutiny is fairly fierce, and he's going to get fired. Like, he took that job to get fired. He's not going to be the head coach of the Lakers for 15 years, man. The Lakers, that's not how they roll. They're going to get to a rough spot, and then they're going to fire him and hire somebody else.
Once that safety blanket
really don't give a
once that safety blanket of LeBron leaves, it gets scary for old JJ Redick out there.
You like getting nailed by the king?
You see the NFL have some rule change proposals that were submitted by teams. The Packers have proposed to ban the tush push or the brotherly shove.
How do you feel about that?
Yeah, get rid of it. It
you
is
want
aesthetically displeasing.
It is. But I have issues with another team trying to, like, if the LA Lakers tried to ban tall Serbian players from the NBA because they just keep putting triple doubles on you, you know what I mean? Like, it almost feels like the Eagles are too good at this play, man, and the rest of us suck at it, so let's ban the play. But I agree with you that the play is lame, man.
Boring.
It's lame. It's lame. So make your game better. How do you do that?
It is the lamest play this side of a kickoff. Right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't tune into kickoffs. Even with the new rule, there's no reason to tune into it.
Yeah.
That is time to get up, take a leak, go grab a beer.
Yeah.
That is time for me to look at my phone and scroll on TikTok and then go, oh, 1st and 10. Nice.
Right,
now
right.
it's time to watch football.
I'm fine if you want to get rid of punters altogether, man.
Speaking of punters,
yeah.
The Broncos apparently have a brand new punter. Breaking news, a 1-year deal with Miami's former punter.
Bad name for a punter, though, right? It's like wrecked or something. It's like missed or like there's.
I had it in front of me and I've forgotten about it.
It's like hook left. Is
Brad
like,
Hack.
Brad Hack.
That is Hack. I was like, Hack is not not an ideal name for a kicker. Man, he's just hacking out there. But there you go. You got yourself a kicker.
The Lions,
or excuse me, a punter.
The Lions want to remove the automatic first down for defensive holding and illegal contact penalties, and I love that idea.
Yeah, I'm down with it too. The Lions are proposing all kinds. Detroit's got cocky because Detroit wants to change the entire playoff seeding too. The Lions are like, we're done with this division winner nonsense. We just want the teams with the best record to be seeded like it. So the Lions' proposal is, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, the Lions' proposal is if you win, the team in the conference with the best record who wins their division is the number 1 overall seed. And then after that, you just go, then you just seed by record.
The Lions have proposed a significant change to the NFL playoff seeding that would largely use regular season records as the guiding principle rather than division championships.
Yeah. So they want to get rid of teams with bad records who win their division.
Under the proposal, the division winner with the conference's best record would still receive the number 1 overall seed and the bye. But after that, teams would be stacked by records regardless of whether they won their divisions or received wildcard berths.
Mm-hmm.
Why do we have divisions then?
Well, we just like in the NBA, they're useless. Like they use them for tiebreakers and that's it. But there's no division rivalries in the NBA because they mean nothing. And I'm fine with it in the NFL if they mean nothing too. Like I'm okay with this rule change. Do you think like Chiefs, Raiders, Chargers? You're sitting there in the AFC West, and obviously we talk about the AFC West a lot because it's a big deal. But if you change this, if you change it, I think it would still be a big deal within the division because you got to play those teams more than any other in the league. It just takes away a little bit from the playoffs, right?
I mean, it takes away from the meaning of those games, though. It's just an extra game against the same team.
Yeah. So do you like if Cleveland somehow has a terrible record but still wins the AFC North with like 9 wins, are you okay with them being seeded that high for being a division winner?
I would say no.
Yeah.
I would say no. Like if Houston wins that division and like the next best team in the AFC South has 6 wins next year and Houston's a 14-win team, and they get the 1 seed over Buffalo, but just because Buffalo has to go up, head-to-head against Miami, and Miami might be a double-digit win team next year if they stay healthy. Same thing with the AFC North. And honestly, where the Broncos are sitting in the AFC West, right? I'd be pissed about that.
Yeah.
What that does is it incentivizes the winner of a horrible division rather than winning your own division and then rewarding non-divisional wins to get you a higher seed.
It's to your benefit that your division sucks, and the Lions are like, that's a terrible idea, let's change it. And I'm sure, like, just like in the NHL, man, just in the NHL, the NHL's the same way. They wanted to they wanted to manufacture division rivalries, and so they changed the nature of their playoffs, and now people are kind of like, I don't know if I like this.
It's not going anywhere. Did you hear what Bettman said yesterday?
No, he said I like everything exactly the way it was.
Elliot Friedman asked him, and he went, hey, you guys going to change? He goes, an emphatic no. We really like this.
Next question, man.
I think the rest of the league hates it. The players don't like it. The coaches don't like it. The fans certainly don't like it.
So why does the commissioner like it?
Because
is it something with the TV partners?
They love regional rivalries. The NHL more so than any of the leagues that we've spoken about today.
Yeah.
It's a gate-driven sport. And if you can incentivize the teams that come to your town more often than just one time a year, right? Which is everyone else outside of your division. They just come once. Inside division, you have the opportunity to see them 2-3 times in a season. If you can sell out those games, your revenue then goes up.
Yeah.
So I understand it from Bettman's standpoint, but the fact that one of Dallas or Colorado will not be playing hockey in the month of May is a travesty.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the two, for my money, those are the two best teams in the Western Conference. Winnipeg still scares the crap out of me, but
yeah. And one of those teams will be out in the second round.
Yep.
You know what I mean? There's only going to be one team left between Winnipeg, Dallas, and Colorado by the time you get to the Western Conference championship, which is crazy.
I hate that. The Eagles have proposed to change the overtime rules of the regular season to reflect postseason rules. And for me, who hates ties, I love that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm down with that too. Yeah. I mean, because who was it? Somebody was complaining about this just yesterday, where the NHL's regular season rules are different from their postseason rules, and they're like, "That's crazy. Why would you? That's crazy talk. That's crazy talk. Why would you decide something with 3-on-3 overtime in the regular season and then completely change it for the playoffs?" And they're like, "You should have the same rule for both." And it's like, yeah, but you also can't have a regular season game that goes 8 periods long. You know what I mean? Like that would happen if you instigated the playoff rules in the regular season. But there might be a happy medium in there somewhere.
I'd be fine with the NFL having a completely different overtime set of rules during the regular season, right? If you're worried about playing double overtime games and really worried about wear and tear on players' bodies, if you just want to go the NCAA route and be like, hey, you get the ball in the 20, go score. Mm-hmm. I'm cool with that. And then it changes drastically for the postseason where it's just continue playing football.
Yeah.
And each team gets a possession, and by the time the second possession ends, if the score is still tied, it's sudden death. I'd be fine with that. The NHL go 5-on-5 for 20 minutes in the middle of November? Yeah, right.
That's what I'm saying.
In what
you
world?
Can't do that. But people are less than pleased with 3-on-3 hockey now because NHL coaches are just. I mean, they'll do what Minnesota did to the Avs.
The nerds got to it.
Puck possession. Right, the nerds got to it. Take your puck and just skate around in circles until we can get to a shootout, which is, I mean, it's bad for your game,
but you can fix that. You can fix that.
Yeah, but
put a restraining line in there.
Oh.
If you leave the offensive zone under your own volition, you turn away and you skate outside the offensive zone. You cannot take the puck back over your defensive blue line. If you do, delay game penalty, defensive zone draw, and you're down 4-on-3.
Okay. Listen, I'd be down for that change. But they got to do something. They got to do something, man. It's so weird that I get it. Teams are doing it for points, for wins, to try to. They don't care about your enjoyment out there watching the sport. They just want wins, because if they don't win, they're not going to get paid. They're going to get fired. And so they're just trying to figure out a way to get whatever advantage they can, but it makes your game worse. It makes your game less fun to watch. And you can't have that, man. This is entertainment. Figure it out, man. Make this stuff more fun for me, please.
That's Mark Bertinoli. KJ's NFL notes are on the other side. At 11:45, we're going to give away $25 to Brothers Barbecue. If you have already registered for Not Another Bracket contest, if you haven't, get in there, altitudesportsradio.com/notanotherbracket. And if you get that entry in before 11:45, you will be in the running to win a $25 gift certificate to Brothers Barbecue. That coming up in just 25 minutes.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Coming to you guys live from the Backus and Shanker Studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured every day here at 11:20 on the morning sprint with Coach and Raj. No Coach. Berto in for Coach today. We go through the biggest stories in the NFL with KJ's NFL Notes. Mr. Granderson, take it away.
Yesterday, Mel Kiper released his mock draft, and he had the Broncos taking Ted McMillan at 20th overall. Well, former NFL wide receiver Steve Smith, in so many words, lays out why Ted McMillan is slightly overrated and why teams should be careful if they decide to draft him early.
Now, none of these players are finished products. None of us are finished products until they lay us in the dirt. However, this is an evaluation game, though.
Right now.
And the DMac evaluation for me, my humble opinion, is, yeah, he's a number one ranked wide receiver, but he's not the number one wide receiver. I think he leaves a lot of plays on the field.
Okay.
I don't think he has the ability to dominate like his size is. I think he's a jump ball guy, but I don't see his route tree being very elaborate.
I keep hearing when I ask around in this preliminary process, everybody keeps saying Drake London. I don't see that type of player, but I understand the comp.
Ted McMillan, a guy who a lot of people thought was going to go in the top 10 as the number one rated wide receiver, as you heard former Carolina Panther Steve Smith Sr. talk about right there. He was a guy that Coach and I had never really talked about possibly being a Bronco because we didn't think he was going to slip down into the 15 to 20 range. But as days go by and quarterbacks move up and teams seem as though, again, this is based off of league talk and mock drafts, that teams might be panicking about not having their number one running back because of what the Eagles did with Saquon this year. Maybe you overdraft a back this year. What happens as a result is wide receivers might move down the board. Would you be happy with the Broncos selecting Ted McMillan with the number 20 pick?
Yeah, maybe. I don't. Yeah. Listen. I do keep
definitive.
Like, listen, man. Like, I don't. Once again, wide receivers is not the main issue for the Denver Broncos. Like, I have seen Ted go in the top 10, and I've seen a lot of mock drafts where that San Francisco takes him at 11. So if he falls all the way to you at 20, I guess this is a running back and a tight end draft, and both of those positions the Broncos need. And if you're sitting there at 20 and the best wide receivers on the board, Genty's gone, but Hampton's there?
In a lot of these mocks where Tet moves down into the late teens, 20-ish, Hampton's gone as well.
It's because Hampton went early too.
So both Hampton, Genty, and Warren and Loveland are off
gone
the board
by the time you get there, but the best the top wide receiver is still on the board.
And at that point, he might be the best prospect on the board. And
you know what? If that
is the overwhelming draft thought process is take the best player.
And fans are going to hate this, but if that's the case, if you get to 20, if you're at 20 and both those running backs are off the board and both those tight ends are off the board, you know what I do if I'm the Broncos? I trade the hell out of the first round.
Welcome to the morning sprint, Mark Bertinoli. It's like he listens to the program.
I trade out of the first round.
Drink the Kool-Aid, baby.
I get a couple more picks and get an early second-round pick and then use that second-rounder like a mid-30s.
One of us.
A mid-30s pick. Mid-30s pick or something to get whoever you like at that point. But yes, if they're all gone, if all the special people are gone by 20, don't take a shot. Or I guess you could just go way off the board and like say the best defensive lineman is, well, no, he'll be gone too. I don't know, man, because I don't want to take the best. I don't want to take like Matthew Golden at 20, man, or something like I don't think that's what you need as a Bronco player. So trade out, man, trade back, get some more picks, brother, get some more picks, get some more players, right? I know nobody wants to hear it because the first day of the draft is so much fun. You want to get a player that day, man. You want to pick somebody.
And you're picking at 20. By the time that happens, 2 hours of the broadcast has already come and gone, and you're just sitting there waiting for something to happen with your team. No trades have happened. The Broncos are just sitting at 20. And then, God forbid, you're on the clock. It switches from Tampa to Denver, and then there's a trade. And Denver doesn't have a first-round selection. You just go, what did I watch this whole damn thing for?
Yeah.
I know it's boring. It's likely the best thing that you could do unless McMillan's there. And I do love the idea of getting the best player at his position.
You would take Ted. You would take him if he was there at 20.
Coach is talking me into it. I wouldn't trade up for him, but if he's there at 20.
Well, do you need a wide? Let me ask you this question. Like, I think Sean Payton and the Broncos are pretty happy with their wide receiver room, but you don't have a wide receiver one. But let me ask you, do you need a $40 million a year wide receiver like Jamar Chase or is that what the Broncos need right now for this upcoming season?
He's not going to be $40 million until 2032, 2033. So what year is it right now? 2025.
I don't think the Broncos
holy
need to
smokes, 2030. Thank you.
A price on that just yet.
Not me thinking it's the year 2028.
Roger Mail.
My brain is
Get
broken,
your tight
man.
end, get your running back, and then in a season or two, then you can worry about the wide receiver position.
KJ, keep it rolling.
I have 2 middle fingers.
According to Adam Schefter, the Minnesota Vikings are no longer entertaining the idea of bringing in Aaron Rodgers and are focusing on other backup quarterbacks. Cam Hayward, current Steelers great, explains why he won't be going on any crazy excursions to bring in Aaron Rodgers via the Not Just Another Football podcast.
So if they called you and were like, we need you to follow him into the darkness for a couple days, he says if you come down there with him, he's signing. Are you going to be off the grid for a little bit, go to the darkness and try to get this guy? We need you. You're our best recruiter. I'm about to get to Darius Slay, and it sounds like you recruited him too. So we need you to start recruiting. Get that NIL bag out like you did at Ohio State.
I ain't doing that or darkness retreat. I don't need any of that crap. Like, either you want to be a Pittsburgh Steeler or you don't. That's simple. That's the pitch. Like, if you want me to recruit, that's the recruiting pitch. You know, Pittsburgh Steelers, if you want to be part of it, so be it. If you don't, no skin on my back.
I think it'd be a huge mistake for any team to sign Aaron Rodgers at this point.
Well, I think Cam, it sounds like every other NFL fan in the world, just like, Aaron, shut up and make a decision, bro, man.
Yeah.
Come on, man. We stop playing around. And I wonder how Russell feels, because Russ is having to wait for Aaron to make his decision. So, you know what I mean? Like, he's trying to figure out, and then Russ will go wherever he doesn't go. Like, yesterday Russ was like, hey, New York Giants, come and get me. But then the Giants might draft Shedeur.
I think Russ would be a decent guy if he's up for the challenge. I think he'd be a decent dude to bring in as a bridge quarterback for one of those young guys in Cam Ward or Shedeur.
Mm-hmm.
I think he'd be a solid guy that you come in if you're not comfortable with starting Shedeur day one. You can do the Kirk Cousins thing, except you don't agree to a 4-year deal. You just bring in Russ for a year and you go, hey, we're going to have this quote-unquote competition in training camp and you're going to start. And if you falter, the kid's going to take over. But if you play well, we're just going to sit him. He's going to sit behind you and learn how to be a pro. I think he'd be a good guy to do that. If you're serious about winning football games and winning in the postseason, neither Aaron Rodgers nor Russell Wilson is a fit for that thought process.
Mm-hmm. Although I think Atlanta might be in a better place right now if they just started Penix from day one and didn't even worry about Kirk. Didn't you have to pay him that money? You know what I mean? Penix would have that experience now. You wouldn't be sweating it.
Yeah, it's insane. The 4-year deal was nuts.
Yeah, and he just got hit with
absolutely nuts.
Yeah, they just had to pay him $10 million roster bonus or something. It's like, come on, man. Yikes.
No, if I'm one of these teams, though, and I'm signing a veteran quarterback, if you want more than a year, kick rocks.
Mm-hmm.
Get lost.
Yeah.
Don't need you.
Yeah.
And the Rodgers thing is it is old. It was fun for a year chasing him around with like Shailene Woodley and where in the world is Aaron Rodgers? That was fun for a year. That was
Hawaii.
That was an exciting offseason.
With Miles
We're going
Teller.
on year 4 of this crap. Go away. Retire. I don't care about you anymore. You know who I don't think about anymore? Brett Favre. I want to think about you in the same way that I do Brett Favre, as an afterthought, as a has-been. One of the greatest ever, Favre, and you, Aaron Rodgers, but I'm done watching you now. I'm done with this tabloid crap. It's a waste of my breath.
No, I think Minnesota's smart for saying, we don't want Aaron, we don't need Aaron.
Oh, what a travesty that would have been.
Yeah. Mess JJ up for life.
I heard it's funny. Nick Wright was the guy who said this. Nick Wright was like, if you're seriously entertaining bringing Aaron Rodgers here for a year, why would you not just knock on Harbaugh's door in LA and go, oh, you want JJ McCarthy and a first-round pick for Justin Herbert?
Because that fool couldn't stop talking about how he's like greatest quarterback in the history of the sport. He's amazing. I love that guy. Yeah, you're right. Either call that dude's bluff or let him go through with it. Just call him up and be like, hey, man, we got a 1-for-1 trade.
And Wright says some asinine things. He also says some pretty smart things. He
I
goes, I'll throw in a first-round pick and JJ.
There's no way Harbaugh agrees to that. He's like, yeah, you can have Justin Herbert. Give me my man JJ. Give me my man JJ.
Does he say yes to it? Hold on. Does he say yes to it 1-for-1 and then Minnesota throws in a first-round pick? Do you say yes then?
Oh, man. See, I like Justin Herbert, but yes.
You like Justin Herbert. Jim Harbaugh loves JJ McCarthy.
Yes. You know what? I would do it. If you were like, I'll give you JJ and a first, and all you got to give me is Justin, and you get, the Chargers are already dealing with some cap issues. You get Justin off the books, and you get a rookie contract under there, and you get a first-round pick, and yeah, man, I can't believe it. I'm saying it, but I'd do that deal.
And
if
you
I
know
was
what?
The Chargers.
I would be terrified, absolutely terrified, if I'm sitting in the NFC North and I see Justin Herbert go to quarterback rehab. He gets unlocked up there in Minnesota. That is like
that might work out for
Detroit,
both teams.
Detroit goes, we thought we had a window. We thought the Super Bowl window was opening, and now it's not.
No. Yeah,
I would love to see that trade. Sign me up.
Yeah, I don't know. It would all depend on if Harbaugh really, truly, absolutely thinks JJ's the man like he kept saying he was. But now you got to put your mouth where your money is if you're going to make that trade.
KJ, one more.
I have 2 middle fingers.
The Pittsburgh Steelers are also putting their hands in the pot of making a rule change or suggesting a rule change to the 2-day tampering period. Number one, they want to adjust, not just having the ability to talk to agents, they want to also have the ability to talk to players in regards to negotiating contracts, because players now are becoming agentless more so in the modern day NFL. They also want to change the fact that if they submit to the league that an agreement has been signed with that player, that they can begin to make travel arrangements for that player even before the new league year kicks in, which is typically that following Wednesday after the tampering period opens. With that being said, would that really allow the NFL any more grace with players necessarily if they were to allow that? Would it give them that much more leverage?
I don't know, man. I think the first way to fix legal tampering is change the damn name. It just, it automatically makes you think you're doing shady stuff when you call it
agency.
When you call it tampering, man. You know what I mean? You know what? I'd almost like to go in the kind of the same way where we just cut loose on everything. Just make it the Wild Wild West, man. Everybody can talk to anybody and negotiate with anybody at any given time at any moment. Go ahead, do it. Let's get crazy.
I don't have a problem with calling it legal tampering. It was an issue when it first came around. Are people doing shady things? No, the whole league's doing it. I don't.
The whole league is shady, so just let it be shady.
I look at free agency starting on legal tampering. Free agency doesn't start on the league, the change of the league calendar. So I guess, it changes something, but materially, I guess not. I'm not concerned about it anymore. When it first started happening, I was like, oh, what, who's running the league? What's the Illuminati doing now? No, I don't look at it that way.
Yeah.
Legal tampering, free. It's all the same damn thing.
Yeah, I'm assuming everybody's talking to everybody anyway, and then they're just like, well, let's wait till the legal tampering period, and then we'll announce it. All these deals get done anyway.
NFL Notes are brought to you by Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. On the other side, we're going to give away $25 to Brothers Barbecue. I'll tell you how you guys can win it throughout the rest of the day, every single hour. If you have already entered on the Not Another Bracket contest, you will be eligible to win those $25 gift cards. Your winner and your rules coming up on the other side. We're going to give away $25 to Brothers Barbecue in just a couple of seconds here. The morning sprint. Alex Ryan, Mark Bertinoli sitting in both today and tomorrow. Coach Sanford out. He'll be back on Friday. Double dip on Altitude. 9:50 this evening, 7:30 pregame show with Berto. Nuggets, Lakers, no LeBron. There's like 5 dudes for the Nuggets that are game time decisions. Everyone from Joker to Jamal, AG. Who else is on that list? Strother
I would
out.
almost guarantee that Hunter Tyson isn't in the starting lineup tonight. Like he wasn't in that last game.
I would expect that wouldn't happen.
Man, Spencer Jones was getting minutes in that game. Hunter Tyson got a start, played like 10 minutes for the Nuggets in that game, and they won that thing.
The young dudes, when they're forced to be played, more
I
often
do
than not, they've kind of shown up to the occasion
If
this
you
year.
were an NBA player, you would be Hunter Tyson because that dude just guns. He will jack some shots, bro. Like, he will just put up some shots, man. And I appreciate it. I like it. Get into a game, put up some threes. That's got your name written all over it.
It sure does. Make sure you guys get into altitudesportsradio.com/notanotherbracket. Just pick 5 teams this year. Don't have to pick the whole bracket, and you are entered. Every win, it's worth points, but if you select lower-seeded teams, those point values go up exponentially. You can check out all the details on the website. Our grand prize this year, 2 tickets to a Nuggets playoff game, dinner at Denver's Chop House. We're going to buy you a big screen TV, and then there's going to be a catered party for 30 of your friends by Brothers Barbecue. We gave away $25 to our friend Steve Laird in the 10 a.m. hour, and our 11 o'clock winner, congratulations to Noel Mickelson. Noel Mickelson, congratulations. You have won $25 to Brothers BBQ. A little bit more chalky for our old buddy Noel. Florida, Duke, Houston. 1 seed, 1 seed, 1 seed.
Okay.
Michigan State, 2 seed. Clemson, 5 seed.
All right. I mean, yeah, that's a lot of chalk right there, brother.
A lot of chalk.
That's a lot of chalk. But I guess that's a different way of going about it than trying to get lucky with some of those lower seeds. And maybe if a lower seed wins 1 game, you're sitting pretty good. But none of your lower seeds do it, and only your higher seeds
You're hooped.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know what's the best way. Well, I mean, what was your strategy when you did it?
I don't know. I think I've got a bunch of big seeds in there. I think I've got like Akron. I don't know if I threw Yale. No, Akron. I've got UC San Diego because they're the 12 seed here, right?
Yeah.
Against Michigan.
Yes.
I don't know if I threw Colorado State in there because there's so many people in the bracket
who are
contest
taking right.
the
So
Rammies.
if they win, which is what it would be great, but that's a whole bunch of people in the contest who are getting mad points.
Right.
So you might, yeah.
So
yeah.
I have emotionally hedged. I will be rooting heavily for the Rams, but if they happen to lose, then I benefit from 40% of our bracket losing a 12 seed.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to big brain this. I'll flame out. I'm going to lose it. I've got an interesting story for you.
Yeah, hit me with it, man.
This thing coming out of Spain. A man who skipped work for 6 years was only rumbled when he was set to win an award for length of service to the company. This dude was employed by a company for 20 years, and for the past 6 years, he didn't show up.
They were like, let's celebrate him. And then when he didn't show up, they're like, where is he? And they're like, Ben, he hasn't been here for more than half a decade.
Joaquin Garcia in Spain, 69 years old, was about to receive an award for his long service, 20 years with the company, when it was discovered he had been a no-show for the last 6 years. He was dubbed El Funcionario Fantasma, meaning the phantom official. He was still receiving his entire annual salary thanks to a mix-up between the 2 departments he had been working for.
That's crazy.
He is now retired, and he thought he was being bullied by someone at work, so he just went, you know what? I'm going to quiet quit this thing, and still cashed the paycheck for 6 years. Nobody asked a question.
That's crazy, man. He just kept getting that direct deposit.
Pay him
that muni. Yeah, listen, man, that's great. Like, you know what? I suggest you try that. Just don't show up tomorrow. Let's see if we recognize. If you just don't even come into work, man.
For 6 years,
What the hell
Mr.
was
Garcia's
he doing that they
absence
didn't realize he wasn't doing his job?
went unnoticed until he was due to receive a medal for 20 years of service. Deputy Mayor Jorge Fernandez, who hired Garcia 20 years ago, was tasked with tracking him down. I wonder whether he was still working here. Had he retired? Was he even alive? But the payroll showed he was still receiving a salary. I called him up. I asked, what'd you do yesterday? The month before? The month before that? He didn't know what to say.
Man. Well, listen, he should have had a lie ready, man. You're that deep into that problem. You should already know. Did he just think that money magically appeared? Did he think he already quit? What was not only that guy said he was the mayor. He hired him 20. What kind of shady political organization is this that you're the mayor 20 years in a row?
He was working for the city council. Or sorry, the city council thought he was working for the water board. I don't know what that means, but just like,
and the
I
water
guess
board thought he was
municipal water.
Man.
Just like Moser's cousin or Vic's cousin who works for computers. Like this guy just works for, the H2O.
You know what? I guess I'm down. Go ahead. You know what? There's been too many. You know what? Damn the man, right? Damn the man.
Unreal.
Go ahead, get you your money, man.
You know what the best kicker is from here, man? You think he'd go to jail, right? Or you think he'd be forced to pay 6 years of annual salary?
And no.
1 year of annual salary.
That's all he's
for 6 years of not doing work.
You know what? I wouldn't pay anything, man. I'd give you nothing.
This guy's my hero.
This is crazy, man. I'm sure that's happened before. Like here in the U.S., there's got to be, like managing partner of the local Chick-fil-A who just never shows up or whatever it is, man. But this dude, 6 years he got away with it. That's great.
It's the coolest
What
thing
does he
I've
do
ever done.
now? Does he go get another job? Does he have to go back to work now?
That's the Gabe Landeskog of Spain.
That's the word. Yeah, he did. He doubled up Gabe's number at 6, though, man. Gabe's at 3 right now, right?
And this story sounds like something straight out of Mississippi.
Yo, man, there was a well, actually, isn't the plot of Superman 2 like Richard Pryor just stealing money from banks and doing nothing? I'm sure that guy is like in that same headspace where you're just like, free money, man. How do I get free money?
This dude's my hero. My absolute hero. You told me what you think's going to happen in Nuggets and Lakers tonight. Avs, Leafs. We've seen it happen before.
Leafs got to be a little angry because remember Toronto had a 2-goal lead over the Avs and then Colorado went, watch this, and they scored 4-5 unanswered, something like that.
They had a 4-2 lead. They lost 7-4.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, Toronto's got to be a little upset that the Avs put 7 on them just a couple of weeks ago when Toronto came into town here.
Craig Berube is the head coach. He was the former bench boss with the St. Louis Blues before he got the job in Toronto. Someone asked him today, how do you slow down Nathan MacKinnon? And Berube's answer was, and I quote, I don't know.
Nobody knows, man. Nate's cooking. Nate's going to end up with, what's he sitting on now?
103.
103, man. Where's Draisaitl?
Draisaitl has 101, but Draisaitl's got 49 tucks this year.
Man.
So that's the tough one. If he wants to win the MVP, and the Vegas odds have Draisaitl winning MVP this year, but the writers with the NHL have McKinnon winning it. So it's kind of up in the air right now whether or not Nate becomes the first back-to-back winner in, I want to say it's almost 20 years. Like Ovi did it in 08-09. I think that's the last guy to do it.
That's crazy.
But Nate, tell me Nate's not the best player on planet Earth right now.
He is. Yeah, he is.
I was talking with Brett about this. The best stretch of hockey that I think we've ever seen from an individual in Avs history was Joe Sakic between the years of like 2000 and 2004.
Okay.
They win a cup. He wins an MVP. Forsberg wins an MVP in that time frame as well. There was a possibility just before that he was going to go to the Rangers. He was like one of the most physically valuable players in the league. They gave him a
check, man. They sent him a check. They were going to, the Avs almost lost him, man. They had to match it.
You were front and center for that run. Compare the two. Is Nate playing better hockey now than Joe is playing at the turn of the millennium? It's pretty close. It's pretty close.
I don't want to go that far, though, man. Like, McKinnon just passed 1,000. McKinnon has to get like another 680 points in this league to catch Joe. That's how far ahead Joe is, man. Like, McKinnon's going to have to play like he's been playing over the last 3 or 4 seasons for another 6 years to catch Joe Sakic. That's how great Joe is. But, man, Nathan is ripping this league up right now. I I know that's a question for Joe. We'll ask Joe. I mean, Joe, we're going to talk. Well, Joe Sakic will be in a press conference coming up here before the playoffs started at the end of it, and we'll ask him.
It's a good question.
Because, yeah, that would be interesting to know.
That's Mark Bertinola. You can hear him tonight on AM 950 and 92.5 when we cross over after the Avs are done. So Nuggets Lakers 7:30 p.m. pregame show with Berto. I'll take you guys through pregame, intermission, and postgame on 92.5 as the Avs take on the Toronto Maple Leafs. That broadcast starts at 7:30. For Berto, for KJ, I'm Raj. PhD's coming up next. Both of us will be back in studio. Hopefully Berto has 4 tires on his car. Can't wait to talk to you guys tomorrow morning at 10.
Tonight.
It's your boy DMac with Scott Hastings. Tyler's off for the next couple days on spring break. Scotty is in Los Angeles with the Lakers. What's up, homeboy?
What's up, big doggy dog?
I tell you what, man.
Woo!
I was down at the Ball Arena for a little NCAA stuff earlier today. I just got back from there, actually. See, I got my little
I don't even know what today is. Today Wednesday. Oh, did you have to go down and pick up your pass?
Yep. I got a new pass.
You're official.
I'm official. I'm there. Saw Leggy there. Leggy was down there. He has to do, like, I think it's all hands on deck for ESPN once you get to the tournament, right? Like,
right.
So
he's in this area, right?
Yeah, man. Is Leggy coming on today, Dan, or
he is going to text me?
Yeah, it's gonna be tricky
when he has.
I wouldn't blame him if he really doesn't have time. It's kind of crazy what goes on down there. I mean, they're doing these. Boy, maybe we can even find this sound a little bit later, Dan. The Montana coach was pissed off. I get in there and I'm like, this is fun. NCAA tournament. Everybody's kind of yippy skippy. And I walk into the little interview area and there's all sorts of rules, Scott. Oh my God. You can't do this. You can't do that. You can only have you can only have a certain branded drink as you walk into the arena, and they love carpet. For whatever reason, the NCAA loves carpet.
Everything's carpeted. Yeah.
Like our little arena, right? That we spend so much time in. This is carpet. It's just carpet all over the place. There's all sorts of carpet. So, and the Lexus, Club Lexus is all taken over. That's all like media stuff. And it is kind of crazy, like the facelift they give the arena in a short period of time. Anyways, I walk in there and, I'm like, hey, I'm in a good mood. I got my new credential and the Montana coach is talking. He's got to be in a good mood, right?
Montana's close, Hey, we should be pulling for them.
Guy is just like, nobody respects us. Nobody says anything good about us. We're this, we're that, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, geez, the guy is kind of pissed off. That's an upset Grizzly right there. And one of the Montana guys, who, of course, is like, 19 years old covering the Grizzlies, and goes, that's the happiest he's been all year. And I'm like, okay. And then I'm just taken back. Talk about going in the Wayback Machine, brother. I just go back to when I was a 19-year-old kid covering Syracuse and Boeheim, and it was like, I remember this. I remember college coaches just being pissed off all the time about something.
Grumpy.
And, oh, my God. Golly, man. And I was there in the, Lou Carnesecca and John Thompson and all those dudes, and everybody was grumpy, brother. Jim Calhoun, all those guys. Rick Pitino at Providence. Do you remember that? Pitino at Providence? I mean, back in the day.
That's kind of where he made his hay, right?
That's right.
What was the one little white guard he had at Providence that?
Oh, I know exactly who you're talking about. Gosh darn it.
Did he become a coach or something, maybe?
He did.
Maybe had a cup of coffee in the league, but not, wasn't really a factor in the league.
Darn it. I could see him. He was
Billy
like,
not Billy.
You're
Donovan.
Was it Billy Donovan? It might have been Billy Donovan. I think it was Billy Donovan. I think you're exactly right. Who went on to coach Florida. Look it up. Billy Donovan, Providence.
And now is coaching the Bulls, right?
Is that where he is? I don't even know. Is that right? Yeah, I believe you're right. Look that up. Oh, well, you don't have to look it up. Just take our word for it. I mean, that's fine. But then
pretend like we know what we're talking about.
Then I see good old Rod Mackey. God, I love Rod. Rod's a great guy. And I'm down there and I'm like, hey, Rod. And Rod's like, oh, I love this stuff. And I go, oh, man, really? Okay. What are you doing here? He goes, well, the John Tonje story. I go, John Tonje. And this is where I know that Nate Kreckman is just shaking his head with his hand, head, palm. You're like, how much of an idiot is DMac? I'm disappointing Nate Kreckman. I know I am. But do you know the John Tonje story?
No, tell me about it.
Well, he was at CSU for years. And he transfers. Then there's COVID, and so you get an extra year there. So he transfers to Missouri. He's there for a few games. He gets hurt, and when he was at CSU, he was nothing special. Not really. He was kind of a very late bloomer at CSU, and I believe they got to the tournament with him. And again, Nate Kreckman can tell me the specifics for sure. All respect to Nate, he knows the stuff like the back of his hand. I'm just catching it up like a half hour ago, Scott. I'm just figuring this stuff out. So he goes to the COVID thing. He goes to Missouri, gets hurt, gets a medical redshirt year, and you throw that on top of the COVID thing that gave everybody an extra year. Remember all that, back in the NCAA?
Yep.
That was great for my kid who was an incoming freshman. Not really. It's kind of awful, actually. And now he's at Wisconsin, and he's a star. He's like one of the star players. He's turning 24, Scott, in late April. April 23rd or something, he will turn 24 years of age. And he's ripping it up right now with the NCAA tournament. He spent years and years at CSU. Now he's a star player for Wisconsin. Pretty cool, right?
Well, CSU probably wishes they still had him.
Well, I don't know if, I guess. Well, I think CSU's doing all right on their own, don't you think?
They're doing all right, but I mean, hey, you can always, a smaller school like that always could use one more star, right?
All I need is a couple of good stories there, Scott, with that NCAA tournament, man. And I don't follow the college basketball all that closely. I got to admit, but now I'm kind of curious. Wisconsin against Montana. We got bitter, pissed off Grizzlies coach going against CSU star playing for Wisconsin.
So we are pulling for Montana anyway, just because of the proximity.
Hell no,
right?
I'm not pulling for Wisconsin or for Montana.
I mean Montana. I am.
I'm not, because they beat my Bears up at UNC to get in the tournament in the first place. So screw those guys. I'm going home. I'm not pulling for Montana. They got a pissed off coach and they beat my Bears. Let's go, John Tonje. Let's go, cheese curds. Why would I root for Montana?
Here's my problem, and Kanjay, good story, ha ha. I there's nothing about Big Ten that I like.
Why? Because it's plodding and boring.
They play basketball like they play football.
Like just kind of just oafing around and not very fluid.
I'm bigger than you. Whoa, yeah. I'm Zach Edey. Whoa.
Yeah, well, we got Michigan here too, man. They probably play its style of basketball. Well, I don't know. Do you not like Michigan basketball? It's been pretty good over the years.
Well, yeah, they have, but my guy succeeded and then failed there, and so I'm,
not your
when
thing.
I was in Michigan. Listen, it's really funny. I was talking to Steve Smith was in town when they had that NBA TV game last week sometime, and I knew Steve Smith when he was a college kid at Michigan State. They would come down and come to Pistons games once in a while. I met Chris Webber when Chris was a high school player at Brothers. It was the name of the school.
Okay.
There outside of Detroit. So I've known him since then, right? So I'm okay with Michigan and Michigan State, but other than that, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I think it's kind of. I don't know. If you feel that way, you feel that way. I'm not going to try to twist your arm.
I like in the tournament underdogs, and I think Montana would be a major underdog against Wisconsin.
Oh, I see where you're going. Yeah. Well, I'm sticking up for my Bears. And I like Tonje, so I'm pulling for Wisconsin. So okay, I am.
Isn't it a little weird though that CSU? Why wouldn't they put CSU in this bracket?
I was told by somebody down there that know all these NCAA rules that certain seeds can't be within a certain geographic area of something. But I don't know how that applies to CSU because they're a 12 seed. They're not one of the top 4 seeds. So
maybe that's why they're thinking that. I mean, let's be honest. If CSU was playing here and playing Memphis, do you know how much green would be in that building that night to watch those two play?
It'd be awesome.
I mean, I think tons of CSU. Now, listen, we've seen some early round games, depending on where they are. And, I've seen it even down at the pit in New Mexico. And you're like, where are the fans? Where is everybody?
Yeah, I know.
Wouldn't you rather sell out?
Well, we're probably going to get a little of that at Ball Arena, to be honest with you. I mean,
I don't know. Every time the tournament's been here, man, the people in this area show out for that tournament. They come down to it.
I'll tell you this. The arena looks kind of cool. It's kind of because they take everything down. So the arena, even though it's good old Ball Arena, it does feel a little different. It does. It kind of has a different vibe, a different feel, different sort of flooring and signage and the whole thing and carpet. So, I mean, it's kind of cool. So I'd say go down and support it if you're looking for something to do. You know, Avs and Nuggets on the Roadie Road, and the game's on Thursday and on Saturday. And, yeah, it's funny because I did get credentials for this. I'm like, I don't know. Do I even care about it? As soon as I get down there, Scott, I'm like, this is great. This is awesome. Like, I can't wait to watch Yale.
Now, when you were at Syracuse, was the Big East still the Big East?
Oh yeah. It was the Big East. It was all of that. Yeah. I had one of the funniest NCAA stories. So this is crazy because I started working for a rock station, and my credentials to cover Syracuse weren't through my college radio station. It was through this classic rock station that I worked for, that I started working for when I was a sophomore in college. And so I worked there after college as well. That was my first full-time radio job. So I covered Syracuse in the NCAA tournament, Scott, like 4 years in a row, like traveling to go watch Syracuse play in the tournament games. And one year, and I don't know if you remember this, but they played in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, of all places, which is where my wife's from, which is ironic. And I got some sort of last-minute flight or something. I got my credential like as I'm walking in and they're tipping the game off. It was like that down in actually it wasn't in Harrisburg. It was in Hershey, Pennsylvania, old Hershey, Pennsylvania. And I go there and Syracuse loses to the Richmond Spiders. It was like a 2 being beat by a 14 or something like that. It was like a massive, terrible upset and the whole thing. And then I was like, oh, okay, I guess I'll just hop on a flight and get back. I was gone from Syracuse for like 14 hours. People didn't even realize that I had gone there because the exit was so quick. And it was just kind of one of the worst sort of experiences. But
that was the year where Richmond, they went deep that year in the tournament, didn't they? Yep. And then the next year they upset somebody. Richmond was one of those Cinderella teams for like a period of 2 or 3 years.
Well, they beat. You remember Billy Owens? Do you remember Billy Owens or not?
Yep.
Well, who had kind of a long NBA career, just never anything all that special because I think he was out in Portland or something for a long time. Well, that was Billy Owens' team. This is before Carmelo. And Billy was and Derek Coleman. I think he had already graduated, actually. But it was kind of that era, Pearl Washington, Derek Coleman, Billy Owens, that sort of era. That was really, really exciting. It was cool. But they were always underachievers. And this is why I love Melo, okay? This is where my bias and my love for Melo will never change because we have been through so many disappointing, underachieving years with superstar players. So many until Melo. And Melo lived up to the expectations. He was hyped coming in, and he delivered. And it was so I'll always love Melo.
What was the other guy that played in the NBA for a while that was the other forward? Akeem something?
Yeah. Oh, my God. Yeah, he made a big block.
6'10", skinny. Yes. Yeah.
Oh, gosh. Yes, I'm forgetting his name too, but he was there too. He made the big block in that game.
Let me give you a name drop funny NCAA story that a conversation I just had within the last 48 hours. So I'm walking on the court about ready to do our stand-up in Golden State, and Chris Mullen's there, and I hear, Scott, hey. And so I go over and talk to Chris. We're talking a little bit, and I go, dude, St. John's balling a little bit now.
Yeah.
He goes, yeah, we got Patino now. He's ahead of the NIL game. He's been playing it for years.
Right? Right.
Said,
of course.
Man. That's a good one. I said, well, we should be better, too. We got the other guy.
Hey, but Scott.
Calipari. We got Calipari. So.
We know the pyramid of success with John Wooden is like get the used car dealership to give you a lot of money for everybody. That's up there with like tying your shoelaces. It's right there. Get the used car guy.
Peter, why do you hate that guy?
Because it's true. I mean, come on. Is there anything more? So you're a big John Wooden pyramid of success guy. That's your thing?
I don't know about the pyramid of success. I'm a big John Wooden fan.
But you realize that Sam What's-His-Face was backing up the Brinks truck with cash.
But he got talent.
Well, yeah, he did. How does he get a kid from Brooklyn? Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Yeah, okay, all right.
Well, exactly. You still got to coach the talent, though.
Oh, my God. Really? Are we really going to have this conversation?
Yeah, John Wooden is a top 3 coaches of all time in any sport.
He was also one of the most crooked coaches of all time with the money. Look it up.
He coached who they put in front of him.
And they put in front of him with boatloads of cash from that Sam guy, the car dealership dude.
Look at the bitter hate you coming
It's
from.
not bitter hate. It's truth. It's
bitter
truth.
hate.
Okay, well, I'll just look at the conjoined circles of success or whatever that hell is.
I'm looking up John Wooden's suspension from the NCAA. I don't see it.
Oh, I wonder why. You don't think the NCAA was invested in having UCLA be? How's UCLA's program been since? How's it been in the past, 20 years? Well, actually, it was good there for a little bit.
I was going to say, it's won as many. In fact, it's won at least 2 NCAA tournaments.
Scott, we're off to a great start on this show. What can I tell you? It's one of the best ever.
Hey, but this is what March Madness is about, is everybody fights about March Madness, don't they? It's the only time in the year that people really care about, and this is why football wants a tournament and expand it. It's the only time of the year more people get passionate about college football or basketball and sports, and they talk trash, and they bring up the past, and Patino, he's killing it at St. John's because now cheating's legal, and come on now.
We'll get into it. Hakeem Warwick, by the way.
Hakeem Warwick,
is who you're thinking about. There is a lot of other news with the with the Nuggets, with the Avs. We even have a new Broncos player that they needed. I don't know if they desperately wanted, but they needed. We've got an addition there. And an interesting twist with the Broncos, too. Details about that coming up next.
Man, I was impressed with him out there. I know, it's like our team was, coming off the big win. We wanted to get out and flow and go a little bit and get some movement and get loose. And we kind of probably had the governor on at about 85%, but he looked like he fit right in. He was moving well, shooting well. I love the energy that he brings to the ice, and it's a little bit contagious with our team. It was certainly good to have him out there, and he looked better than I thought. I haven't seen him on the ice for a while because he's been doing his thing a little bit away from our team, but that's a good sign, and he's out on the road trip, and hopefully he skates with us again here.
Well, that's kind of cool, Scott. That's Gabe Landeskog.
That's real cool.
Jared Bednar this morning with the boys. I think he'll be back for the playoffs.
I do. I do too. I do too.
I don't think there's much to lose. And
I was listening to a podcast. Somebody made a great point in the podcast. He goes, all of a sudden you've got these interviews all over the place.
Right.
You've all of a sudden got the 5-part documentary, and it's going to end up. And now all of a sudden he's traveling with the team. We saw a video. Was it yesterday? We saw the video of him skating.
Yep.
Pretty loosely on the thing, and he said this thing's all playing up for the documentary.
Yep.
And that maybe, and his thought was this was the plan all along, was get under the long-term RI, or injury reserve, and get through the season. Doesn't hurt the team any, and then boom, here we go for postseason.
Yeah, because again, he's not going to go play in the top 6. He'd be playing for Kelly, Drury, or Kiviranta, likely, and maybe just Drury or Parker Kelly, frankly. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. If it doesn't feel great and it doesn't make sense, then so be it. It's not like, but the benefits of trying could be huge. So, give it a shot.
Well,
why not?
I was talking to Andy about it last night, and he made this point. He goes, listen, they've already got a really good top 3 lines now with the trade. I don't think he's going to be in there. And I said, well, good. Let him be on the 4th line, and now you've got four good lines. Probably more limited minutes, so you're keeping him safer. Dude, the first time he skates out in a game, and you just pray he's going to be safe, and you pray that he's going to be productive, but you don't think that's going to juice up some of these guys on this team?
Yeah, of course.
I don't think there's a member that doesn't like him.
And by the way, don't be so beholden to you're the 3rd line, Bednar mixes up lines, Scott. All the time during the game. It's like, we'll do this, we'll do that, we'll see this, we'll see that. So, kind of some bad news today, though. We find out Josh Manson will be out 3 to 4 weeks, which he's been battling. He's like the Aaron Gordon this year of the Avalanche. He's just never been all that right. He's in, he's out, he's, that sort of thing. So, Eric Johnson, all of a sudden, it's like, hey, cool. I mean, you're kind of a throwaway for the Flyers there, and now you're going to come in, and it looks like he's going to play quite a bit more for the Avalanche in an important role. So, cool.
And the other kid's playing good that they got in the trade too, right? Was it Lindgren? Is
Ryan
that the
Lindgren.
other defensive guy there?
Yep.
And I've been hearing good things about him too, though.
He's been great. I mean, basically every guy's been good. That Necas has been good. Oh, by the way, we got to find this, Dan. There's some sort of, and maybe you can look up Marty Necas on Instagram or something, but there's some sort of video game, Scott, where you have to make a chicken jump over obstacles, and it's voice activated, and they featured this on Altitude TV the other day. So in order to make the chicken jump, you got to go bok, 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 and the louder you do it, the more the chicken will jump. So there's 30 to 40 seconds of Necas just going bok, bok, bok about a video game. Now, how this gets recorded and gets put out there, Dan, you got to find it, man. You got to look it up.
Sounds like it's a gag. They gagged him and he fell for it.
Well, but there's a lot of other people that are on this game that there's videotaping going bok, 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 like a chicken jumping around. And Necas is playing this game. And the chicken. So if you want the chicken to just walk a little bit, you go bok, 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 like that. And if you want him to jump, you go bok, and then he jumps. You know who showed me this, by the way? You know who showed me this?
Raj.
My wife. No, Raj. No, my wife. My wife was like, look at this. It's Marty Necas playing the chicken game. I'm like, what? And she
I thought you meant who showed you the game.
No. Showed me the game. It showed me Marty Necas on video playing the game. I didn't understand what the hell she was showing me. But there's this stuff. Scott, we covered all of it. We got it all for you. It's not just one thing or another thing. We got a lot of time to kill on this show. You're going to get all the information.
We don't mind bringing you pertinent, entertaining information.
And if you could find that. I wish I had a link for you. I'm sorry, I don't. But you're looking it up? All right. I put Dan on a million goose chases here. I'm looking for pissed off Montana coach. The Jonte thing. The CSU guy. I probably screwed up his name already. But really, seriously, I walk in a ball arena, the Montana coach is just spitting fire about how everybody's disrespecting Montana. It's like, hey, dude, who knew Montana had a basketball team? But I get it.
Hey, dude, if you're disrespected, go be Wisconsin.
Exactly. There you go.
That's what makes this tournament good, right?
And I tell you, if you're doing not another bracket contest, the lower the seed you pick, the more points you get. So if you want to pick Montana over Wisconsin, that's a 12-5, right? Something like that. There you go. And the grand prize is, you got the playoff tickets there for the Nuggets and dinner at the Chop House, a catered party for 30 by Brothers Barbecue, brought to you by Evan Williams Bourbon. And our great friends at Brothers Barbecue. Go to altitudesportsradio.com/not another bracket to enter. In fact, we're just giving away prizes to Brothers Barbecue for people who entered, like our winner this hour, Trevor Eckhart, who picked Texas Tech, Duke, Houston, A&M, and BYU. Boring.
Duke, Houston, BYU.
Yeah, it's a 3-1, 1-4, and a 6. Snooze-a-rooney.
Well, but if four of those guys can get to the Final Four, you'll probably win, right?
I guess, but
even if they're higher.
All right, but I got the Yaleys because I was told that Yale is just those Ivy League schools, Scott, in the NCAA tournament. Man, it used to be Princeton, but if you're telling me Yale's the answer, okay.
Has anybody done it since Princeton?
Yeah, I think so. Didn't Harvard have a really? No, I'm being serious. Didn't Harvard have a big upset a little bit ago? Or
I think they competed one game. What's the team that starts with a C? Not Colgate. What's
my uncle went there.
It starts with a C, and it's in New York, right?
Yeah, it's. Oh my God.
Not Columbia.
It's not Colgate.
Is it Columbia?
Oh my God, this is ridiculous.
Is it not Columbia? Is it?
No. Well, Columbia does start with a C, and they are in the Ivy League. But no, it's. Oh my God, this is ridiculous. My uncle went to college there. He played hockey there.
My godson went to college there.
It's right across. It's in the town of Ithaca. Cornell. Thank you.
Cornell.
Oh my God. We are
Yeah.
morons. Thank you, Steve.
Yeah.
Nelly with the assist.
Yeah.
Yeah. What about Cornell?
My godson went to Cornell. I think Cornell it upset somebody one year, like maybe Indiana or.
There's no way.
They upset somebody in the first round, and then they had Indiana or something like that.
Well, there's no way you're getting that completely wrong, but I appreciate the effort.
Completely
Tonight,
wrong or completely right?
No, completely. You want? There's no way Cornell beat anybody in the NCAA tournament ever. Again, these are things that I'm tempted to look up, but would be boring to the audience. So let's, as they say, move on. Who's playing tonight, Scott, for the Nuggets against the Lakers? Who's going?
I have no idea. I have no idea. I would say this. I would think the Joker's going to play. I'm not sure about Murray, because he's had ankle issues before. I'm crossing my fingers on Gordon having enough time in between that last game and this one, because I think he's a key to this team too, don't you? I mean, I think he's just a factor for this team, man. He brings some toughness. He brings some defense, a little leadership in there. I think they really need him. Problem is, if Murray misses, I think they're thin along that guard line. I mean, what guards besides Russ, really?
Well,
as
Jalen
far as
Pickett,
ball handling
I guess.
guards.
Jalen Pickett, I don't know.
But Jalen Pickett, all of a sudden you put a defensive, quicker dude on him, and he kind of showed some little holes in the armor the other day against Golden State.
How was yesterday? Boy, we got some heat on some good heat with that Malone Bontemps thing. I didn't really get your feedback on that because you were on the bus. It was really weird, by the way.
Well, I said it, and then also I'm here. Well, we can't really hear Scott. I mean, I was calling him an idiot before. Let me just tell you this. Go look it up. I did a show over in Grand Junction today.
Braggart.
With my boy Jimmy, and he brought up and said, "Well, Vic just, he really went after Bontemps and da-da-da." And I said, yeah, boom. I said, well, here's my final line. I said, first of all, Vic's a wordsmith. When he goes after you, man, you got to watch out. He was fantastic. I said, Katie Wingy took after him a little bit, and it was pretty good too. I said, but I think my take, and you know me, I'm not on social media, I think my take was best of all.
You tell
Short,
me.
concise, and to the point.
Yeah.
I just called him a dumbass.
All right. Well, if you missed it, here was the irony. You were on the plane with Malone, and Malone decided to do his show while he was sitting on the plane.
Well, I was on the bus and did mine, and then he called you when we got to the airport.
Yeah, I didn't think he was going to do that. I thought he was just going to be on with us like Thursday or something. But no, he sat on the plane. He said, we're not leaving until I'm done with the show. I was like, well, we appreciate that. But the irony was that you were sitting somewhere on the same plane with Malone as he was doing the show on your show. But you weren't on it because you were sitting behind him. I mean, it was weird. I'm not going to lie.
I'm in the back. I'm in the back of the plane.
Do you know where he said you were sitting?
Where?
Well, guess where he thought you were sitting on the plane.
Toilet.
Right. That's right. That's what he said. Next to the toilet. That's exactly what he said.
I do actually sit kind of close to the toilet.
Okay. You don't get big guy special leg thing on that plane? You don't have special big guy seats?
No, I mean all the seats are bigger, but
they are.
The closeness of the seats
to the toilet,
further back to the plane, the closeness of the seat in front of you, changes a little bit.
Are you guys weird because you could really sit wherever you want, but all of you could just sit in the same spot every single time?
We all sit in the same spot, but we're in the same area we were designated.
Yeah, but you could mix it up, but you don't. Everybody just sits in the same seat. Is that right?
Yeah, now we're just birds of habit.
That's just dumb. All right, here's Malone about Bontemps, however you say it. All right, we're going to let you go because we're going to talk about an idiot from ESPN who said that it was a disgrace to the NBA that you didn't play Jokic last night. And
you should be embarrassed.
Yeah, you should be embarrassed and humiliated. Some of these ESPN guys, Coach.
Somebody really said that?
Do you want to hear it?
I don't want to hear it. I just want to know who said it.
Bontemps, whatever his name is, Bontemps, last name Bontemps. Tim Bontemps.
You know what the best thing about that is? I don't even know who that is.
All right.
I mean, so that speaks to that, but that is just an asinine comment. Nikola Jokic has been the most available player in the NBA in the last 10 years. And no other three-time MVP plays nearly as many games as Nikola Jokic.
Correct.
And for him to say that, it just speaks to the ignorance that some of these people have.
There you go. Fun, huh?
Well, no, I think it's true, and I thought Vic and his tweet was very good at what he had to say. I think Katie did a good job on what she had to say, and I just replied when I saw it. And then you hit the reply, but I just wrote dumbass.
Since Jokic debuted in 15-16, got some numbers for you here, Scott.
Oh, this is a great stat, by the way.
He's played in 45 of 48 games on ABC, TNT, and ESPN. That's 93.8% of the time. That is third highest among the 46 All-Stars with 40-plus national TV games over that span, only behind Jason Tatum, 95.9%, and Russell Westbrook at 94.3. And there's Bontemps calling out the Nuggets and Jokic when he is the third best in showing up in the times that he's being critical of him for. How about them apples?
All this was the NCAA. You don't even have to do it. ESPN did this when they all went in on Joel Embiid for that MVP a few years ago. That's great. They all went in. They all put false narratives and da-da-da. So you got a coastal elitist that only goes to either Boston, New York, or L.A. games.
Right.
And he's going to tell you how the world really is. And,
right.
And some people are going to believe it. You know, a lot of people who don't know anything about him are going to believe it because he's on ESPN, and that who's wrong. There's no factual integrity to it. He was at the Boston game when he turned his ankle in the first quarter. He was no, he wasn't at the game, but it was on TV. Just a game earlier in the fourth quarter when Jamal Murray twisted his ankle. They've seen these injuries. These are legit, real injuries. So it's a dumb narrative to support an agenda that he and ESPN has. And I'll tell you another reason, because gosh, it was one of the other major guys he's actually going to do a big article on ESPN about Nikola Jokic, and maybe it's going to be a pro thing. And he's been at 2 or 3 of the games. He was in Oklahoma City. I saw him in Denver the other day. I saw him in Golden State. And I take it he's going to have a real positive Nikola piece come out.
Okay.
And it's probably, let's get ready. We got not everybody's on board. This was agenda driven, and it just shows his ignorance and his lack of true knowledge. He's the guy. Let me tell you what. He's the guy. You've probably seen them, DMac. How many press conferences have you been to?
A lot. Hundreds.
Yeah. He's the guy that can't sit down, but he's going to stand up kind of near the podium.
And that's so obnoxious.
Just stand there.
So obnoxious.
So he can be seen. I've been to probably this year alone a handful of games he's been in. And he stands up right just off to the side of the podium. Dudes. And stands there. I'm like, sit down, bro.
Sit down.
Who are you?
Who are you? Well, Malone doesn't know who he is, which was pretty freaking funny. So much for being an NBA insider.
I guarantee he knows who he is, but that was a shot.
Okay. When we come back, we'll hear Marty Necas playing the chicken game. We have that audio.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, and we will have the new player for the Denver Broncos. Yes, Scott?
By the way, Cornell went to the Sweet 16
I
in
saw
2010.
it, and I'm wrong. The texters are much smarter than me. I'm seeing it here. Cornell defeated Temple and Wisconsin in the 2010 tournament. Made Sweet 16. This is another moment where Nate Kreckman thinks I'm an idiot, because I am. And we got number 14, Harvard beat my number 3 Lobos back in 2013. I really do not remember that Cornell run in 2010. That's my bad. It's PhD on 92.5. Tonight in Toronto, puck drop at 5 p.m. pregame right here on Altitude at 4:30. Connor McGahey will join us around 2:45 today to preview the game. Then after that, it's the Nuggets and the Lakers. And it's going to start over on 950, but once everything is said and done, it'll be Hearski. So it's a double dipperoo of action on 92.5 with post games on YouTube with our guy Raj and Spring covering the Avalanche between the pipes, and then Dan Tanner and KJ, cast of thousands on YouTube again on the digital with In the Paint. So you want to talk about the game, you want to listen to the game, we got you covered everywhere you can imagine. Scott, you ready to hear Marty Necas play the chicken game?
I honestly can't wait.
Okay, so again,
do we have that?
No, the chicken dance song. Yeah. Let's just play it without it first, so you can just hear how ridiculous it sounds. And then, Dan, if we want to go for all-star moments, find the chicken dance.
All-star moments.
Correct. I'm trying to give Dan a little time because I don't know if Dan has ever heard of the chicken dance. See, I'm not sure what Dan...
I'm not that uncultured.
Well, no, hold on, Dan. Because you claim to not watch the Super Bowl halftime show because why bother?
That is correct.
So you have treated certain things in pop culture like it's the plague.
Whoa. The chicken dance song is pop culture?
Yes, it's a traditional wedding dance song. It would not surprise me by how you ignore extraneous things in your life as, I don't know. And so you know the chicken dance song.
Yes, I do.
All right. Let's play this without the chicken dance song, and then All-Star Dan perhaps can mix in the chicken dance song with Necas.
And by the way, DMac.
Yes, sir.
Good job of drawing that out.
I was trying. You see what I was doing there. There's a whole process. Canadian process. Okay, this is a game where you stare at your phone, and the louder you balk, the higher the chicken will jump. And the chicken's got to jump from platform to platform, but he's got to walk a little bit. So you're just like, bark, 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 bark. It's like that. So here is the first line forward for the Avalanche playing the chicken game.
Bop. 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 Bop.
I am not. It sounds like we're making that up. Dan, can we post the video somehow so we can prove that? I don't know where you even found it from, but there is a video to go with this too.
Oh gosh, that's funny.
That is Marty Necas. I am not making that up. Okay, so all right, cool. So you can see the video behind me, and we'll post it as well. Scott, can you see that? Oh,
yeah.
You can see him doing it, right? Huck?
Yeah.
Huck? Okay. All right, now for your entertainment pleasure, and we'll get to who the Broncos signed. Can you believe this is taking priority over who the Broncos signed? For your entertainment...
It must be a punter.
Well, you go and spoil the whole story. Thanks a lot, Scott. All right, but for your dining and entertainment pleasure, here's the chicken dance song with Marty Necas playing the chicken game. Go ahead, Dan.
Bop. 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 Bop.
And there you go. There you go.
Oh my gosh, that is so good.
We will post. Dan, can we retweet this somehow or take care of this one way or the other?
Yeah. Meld it with the music. That's even better. That's hilarious.
So there you go, Marty Necas.
No. Bark.
By the way, my wife showed this. My wife showed this to me and go, "Oh, I'm definitely going to ask him about this." She goes, "Oh, no, don't do that." I go, "No, I'm gonna do it." I mean, they featured it already on Altitude TV, so it's not,
Yeah, it's already been posted.
It's already been posted. Yes. So there you go. All right, we'll play that again.
Hey.
Later on.
And let me take a wraparound look at just talking about this video.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
And you've mentioned it. You've mentioned it before on the show over the last week or two. We understand with the trades the team changed. You get different buy. The atmosphere and this team's makeup has changed, right? The mentality feels different with this team now, doesn't it? Than it did
for sure
a month ago.
For sure. Yeah.
And I think that's good.
Oh no! It's so good. It's so good. I'm kind of happy that I think we'll remember when I came in and I told you guys there's something weird going on. It was that homestand. Remember they went like 2-3, and I was like, I don't know what the hell's going on. McKinnon's acting weird. Like, it's just not good. And that was before the Rantanen trade. I know the Rantanen trade was hard for a lot of people. I really, really, really do believe the Avalanche did not intend to trade him. I do think they were intending on negotiating with him, but I think they also realized once the ball started rolling a little bit, they needed to make that move. And it was the right thing to do for the team.
It's terrible because I know there's a whole lot of Mikko Rantanen sweaters out there, and there's a whole lot of Mikko Rantanen fans, and it doesn't mean he's not a good player. But, and I think Malone addressed this in the pregame presser yesterday. Man, they saw a need and they went for it. It takes a lot of courage to do what they did. We'll see if it, works out. But man, I tell you what,
that's the right
Chris
thing.
McFarland and Joe Sakic, I mean, that showed some gumption, dog. I mean, that was a brave, bold move they made.
Yep, and the Nuggets didn't do anything, which might be the right move. It might be the right move. But it's quite a contrast in what both teams did at the trade deadline. Okay, so
let me ask you this, then, just what you just said. So the Avs going forward into the postseason, the Nuggets going forward in the postseason, there has to be, and I don't know what we deem successful, but there has to be a modicum of success tied to this to say, all right, they went for it, they made some moves, traded Mikko, they got to the Western Conference Finals. Okay, that trade was good for them.
Yes.
The Nuggets stayed pat. Got to the Western Conference Finals. You say, well, that was pretty good.
I agree.
I mean, success has to follow both decisions, doesn't it?
I do, and I think the Western Conference Finals is a fair bar. I think that's fair. I think if both teams get to the Western Conference Finals, I think you could equally say they did the right thing at the trade deadline. It just didn't work out. If they lose, never mind. If they go, of course, to the Stanley Cup Final and the NBA Finals. Careful how you say that. That's the right way to say it. I think the conference finals is the way to determine whether or not they were smart and succeeded at the trade deadline. I think that's fair for both teams because both teams have the best player in the world in their respective sports on their team. So if you have the best player in the world on your team, you should go pretty far in the playoffs. Huh? How about that? For
well, and with the Avs, you might have the two of the top three players.
Correct.
In the world, right?
So the bar should be probably a little bit higher for the Avalanche too. Okay, with that being said, and Dan, when we call for Marty Necas' chicken dance, we will have a mix. I'm sure you're mixing it right now of the chicken dance and him balking, and that will be a classic thing that we will play over and over and over and over and over again because we're idiots. Meanwhile, the Broncos do have a punter. Scott, you spoiled the whole damn story. But that really isn't the most interesting thing about what happened over the past week with the Broncos. I'll tell you what it is coming up next. It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Yeah, we're going to get some big Broncos news here in just a second. Hang on for that. But if you're dealing with erectile dysfunction, that sucks. Who wants to deal with that? And you probably just don't make that big of a deal of it. But it can be a relationship destroyer, causing depression, conflicts, breakups, maybe divorce. This doesn't need to be the case. Bring love back into your life and intimacy with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They're there for you when the pills or herbals fail. Success rates go over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. They've served the Front Range for nearly a decade, and they've treated tens of thousands of men. So if you're in this situation or situation, they can help you. Schedule a consult, T and a PSA test. If advised a test dose, hey, if it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free, but it's going to work, like most men. They're in Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. So there's a Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic near you. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Let's go. Couple of NFL news and notes. Scotty's out there in Los Angeles. I'll give you the injury report in a second there. It's going to be an interesting game tonight for sure. We'll get to that just in a second. Hang in there. Broncos have a new punter, Scott, and his name is Matt Hack. It's got to be, he spells hack with 2 A's. Hack. Hawk. Could it be Hawk? Could it be Matt Hawk? H-A-A-C-K. See, that's got to be some Swedish. Norway. There's got to be something there, right? Like Hawk. Ron. Like, why do you need 2 A's in a row in your last name if your name's Hack? So it can't be Hack. It must be Hawk.
Yeah. Hawk.
I guess. It's the Hawk Tua punter. That's who we got. We got Hawk Tua punter. Let's put it on your foot. Just kick it a little bit. That's all. Let's put it right out there. Hawk Tua. So we got Hawk Tua.
Ball snap back to the punter. Here's Logan next year.
Well,
snap back to the punter.
Well,
Hawk Tua! Blasted down to the.
Blasting it down. Hawk Tua's blasting it down the field. I love it. All sorts of fun talk here on the radio. Anyways, he's a lefty. And it does bring up a quirky issue, Scott. Talk about weird NFL things. I'll give you a weird one. Every now and then, the Broncos face a lefty punter. So in order to practice fielding punts from their lefty punter they're seeing this week, what the Broncos have done over the years, Scott, is they've brought in on a tryout basis lefty punters so their punt returners could judge the spin of a ball because it's different off the foot of a lefty than a righty. If you have a lefty punter, does that mean you have to bring in righty punters the entire year to practice catching punts?
Well, then you just have Lutz punting because Lutz your backup punter during game days.
You would think that would make the most sense, but I've never understood the kicking punting conundrum where they can't do both these skills. I look at them during practice and they do nothing. These specialists do nothing during practice except for like 10 minutes of work. And I'm like, learn a new skill. Maybe Portuguese. I don't know. I mean, do something. And so I have no idea.
Back when we used to go out and do shows out at the Dove Valley all day and stuff, and they'd be having practice, and you're trying to watch the linemen are doing this, or they're doing goal line defense, you're doing it, and over on the backfield, or the snapper, the kicker, and the punter, and they're trying to kick balls into a trash can in the far end of the corner.
Yeah, but how long can you do that game for, Scott? The dumbest thing at football practice is the existence at the practice of the specialists. We don't need them, aside from 10 minutes. I've never understood stopping practice so those guys could get in reps. I've been such a strong believer in do that early in practice and let those guys go. Go play golf or something. Learn Portuguese. Do something. Anyways, that's not the real story.
Maybe you got to get the offense and defense. Maybe you do 3 snaps and then bring in a punter, and that way you can practice on running the offense off and the defense on.
Yeah, there's nothing that needs less of than football practice. I am convinced of covering the NFL for 30 years, Scott. Football practice is a waste of time. And all they do is a bunch of crap they don't really need to do. And, I don't have somebody to yell at me right now to tell me I'm wrong, so I'll just say it. Because I've watched the same. It's so funny. You get all these new coaches and new this and new that in over the years, right? You think something would look different at football practice, Scott. It doesn't.
Yep.
I can tell you exactly how every damn football practice goes.
All you're doing early on, right, is getting an idea of does this wide receiver, can he catch it? Does this running back have a jiggle? Can this offensive lineman stay in front of anybody? And does this edge rusher have any speed? That's kind of all you're looking for, isn't it?
Dude, there's so much wasting of time at football practice. It's so ridiculous. With like 100 coaches screaming at everybody every single second. What they need to do, what you need to do in football is practice more important situations. Like end of game, end of half, 4-minute drill, 2-minute drill, that sort of thing. The rest of it is a bunch of garbage.
You know what? And I would say the same thing in basketball, too. Once you've got the conditioning part down, and there is part of practice that is about the conditioning, and, yeah, I know that these guys are more, football is probably now, a 10.5-month of the year job. Basketball's turned into about 11-month of a year job. They're always conditioning. I get you. So practice ought to be put in your offense, put in your defense, and now go up and down and play, if you will, a little bit. You get some guys need to work on some free throws, okay, do it. And that's why basketball teams don't usually practice during the regular season.
The Nuggets never practice. Hardly practice. Not really. I mean, not a lot. And football practices way too much. But they don't practice too much. They just practice stupidly. You need to run plays more. Whatever. You get me off target here. There was an interesting twist that we found out, according to Mike Kliss today, about the 3 big signings by the Broncos. Maybe Sherfield wasn't a big one, but he's one. Sherfield, Greenlaw, and Ufunga. Darren Muji. Now, this is interesting, Scott, to me. Once you sign these guys, you're not really signed. You have an agreement. It's like that Seinfeld episode. You can make a reservation, but can you keep the reservation? So what happens here in football is that you have an agreement, but then you got to sign those guys. So there's this kind of crazy, Scott, 48-hour period. It's limbo land. Like, the deal's done, but is it really done? Well, it turns out the Jets came after Hufanga. How about that? They came after him. Not only that, but the Vikings tried to keep Sherfield, and the 49ers tried to keep Greenlaw. So the Broncos had 3 different players, and look at that Darren Muji out there with the Jets trying to, burst the bubble on Hufanga like that. 3 different teams tried to rip those players away from the Broncos, and all 3 of those players, Scott, stuck with some integrity and agreed to the deal they had with the Broncos instead of taking a little bit more money to go back to their old teams or go to a new team. What do you think about that?
Well, I think that's pretty amazing. But let me ask you this. Are we sure there wasn't a little bit more? We're going to keep the contract saying, but here's an extra $500,000 guaranteed. Are we sure any of that happened?
Maybe. I don't know the specific details, but Kliss writes about it today, and you can read him and see the details there. But I wouldn't think that the Jets, Vikings, and 49ers wouldn't have gone after those guys without a little extra chunk of change. So
right.
It would have been, Scott, it would have been easy for those 3 guys, for whatever reason they wanted to leave the Broncos. So you had to have a little bit of integrity.
I'll just say this, though, and we talked a lot about last week. Money's going to supersede almost everything when you're talking crazy money. Now, saying that, I do believe most players with their grain of salt want to win also, right? And if you can do it and both of them can jibe a little bit, well, if I'm Hufanga and I got the Jets wanting me, or I got a team that's on the up and coming with a young quarterback, do I take the 2 in the bush over the 1 in the hand? Because of getting the quarterback, because of getting to the postseason last year, I would even say that right now over San Francisco, who's still in limbo a little bit, right?
Yep.
Then all of a sudden now, if they want their linebacker back, they're like going, well, yeah, but I've read that you're getting rid of Christian. I've read that you weren't happy with the quarterback. You can't get, okay. Now I got a guy that listen, whatever we think about him, I think from a player standpoint that plays defense, I think people appreciate Vance Joseph.
I would say you're right.
Maybe more so than we do as fans here. And he's going, wait a minute. Greenlaw's going, wait a minute. You're still up in the air over there. I love my time there. But that $5,000 for rent for a 1,500 square foot townhome, I can spend $5,000 buy a 4,000 square foot house.
You know what's
$5,000 a month or whatever.
I think what's cool to know is that in a recruiting sort of situation, the Denver Broncos fared well. So and I don't know if that
wouldn't have happened 3 years ago.
Exactly. So, hey, it's another tip of the cap to the Walton Penner Group, to your best friend Sean Payton, to George Payton, to what the Broncos are building, to Bo Nix, that, hey, the tide has turned. The tide has turned for the Denver Broncos, and that's awesome. And I'm happy to hear that story where they were in a competitive situation with other teams, and the Broncos were the better place to be. That's pretty cool, man. So I'll take it.
Well, which let's be honest, for forever, at least our tenure here, for the majority of the time, that's always been the case.
That has been the case.
You know? And the only time you lost free agents, and no knock on the Bolden family or Pat, because he was fabulous here, but they couldn't offer you $25 million cash. You know,
Correct.
Here's a $50 million guaranteed. Here's a check for $20 million. That was tough for those guys to do. These guys can find ways to do stuff like that.
Yeah, you should be happy about that as a Broncos fan. It's good news. And we got the Hawk to a punter. So we're good.
What about the tight end? What Evan Ingram? Did anybody come back after him at all?
Did not hear that. No, did not hear that. That's a little bit different because he was just a pure free agent. Well, actually, yes. Yes, the Chargers. Yes, he was here. Then he went out to the Chargers, and the Chargers knew that he wanted to be with the Broncos. He wanted to be with the Broncos. The Chargers didn't care. They had him out there. He had a really good visit from what I understand. He did not come back to Denver. He went to Atlanta to talk it over with his family, and then the Broncos came off the top rope and got the deal done, and he ended up with the Broncos. Also, I do believe the story that Cooper Kupp wanted to be with the Broncos. The Broncos just weren't going to fork over $15 million per for 3 years for Cooper Kupp. But I do believe that story, too, that he wanted to be with the Broncos.
Well, let me ask you this. Is Cooper Kupp signed with anybody?
Yeah, he signed with Seattle for $45 million.
Oh, that's right.
$30 million guaranteed. I mean, it was preposterous. The Broncos were never going to be.
No.
That's
and nor should they.
No.
And that would have gone back to what I said a few weeks ago, that, listen, you're in the process. You got it right. You got a quarterback, you got a coach. I will still say this. Of all that draft, wherever you want to redraft them, and if Bo Nix would go higher, it doesn't matter. The best team and coach drafted you. I'm not sure it works out anywhere else better than where he ended up, and that's good for him. So now you're moving forward. Now you can build something, because I really do. I think Sean Payton and Bo Nix were on the same page, and I'm not sure Michael Penix and Sean Payton would have been. I'm not sure that J.J. McCarthy and Sean Payton would have been. But Bo Nix, you can tell they're on the same page, man.
Scott, would you like to hear Marty Necas do the chicken dance?
Yeah.
Okay, Dan, go ahead and play it.
Up. 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 Up.
I'm so simple. I'm so simple.
It's PhD on 92.5. Living with my woman. Finished with my woman. Because she couldn't help me.
This is great.
This is Ozzy in like 1968. Crazy, right? What a voice. Okay, I got a bunch of different things for you here, Scotty. Maybe let me just go over the Nuggets with you real quick. I got the injury report here in front of me. I don't know if you're looking at it too, but Bronny's playing. You know, Bronny hasn't played. Bronny hasn't played for the G League team since December, the South Bay Lakers, because they've just had a bunch of injuries and other things. It's kind of weird. Like, he's actually spent more time playing for the Lakers than they anticipated that he would. How about that? Kind of weird, right? Twist.
Good for him, right?
Yeah, no doubt about it.
He's playing better.
He is. I was really kind of changed my mind on Bronny when I did see that article about, well, look at the two other guys who were drafted after Bronny. And I'm like, okay, fair point. Like, they're not doing anything in the G League. Like, Bronny is playing better than those dudes in the G League. Now, whether the Lakers want to play their second-round draft pick, Scott, well, that's up to the Lakers, right? I mean, you know. But why would you hate on somebody? Because everybody says, oh, he wouldn't have been drafted if it wasn't for LeBron. And perhaps that's the case. But look at the other guys who were drafted around him. They weren't any great shakes. They were no big deal. So
the thing that hurt him most, one, he was drafted by the same team his dad was on, so everybody goes, wait a minute. But the interesting thing is then they give him a 3-year guaranteed contract, which second-round guys usually don't get. And so
whatever.
That changed perception too, yeah.
All right.
No, I agree.
But, you know,
if he can play and help, he can play and help you.
Right. I mean, whatever. It just feels like a little – listen, was it nepotism and you know, is LeBron, should he just chill out on yelling at Stephen A. Smith? Listen, your son and you are going to get criticism, and if you don't think it's going to happen, you're a moron. And just you if you didn't realize, LeBron, this was going to come with the territory, you're an idiot. And I don't think LeBron is an idiot. So, you know, I think rich guys like LeBron, what I think, Scott, is they circle themselves with yes men all over the place. So they're not used to hearing critical things at all about anything they do. So that's my, take on that.
Well, for a guy at one time was considered the best player ever, there's been, and I know social media explodes every year. It seems like it gets more and more and more. I've still never seen a guy who should be a top echelon guy of all time having more dirt thrown on him than I've seen with LeBron over the last year and a half.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen everything from his play to the flopping to the Stephen A. Smith thing to the P. Diddy parties he has been a big target on social media over the last 6-7 months.
All right, well, he's out tonight, by the way. He's out. So is Rui. I guess. Is that right? Yeah. Luka's good. Luka's playing. Trey Jemison, I don't know anything about that dude. He's questionable. No. LeBron's out. Kleber's out. Is that how Maxi Kleber?
Maxi Kleber.
Kleber, sorry. And Rui's out as well. Okay, that's cool. That's good for the Nuggets for sure. I'm assuming that Joker will play. I don't know about Jamal, and I don't know about Christian. I don't know if you got any other info on that.
Well, the same report you read, both Murray and Joker are questionable. Gordon is probable. Christian is questionable. And obviously, DeRon Holmes is out, but I understand he's doing more and more every day too. How about, we didn't talk about that. How about, well, maybe I told you this story, or I don't even know if I did or not.
What's that?
But Vlatko getting some serious minutes the other day in Golden State.
Yeah, we talked to Malone about that too, actually, yesterday. And he, ball handling, he was rusty. But, hey, tall is tall. We like tall. Tall is tall. And so
8 rebounds, I think, right?
Yep. He was able to, some of those tips, and amongst the forest, he's a big tree. So, and he hit a couple good At least 1 3, right? Did he have 2? He had 1 for sure.
I think he hit 1 for sure. I asked him. I saw him at breakfast next morning. I said, man, are you sore? He goes, oh, yeah. And he looked at me. I said, well, you played a lot of minutes. He goes, I played a lot of minutes in a row. Yeah. I go,
He's such a good
are
dude.
your hips or? He goes, no, mostly knee. But he goes, but it feels good to hurt a little bit.
Yeah, that's good. I like Flacco. Yeah. Okay, so any other things we should know about tonight? Game at 8 o'clock. We'll have it eventually on 92.5. It'll start on 9:15. Be on 92.5 after the Avs is done. Anything else we should know?
I think it's a big win because teams in front of you don't have a lot of head-to-head tiebreakers.
Mm-hmm.
So you win this game tonight, and you get the tiebreaker on the Lakers, depending on what happens in the next 13 games after tonight. So I think it's big on tiebreaker status.
You gotta do better against Reeves, and Luka. Reeves and Luka. Well, all right. We'll see what happens.
Well, let's see if Reeves have the ball as much as he did in Denver with Luka now. But Reeves,
why wouldn't he though? Why wouldn't it start with Reeves with the ball in his hand? It wouldn't start with Luka, would it?
Well, Luka is a ball-dominant, slow-paced kind of guy, one-on-one.
Mm-hmm.
When Denver beat the Lakers the other day, Reeves the only guy they had to go one-on-one. And so he took that role, and he just went. Now, they can maybe split it up, and I think that's what they did in the last game. But, Reeves is playing unbelievable right now, and if he hadn't signed an extension, he ought to ask for one right now the way he's looked.
All right, I got some choices for you here, Scott. We can go in a couple different directions. No dumb questions coming up in 15 minutes. I can give you Craig Berube being exasperated about the Avalanche. I can give you bitter, angry Montana coach. And I can give you Warren Sapp. You got the Warren Sapp stuff too there, Dan? Yeah? I can give you Warren Sapp talking about the difference between a fellowship of men and a family, which is kind of interesting. So I'll give it, it's kind of like spin the, what are you kind of digging here?
I've seen the Sapp, which I really love. I kind of want to hear the Montana coach because you came in the house talking about that.
Well, Dan told me that needs just a little second to just a couple minutes. Is that right, Dan? All right, he's working on it. All right, we'll get to Montana in a second. Let's do Warren Sapp real quick, and we'll get to Montana coach. Pissed off Montana coach. Berube will be quick because he's just a oaf. But we'll do Sapp here. Here is Warren Sapp yesterday talking about the difference between a fellowship of men and a family. Go ahead, Dan.
Did you find it seamless to teach the game?
Mm-mm. And I'll give you the prime example. It's Taufik. Taufik, oh my God, he drove me crazy. Just lit me up every day. Every day he's doing this, he's doing that, he's doing that. I said, all right, son, I'm going to stop trying to teach you what I know, and I'm going to go with what you know, because that seems to work for you. So if it works for you, but what I need from you is to be disciplined, not offsides, getting off that ball, in the backfield, penetrating. If you can do that, then you can do all that hockey stuff you like. And we took off from that point on because he was not coming over to my side, so I had to come over to his side. And like I said, they're not all the same. I can't cookie cut them. He's the one nut I let go crazy. The rest of them, you will conform. And then one of them went in there and did the move the other day, and Taufik looked at him and said, I'm only allowed to do that move. I said, see, even he knows it. So it's a partnership. And I always tell them it's not a family. Football is not a family, because if a family's walking down the street and the baby's lagging behind, we all gonna make sure that baby's safe, right? That's what a family does. A brotherhood of men, you twist an ankle, blow a knee, we moving the drill on you. You must be held accountable. So it's a brotherhood of men. We're gonna hold you accountable for every snap you play around here, and we're gonna grade it, and we're gonna go accordingly.
What do you think of that? We're not a family, we're a brotherhood of men.
I will say this: a brotherhood of men are a little bit like a family, but unlike a family, sometimes there comes a point where, like, okay, we got to move the drill.
That's right.
I mean, how many times you talk about going all the practices we've seen out of Dove Valley? How many times somebody go down with a season-ending injury, they don't stop the practice, they just move the other field.
Riverside.
They did that with Tim Patrick. They did that with Cortland Sutton, I think. They did that with Jake Butts. I mean, let's move it over here now. So I get what he's trying to say, but a brotherhood, especially when you're trying to get guys better, a true good brotherhood,
Mm-hmm.
and trying to interpret what he's saying, is going to pull prod, and let's go. We're in this together. But if you refuse to come along, they're the first ones to go, fine, we're good, let's go.
Right,
Boom,
a family is going to stick with you no matter what.
Family's obligated to stick with you no matter what. Brotherhood's going to bring you along, and they're with you. They're cheering for you.
Mm-hmm.
We're all in with you. But if you're going to keep doing it, say, okay.
If you got to go, you got to go.
Bones,
You got to go.
You're going to keep doing it like that?
Yeah.
Sorry, man, you're done.
You got to go. That's pretty good, actually. It's pretty good. I know Malone.
Pretty honest.
I know Malone breaks down in the huddles. It's like if you watch the post game, hey, you get the DPOG and this, that. All right, everybody bring it in. Family on 3. 1, 2, 3, family. It seems like the players are kind of reluctant to even do that cheer, frankly. It's always kind of weird. Like the arms are kind of all spread out. No, it's kind of like a little
listen,
cliche thing
I've got some of my best friends in the world that I would do almost anything in the world for them and probably take a bullet for them. That is my brotherhood.
Yeah.
A family, you lose a member in the family, everybody's obligated to be there. You lose a brotherhood, you cry with them, but, hey, we'll see you in the next life, brother.
I think that's some good, honest statements by Warren Sapp. Never mind an interesting coaching point. Like if you're coaching somebody and, hey, as long as you're good enough and you're figuring it out how to get the job done, even if it's not the way I would coach it, you kind of just roll your eyes and say, okay, fine. But that doesn't mean that everybody else gets to do it too. And I thought that was, some good perspective by Warren Sapp there. That was pretty cool.
Pretty honest, and probably something you don't hear from a guy who's a 20-year lifer at coaching. Right? This is from a Hall of Fame player that just playing and said, no, man, I was pushed. Let's go.
Yeah.
You're not going to stay with and listen. And he also, you know what else he admitted right there? And we've talked about this on the show, Darren. When sometimes your talent outweighs your F around,
mm-hmm.
When your talent is so much, you got a little more F around in your body. Or you got a little more leniency to your F around.
Right.
But when that talent goes down, the leniency for F around, go look ask Antonio Brown. Once that talent starts to diminish a little bit, the F around puts you out in the street.
The Daryl Wyman wasn't an effing around. He entered the Not Another Bracket contest. He wins a $25 gift card to Brothers Barbecue. We have all sorts of winners just for entering. But the grand prize for this contest is unbelievable, Scott. I mean, you get 2 tickets to a Nuggets playoff game, dinner at the Chop House, a big screen TV, and a catered party for 30 by Brothers Barbecue. And this is you just pick 5 teams. So our boy here, he took Texas A&M, St. John's, Wisconsin, St. Mary's, and Kentucky. So a bunch of front runners there for the most part. But hey, whatever you want to do. It's all brought to you by Evan Williams Bourbon. Evan Williams Bourbon, bring them to your game day lineup. And Brothers Barbecue. Let Brothers Barbecue take your event to the next level with award-winning catering service. Visit altitudesportsradio.com/notanotherbracket to enter. I was down there a little bit, and this John Tajay story is pretty interesting. He'll turn 24 in late April. He's a 24-year-old, 6-year college basketball player who played a large chunk of time at CSU, had COVID, got an extra year there, went to Missouri, medical red shirt, decided to leave Missouri with another year of eligibility, goes to Wisconsin, and he's a stud. And he's had a great year there. Now, he's almost 24. Scott, I was thinking about this as I was driving in after being down there. How old is Peyton Watson?
What is his 3rd year in the league? Came out his freshman year. He's almost 23, if not right at 23.
Peyton Watson, I'm cheating as I'm looking it up, is, come on, give it to me, baby. Give it to me.
Going on 23?
He is 22 going on 23. He won't be, Scott, he won't be 23. He was born on 9/11. How about that? 2002. So he will be 23 on September 11th in 2025. My guy, John Tange, will be 24. Okay? Peyton Watson will have finished his third year in the NBA. How old is Alex Sarr, who scored 30-plus points for Washington the other day against the Nuggets?
19.
He is 19 years of age, meaning this guy, John Tange, is 5 years older than a guy who just put up 30 against the Nuggets. And granted, Sarr was, the second overall pick in the draft? I mean, I get it.
Yeah.
I do get it.
I liked him, too, yeah.
I did, too. You're crazy if you don't. How big of a difference, and I get it, but how maybe big of a difference or how much has NCAA fallen behind what it once was in terms of the NBA? I mean, how wildly different is college basketball between the NBA?
I think it's way different. I think it's really changed, and not to the benefit. With the NILs now, why don't you just go – listen, Sarr's probably been playing pro basketball for 3 years, right? And I guess with NILs, are these guys now in college not pro basketball players? I mean, they're getting paid to play basketball.
No doubt about it.
But here's the difference between Europe and here. Europe practices 4 to 5 times a week and plays one game. And then they'll have Sunday off. Then they'll practice 4 or 5 days, and then they'll play a game. Our AAU guys will play 5 games on a weekend, maybe have 1 practice during the week if they're lucky. Colleges will have 2 games a week, maybe 2 practices in between, and that's it. That's why we're seeing better skilled players from Europe anymore, because they're playing pro sports leagues from the time they're 16.
Right.
They're playing against grown men, and they're practice a lot compared to American kids.
I do wonder, aside from Cooper Flagg, who I think will have a good NBA career, if not a great one.
But there's rumors now he wants to go back to Duke for a sophomore year.
I heard that today. What do you think about that? I heard that too today.
He's probably – well, listen. Anymore, when you're making, if he's making $4, $5, $6 million in NIL at Duke, his rookie contract's going to be $3 or $4 million. He's not. It's not a money thing. Before guys said, "Well, I'm going to come out because playing for nothing's better. It isn't as good as playing for $1 million."
Mm-hmm.
Right. So if he's the first pick in the draft, he'll probably make $4 million next year. I guarantee he's making that in Duke this year, isn't he?
I would tell you this, man. He's going to play in the NBA eventually. If he's I see him on the TV commercials. He's got shoe contracts. If he's happy with the money he's making, a year at Duke where his brand, his profile will just rise and rise and rise, that sounds a hell of a lot better than just sort of playing for the Wizards, even though there's some nice talent there on the Wizards, or give me another one of these bottom feeder teams, right? Like, you're going to be there anyway. If money doesn't matter to you, why not? Why not go back to Duke and be on national TV all the time and be a hero and I don't know, maybe go to a class or 2 and try to do better as a human being? Why not, Scott? Why not?
And have the pressure. Your traveling is crazy and bad, and it gives you another year to mature. And like I said, I think the NIL will affect basketball more than it will football, because football still has a rule you got to spend at least 3 years. It has to be 3 years out of your high school graduating class, right, before you can
I'll tell you this.
The draft.
Cooper Flagg would be a bigger star in America on TV and basketball if he goes back to Duke rather than playing in the NBA next year. He will.
Yep.
And you'll be humbled in the NBA
because he'll play for Charlotte or Washington or
and nobody will care.
San Antonio is in,
nobody will care. Nobody will really see you. And I think Cooper Flagg will be a fine NBA player. But the level that the NBA is so much better than college basketball. Cooper Flagg, while he might be a very nice NBA player, he'll just be one of many. One of many. Because the truth is, the guys that are really that talented in the NBA, they don't go and do a victory lap at Duke for a year. They just play professionally in Europe, like you already said, or they're already in the NBA. They don't wait around like Peyton Watson did. It doesn't matter. Bronny James even. You average 3 points a game, cool. You're a projectable NBA guy, let's go. see how you do in the G League, and we'll bring you on from then. I mean, who was the last college star, Scott, seriously, who went right from college and was a star in the NBA? Who was it?
Well, Tim Duncan, but now you're talking, 25 years ago?
Exactly. And Duncan, how many years did Duncan play at Wake Forest?
4.
See? All right, let me back up. Let me back this train up. Who was the last 1 year, only played in college basketball 1 year, and was a star in the NBA? And I'll just put it out there, Melo might be the last guy that did that.
I'd say Melo was a guy in there. Anthony Davis would be a guy that was in there. Both of them won national championships their freshman year, right?
Yep. And they were stars, but we're talking 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Or maybe not quite that long, but not in the last 10 years. All right, we need to take a break. We'll have no dumb questions. We got the Grizzly guy pissed off at the world. We'll hear that for you. And we roll on here. PhD on 92.5.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
I got a dumb one for you right off the bat, but we'll take your dumb questions on Twitch, on YouTube, on the text line, Sean Maz's text line. Three-Eyed Ravens. I mean, wherever you want to go. Scott,
travel one.
What do you think about this kid for Wisconsin who played at CSU? He's going to be 24. You got any issues with 24-year-old kids playing in the college basketball tournament?
Well, I'll say this. One, we got Phil COVID in. I think we probably only got a year or so left of the extra year players, don't we?
I guess 2020. Yeah. By the way, that whole COVID thing. Listen, I understand what college was trying to do, but do you realize how that messed up so many high school kids who don't get another year of high school, Scott? And they missed out on everything. But yet all these college kids, as harsh as it would have been, I honestly feel the schools and the NCAA should not have given the kids an extra year because of COVID. Only because it screwed up so many other kids coming in. It was so unfair to that high school 2020 and 21 class. That's all. It sucked for everybody.
Well, the only way you could have done it is you backed up everybody and you're repeating that class, and then
in high school you can't do that.
Well, that's what
can't.
No, I know because you're going to get all the people going. Wait a minute, we sit there and stayed online for the entire year. What do you mean that doesn't count now? Yeah, but the NCAA has no teeth anymore because of the NILs and the transfer portals and everything else. So I think part of this, you're getting full years now. Hey, I twisted my ankle in the third game.
That's right.
You can have a whole extra year. They've gotten soft because the NCAA is a shell of what it once formerly was, and that's part of the issue. But we're probably on the edge of that, I would assume.
Hey, we are,
as far
for
as
sure.
Seeing guys with all these years.
But here we go with a COVID year and a medical year, and this kid's 24.
Well,
it's 24.
Remember, what was the longtime OU coach out of World War II that was getting all these kids that were fought in World War II, and bringing them in as freshmen, and they were like 23 and 24, or the Junction City boys, right, at Texas A&M, right?
Yeah.
What was that coach? And brought all those guys in, and they're competing for national championships where you're having men who've been in war playing against boys.
It feels silly. Listen, I don't really care if you're a 30-year-old punter.
That was a knock on BYU forever and ever, too, right? They would send guys away for a 2-year mission and come back, and they'd still have full eligibility.
It doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel right to me, but whatever. I mean, best of luck to a 24-year-old playing against an 18-year-old who should dominate. I'm just laughing at how many guys in the NBA. Luka's 25. Luka's only 1 year older than this kid who's playing. Listen, it sounds like I'm bagging on him.
Well, hold on. Joker just turned 30, so he's 6 years older and got 10 years in the league.
All right.
I mean, think about that. I got no dumb question.
Go for
Travel, no dumb question. I don't know, you haven't traveled a lot lately, but you travel.
Right.
Is there anything when you travel that you make sure that you have a backup for?
Yes, glasses.
Is there anything you travel?
Glasses.
Underwear.
Underwear is irrelevant. You can just turn it inside out. You can go without.
Sometimes.
No.
You can find a Walmart.
I have it's glasses for me. I would be screwed without an extra. I always take a backup pair of glasses with me. Have to.
So my answer was glasses also.
Oh,
Mine
okay.
are just cheaters. Mine are just readers, right?
Yeah.
So I always keep an extra pair of my backpack that I travel with, go to games with, in case, because, especially with readers, they break all the time.
Right.
So we go, the first day I get to Golden State, San Francisco, we get there, boom, boom, boom. I'm going out to eat with a buddy the night we landed, and I get my glasses and they're falling off my head, and I'm like, what the heck's going on? I look, I've already lost a whole arm. The thing cracked, and boom, boom. I've lost the whole arm. So now I've got to hold it up. So I said, well, that's useless. That stinks, and I got a game tomorrow. Going to get my backup. that's been in my bag all year. I haven't needed a backup all year.
How about that?
Well, hold on now.
Are they broken?
It's broken, but there's rubber tips on the end, so it's at least holding the.
You're all right.
Yeah, but I mean, it's loose, and like when it comes in, it goes out. So yeah, I had to do the Instacart and get to Walgreens and have them bring me a set of 3.
Well, at least you can do that, dude. Like my glasses, forget about it because my prescription's so wild. So you can at least get yourself covered. But my God, I mean, I'm blind as a bat without these stupid things. Nerd alert. Got to have them glasses. Dan, you got a question? What do you got there, pal?
So my left eyelid has been twitching for 4 straight days.
Oh, boy.
So I was going to ask you guys why is that happening, but I was like, you know what? I'll just look it up.
I can tell you why.
Well, go ahead, Scott. What do you think?
What
do you think?
It could be a sign of a high cortisol level.
Oh, Scott getting all serious there.
So common causes, stress and anxiety.
Yeah, I was going to go there.
Fatigue and lack of sleep.
High cortisol.
Fatigue, lack of sleep. Okay, yeah.
Caffeine and alcohol consumption.
Well, that's not the case.
Alcohol.
Yeah.
Caffeine, definitely. I haven't been drinking.
Yeah, okay.
Eye strain, dry eyes, certain medication, and nicotine use.
What's your question?
Of all of those, which one do you think is causing my eye to twitch? Of all of those things.
Dehydration and high cortisol.
I would say dealing with Scott.
So the stress and anxiety portion?
Oh, my gosh. I'm just a big brother to him. I bust his hump all the time. You know, he hates Tyler.
And on that note, we'll hear from Piss Off Montana coach amongst the big question of the day coming up next. Yeah, we'll have another winner for Brothers Barbecue here with not another bracket contest. We'll announce that in a little bit. NCAA tournament, we have practices and press conferences going down at Ball Arena. We'll have an angry Montana coach for you here in about 6 minutes, so hang in there for that. Tonight, though, it's a double dipperoo. Craig Berube already said there's nothing he can do against McKinnon or McCarr. Thank you, Craig. Man of few words. And that's you'll hear that game. 5 o'clock pregame at 4:30 right here on 92.5. Followed by the Lakers and your Nuggets. Scott, with Rui out, with LeBron out, Doncic back. I assume Joker's coming back. What's on the line here tonight for the Nuggets against the Lakers?
Well, all 13 games left or 14 games left, they're seeding online. I mean, say you go 2-12, you might be in the play-in, or at least at 6, and you're traveling on the road. So I think it's big. You just got to keep stacking, W's on the left-hand side. It's also for the Lakers concerned that you'll go up 3-1 with them, and an opportunity at least now in any type of tied situation. Say you get tied for the 4th spot with the Lakers, for example, you'll have home court, and I think that's huge.
Okay. How do you think the Nuggets are feeling these days?
And it's another conference win, too. It's only a tiebreaker with these guys.
Mm-hmm.
Denver's biggest struggle, why they lose tiebreakers with teams they've split with, like Memphis, is because their conference record isn't as good as Memphis. So it's another chance to add another win on the conference side. All these are about playoff positioning and tiebreaker opportunities.
Okay, the importance of being – where do you want to be? Nobody can be number one. Oklahoma City is about to actually – man, they are – what a year they've had. 56-12. Oh, by the way, did you see Cleveland actually did lose last night? But they're still 56-12, and they lost last night. But the Clippers got them, I think. Like, oh, okay. The NBA. Stuff happens.
Well, they also might be in that point where let's shut her down here the last week like Nuggets were in 22-23.
They're 6.5 in front of the Celtics, so you're probably good to do that. I mean, Oklahoma City doesn't have to do anything. Oklahoma City can really shut it down if they want. But the Nuggets are tied, but lose the tiebreaker with the Rockets right now. They're a game in front of the Lakers and the Grizz, and 4 games ahead of the Warriors. It feels like too much to make up at this point. 4 games, that feels like a lot. There's only 13 games to go, dude. I mean, it's not a lot of time here.
I didn't even see what they did last night. They had a back-to-back. Did they bounce back?
They did without Curry, and we were all giving Tim Bontemps a hard time about that. Like, where's the outrage there, Tim? Tim A? Where why are you pissed off? And now I know it's different. His point was, let's go through this again. Star players on road teams on national TV games, just to be specific, right? That was his big beef. Star play, and the Warriors are playing at home and not on national TV, so I guess that game just doesn't bother him at all. It really sounds like he was down at the lunchroom, and there was some sort of executive or producer who was bitching about stuff, and he just said, that's good. I'll take that on TV tomorrow.
Yeah, I felt like it was agenda-driven, to be honest with you, because he picks out one guy on his 5th game he's missed all year.
And by the way, that whole rant was signed off on by ESPN. There's Greeny acting all serious and stuff. You know there was a meeting, a producer meeting, a rundown made, graphics produced. Like, you're not caught by surprise by this, Greeny. You're complicit in this stupid thing.
I agree 100%, and that's why I said today when I was doing an interview that another thing that bothered me, fine, have that rant, but where's the conversation now? Where's the pushback from anybody else?
None.
I mean, if you're having a real good round robin, like if somebody would have said that on the TNT, now they don't rehearse like ESPN. Everything you see on ESPN from all the football shows, and I know this because I worked over there. You're having 2-hour production meetings, basically going through the entire show in a production meeting. You know exactly what everybody's going to say.
There is zero chance something that stupid would have been voiced on TNT. Zero chance. Zero.
Especially without pushback.
There's not anybody who's that stupid on TNT. TNT's shows are the most real basketball conversations, in my opinion, that you can get. They're not.
But you know why?
Why? Because they're in Atlanta.
Because they're
not
not rehearsed.
Right.
And it's going to be funny when you bring Shaq and Charles over there and go, hey, by the way, we need you in the studio at 10 a.m.
Yeah, that ain't happening.
And Charles is going to say, what time's the game? Well, the game's at 7. We go on the air at 6.
Right.
And you want me there at what time?
That was a nice win by the Warriors, by the way. They beat the Bucks. Butler played
Which makes
well.
Denver's win better. I
agree. Yeah.
I mean, they are now, since they made the trade with Butler, they are now 15-3.
That's impressive. Great win by the Nuggets. All right, and by the way, the Clippers did beat the Cavs 132-119. Now, it is in L.A., and I don't know what kind of road trip the Cavs have been on, so I'll cut them some grace because they've had an unbelievable season. But it does go to show you. There, Scott. You know,
there are abilities. Everybody can be beat. You know.
You know what? Just for
key is, can you beat them in a 7-game series?
What do you think?
Can you beat them 4 times?
They hucked up 41 threes. The Cavs did, and they hit 14. So they were 34% from 3. That's definitely lower than they usually shoot. And the Clippers were hot. They were 16-35 from 3. So there you go. NBA is not that complicated sometimes to break down. All right, so your confidence level going in tonight is what?
I think it's going to be one of those ugly games that J.J. Redick, the Lakers, have coined of how you beat Denver, is you beat everybody up on the perimeter and you smother Joker.
Okay.
And then see if they won't even guard, Christian or Russell, and they'll say, shoot it, go.
I'm nervous about tonight. I'm not nervous about Portland on Friday. I'm nervous about tonight, though. I am nervous about tonight. So
I'm not nervous about tonight because I think they're a good team, and I think it'll be a good battle. I'm worried about Portland because you look at their record and you say, hey, I worry about bad teams.
Oh my
man.
God. Well, you got that in common with Vic.
I worry about Houston. I worry about Houston more than I worry about L.A.
That'll finish off the road trip. I'm not worried
and then,
about
by the
Portland
way,
at all.
then you got a back-to-back the next night against Chicago.
No, well, we should. Yeah, but that's a home game. Oh, well, all right. Well, they're 12-1 on back-to-backs this year, and you're playing 12-2
now.
They are 12-2. Who's the other loss to?
Washington the other night.
Oh, my God. I'm sorry. Oh, my God. I forgot about that. Oh, Lord. Sorry. 12-2. No, that 2 is a painful one there.
Yes,
if this season comes down to like one game for something meaningful, Scott, I'm going to
that loss to me had the feeling of San Antonio last year.
That was terrible. That was awful. Last place team, second to last game. Everything's right there at your hands. You would not have had to play Minnesota in the second round. All right, let's move on to a really bitter coach in Montana. Now, listen, dude, I don't know Travis DeCuire. DeCuire. DeCuire? Let's just call him DeCuire.
Nailed it.
Thanks. T-Deck. He is, and listen, I'm catching up on Montana legends, but there ain't no doubt this is the Jim Boeheim of Montana, who played for Montana from 91 to 94, and he's been coaching in Montana since 2014. To today. Like, this guy is Mr. Montana. Way to go. They beat Northern Colorado to get there. And I roll in there today, Scott. I mean, you're from Montana and you're in the NCAA tournament. I'm just figuring, like, you're probably in a good mood. You're probably a peppy dude, right? Like, this is fun. Here we are from the Big Sky State down to the big city in Denver. And I walk in a little bit late, and I get a chunk of this from the Montana coach. Go ahead, Dan.
I hope that they walk away with a lot of respect for our program. I feel like this program has earned respect for 50 years. You're talking about two Hall of Fame coaches, Judd Heathcote, Mike Montgomery. You're talking about guys like Blaine Taylor, Stu Morrow, Wayne Tinkle, Larry Kostoviak that moved on and become all-time winners coaches at new places. So the University of Montana has been a staple in college basketball for 50 years, and nobody talks about it. And so for us, every time we get on the stage, it's an opportunity to earn that respect and demand that respect. And so we just need to go out and play good basketball and create that conversation, because all those people I just named deserve respect in terms of their impact on college basketball nationally, and it's never discussed. And so it's my job, while I sit in this seat, to create that narrative and sustain it, really. And so we've got to go out and play good basketball for that to happen.
I was told that that's him in a good mood by somebody who covers Montana on a regular basis.
I forgot Stu Morrill coached there.
Scott, of course you did. I didn't know Tinkle coached there. I don't know anybody that coaches at Montana. Why? Because you're Montana. We're disrespecting Montana? You've been to the NCAA tournament twice in 10 years. What are you talking about? Dude, get out of the woods there. I mean, we're disrespecting Montana basketball? Who knew Montana basketball existed? Listen, man, I guess if you want to live in a cabin down by the river and then avoid grizzly bears with bear spray and hope that Brock Osweiler has another year of eligibility, then I guess you might be, defensive about Montana basketball. But Scott, give me a break. Seriously? You're that defensive about Montana basketball?
Well, what's the best way for a big-time underdog to come into a game?
Beat Wisconsin, brother. Beat Wisconsin. Yeah. Go for it.
But I understand that. But don't you sell to your team? Listen.
Oh, right.
Freaking
right. Nobody. Right.
Tom Brady was selling the day that nobody believed in them when they won the Super Bowl in Tampa Bay.
Right.
Look at us, poor as us. This is the oldest motivational hack in the world of sports.
Okay.
No one respects us.
Oh, there you go. Well, he's right. Nobody does respect you. Because you're Montana for basketball.
What about football, though?
Nobody respects you for football. And it was Montana State that beat CU, not Montana. Nobody respects you for football either. Listen. You got a lot of great grazing areas and a couple of nice ski resorts. And Yellowstone is about Montana.
And antelope. Cool. Don't they have a lot of antelope?
Sure. You got all
bison,
and you got, I was lost on the show Yellowstone when Kevin Costner was like, I need all this land. I mean, it's like 100,000 acres. Like, you need it all? You need all the land? I got like a little parcel. I got a lawn like this big that I just, try to avoid mowing. And now I do avoid it. And he's got 5 million acres of land, and that's not enough. You're Montana. It's not our fault that you've spent your entire life trying to dredge up basketball interest in the state of Montana, Coach. But whatever you need, go for it against the cheese curds of Wisconsin and their 35-year-old guard who played 4 years at CSU. College basketball. Dude, can you see why
there's gonna be some dude from wherever the NCAA headquarters is, used to be in Kansas City, I don't even know where it is anymore, sitting there calling up and goes, hey, we got this guy. He's kind of a loudmouth over in Denver. We need to pull his pass. Can we pull his pass?
Can we get this credential? Can we lose this?
Can we get
college football?
I'm going to go there and start screaming for Yale. These kids need something good to happen in their lives.
God, you're a hater today. Dude, I tell you what, Tyler's not sitting in front of you right now, and the hate monster jumps out of your belly, dog.
I'll tell you what it is, man. The corruption of college sports kills me. It kills me, Scott. There's arrogance and corruption. It kills me, and it's why I'm a pro sports guy. I am a pro sports guy all the way, brother. And I love the NBA. I do. It's not perfect, but I love the NBA. It's just more interesting, more talented. And it takes me about 5 seconds till when I walk down there to realize the corrupt nature of the NCAA. And thank God the kids are at least getting paid, Scott. Thank God. because for years and years and years that wasn't happening, and it was ridiculous. So in football and basketball, at least they make some money, and they should. But when I saw it today, no cups on the floor except for sponsored cups, I was like, okay, that's right. NCAA. Did I show you that? Did I show you that picture?
But this is their big money maker, right?
Oh, you think? Yeah, I think that's it. Here, I'm putting it up here. Only NCAA cups allowed beyond this point. I don't know if you can see that. You probably can't see it. Trust me. It's a sign. Only NCAA cups beyond this point. So I proudly present an NCAA-sponsored cup right there.
Powerade.
Powerade, baby. And only Powerade cups.
Is it made out of ball aluminum?
No. By the way, that's a whole nother thing. Like, that ain't our joint this weekend, pal. That ain't our joint. That's the NCAA, buddy. They control everything over there. I don't know. Maybe I am going to get my pass revoked. Who knows? That might be my one and only appearance down there.
You can't miss Montana.
Has the NCAA been corrupt for literally hundreds of years?
Yes.
And it's really kind of coming to the foresight now with the NIL and the dragging of the feet, and now the toothless administration of it.
All of it, Scott. All of it. How you didn't become a millionaire, at least got a free dinner at Arkansas, is beyond my imagination.
Because we were naive back then. I loved playing at Arkansas. I loved my teammates. I loved my coach.
Yeah.
And it was just, it was, and I'll say this, and I'm an older guy, but it truly was, the college experience was fantastic.
Yeah, that's awesome.
It was gorgeous. But I don't know, are any kids in the current NCAA system having a quality college experience that are playing sports?
Who knows? Let's go look up Shadur Sanders' academic record this year. What? Okay, Let's Football Go comes up next. There's a bit of a story with that. We'll give you the details of Marty Necas and the chicken game in a little bit. Thank you, Mountain High Appliance. We love you guys. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Lots of cool stories here today. Dan Bud Squints Tanner. Sorry, spitting it out. Go!
All right, some news for the Broncos today, according to Mike Kliss. They've got a punter, guys.
They
found a punter. Scott, I know that's very exciting for you. He's a veteran. Matt Hack. Some people on the text line are saying it's pronounced Hawk.
But he's got two A's. It's Haack.
So it could be Matt Hawktua is his nickname for the season. 1-year deal with the Broncos. He was Darren Rizzi's punter in Miami, and Kliss says he's a left-footed punter, directional, hang time type that is preferred in an altitude environment.
He also said that there's still maybe a punting competition, but at least this guy's first in the clubhouse. Scott, you feel good that they got themselves a punter?
Yeah. Hey, listen, I was a little worried unless they were going to take the philosophy of there's no such thing as punting and we're going for every fourth down.
I wouldn't be against that. Sounds like good to me. Less kicking, the better. That's how I feel about it. Grr.
So do you have a target like 45 and beyond? Always go for it on fourth down.
I would always go for it between the 40s. Period. Seriously, I'm not joking about that. There's no down and distance between the 40s. I wouldn't go for it. 4th and 12 from the 40. Let's go. Because if your defense is any good, you'll stop them and they'll punt it back to you. And I think it's worth going. You might get a penalty, you might not get a first down, but it's beyond the 50-yard line, something like that. There's hardly anything bad that can happen between the 40s going for it on fourth down. And if you're outside the 40s, all right, punt. And if you're inside the 40s, kick a field goal. So I would always go for it on fourth and whatever between the 40s. So that's me. What can I tell you? By the way, the NFL is moving more and more in that direction, though, Scott. You don't see teams go for it on fourth down. Listen, 4th and 12 is a bit of an exaggeration. But what if it is 4th and 5 at the 46-yard line? What are we doing here? We're punting? Why? Go for it, man. What's the worst thing that can happen? The team's got the ball at midfield. Play some defense. That's how I feel about it. I don't know where you are on that. Do you agree or disagree?
I mean, Detroit's been kind of playing like that for a while, right? Washington seems to be going in that vein. Let's see, how many other teams are. I would assume once a trend happens and starts to work, you're probably going to see more coaches go for that mentality, won't you?
You don't understand. I hate kicking in the NFL. I think kicking sucks. I don't think there's anything.
You brought a lot of hate out on this show today.
I think it's
a lot of hate today.
I think it's a lot of humor, and the line between hate and humor is it's a
razor thin,
fine line. Yes, next story, Dan.
It's a thin wafer.
Wafer thin. Yes.
All right, fellas.
Thin wafer.
That's right.
Tet McMillan, the very talented receiver out of Arizona. We've seen a lot of mock drafts at 20 where he falls to the Denver Broncos. Now, just very quickly, I saw a mashup today, fellas, of the Buffs Wildcats game from earlier this year.
Yeah, it's pretty
where Travis
amazing.
Hunter just locks this dude up.
Oh, okay.
Locks him up. Now, in that game, McMillan had 5 catches for 38 yards. He's one of the best receivers in the country, so Travis Hunter did lock him down. But here is Steve Smith, former wide receiver, and Tom Pelissaro talking about how they're not super high on the wide receiver out of Arizona.
Now, none of these players are finished products. None of us are finished products until they lay us in the dirt. However, this is an evaluation game, though.
Right now.
And the DMac evaluation for me, my humble opinion, is, he's a number 1 ranked wide receiver, but he's not the number 1 wide receiver. I think he leaves a lot of plays on the field.
Okay.
I don't think he has the ability to dominate like his size is. I think he's a jump ball guy, but I don't see his route tree being very elaborate.
I keep hearing when I ask around in this preliminary process, everybody keeps saying Drake London. I don't see that type of player, but I understand the comp.
Does this give you guys any reservations about the Broncos potentially selecting McMillan out of Arizona with the number 20 pick?
No, I mean, if it falls to him and they want to go in that direction. I was told today that the Broncos have 4 different guys, Scott, that they're considering at that spot. I doubt they move up because George Payton doesn't like giving up draft picks. If they drop back, I wouldn't hate it. If they go from 20 to 26, I'm okay because I know there's depth in a bunch of different positions, and I'm not coveting anybody that strongly. I don't think Ted McMillan is like that much better than Egbika or Burden, so I'm not dying for him, nor do I think he's actually going to fall that far back, actually. But I'm all right with whatever the Broncos do here, Scott. Seriously. They have filled... Go ahead, yeah.
Go ahead, I'm sorry. I'm in love with Hampton. I'm hoping beyond hope that he's available at 20, and I hope if he is, they take him.
I think if he is, I think that would be very tempting for them to do.
Yeah, so I really like him. I still like the kid, and I know you signed a safety. I still like that freak of an athlete safety they got from South Carolina that was rumored for a while.
Yeah, but
I'd have no problem if they take him at 20.
But he would play the same sort of role as Hufanga, and it's not like you can have too many good players.
So you're saying you could put two studs back there and
well, he's not
know who's going to be your center fielder and who isn't?
Well,
because Hufanga wants to thump a little bit, right?
Yeah, well, that's who he is. Yeah, I mean, it makes Brandon Jones your free safety, your center fielder, and Umanyuwari, I think how you say it. He's more like Hufanga, frankly. So
I'll take two of them.
All right. Other than that, hey, Broncos, you're in a good spot. You're in a great spot. And there's depth.
You're going to get a good player.
There's no doubt about it. We should be highly encouraged. And no matter what, it's going to be a matter of knowing like a bunch of different names because seriously, anything could happen, including moving back. I doubt they move up, Scott. And I think Omarion Hampton is definitely in the mix. Like, I think he would be highly considered.
I came to you guys a couple weeks ago, and somebody, not here today, poo-pooed me, I think, that if you get to 20 and you got four guys you like and say three of them are still on the board and you could drop down to 23, 24, whatever, and get an extra pick in the fifth round.
Yeah.
Or a fifth round this year and a fifth round next year, do it.
I would be fine with that too. No poo-poo here. Next up, Dan.
The Minnesota Vikings have moved on from their talks with Aaron Rodgers and will keep J.J. McCarthy atop their depth chart at quarterback. So the Vikings' internal deliberations intensified after the Vikings lost Sam Darnold to the Seahawks and Daniel Jones to the Colts. Now, Minnesota reportedly received trade interest in McCarthy, but they rebuffed those inquiries. McCarthy is obviously recovering from a torn meniscus. If the Vikings had signed Aaron Rodgers, fellas, it would have likely pushed McCarthy's timetable back to 2026. So are you surprised that the Vikings took a pass on Aaron Rodgers?
No, not at all. Why did they draft McCarthy if the plan wasn't to get him going? So, no,
what if he's not ready? I think that's the outlier
It doesn't matter. Question. You get ready. We'll bring in Joe Flacco or some other slug to sort of, chill out until you are ready. There's no reason to bring in Rodgers. It makes no sense. It would make you look like a foolish organization for taking McCarthy in the first place. And I think the Vikings are a pretty smart organization overall. So, no, it doesn't surprise me whatsoever. You can just push that weasel turd off to Pittsburgh or New York or wherever he's going to go and be done with it. Scott?
Yeah, listen, I think whoever hires him has to either A, be super desperate and with no hope of adding young, and you better hope. I mean, listen, since he left Green Bay, nothing's really worked out, has it? I mean, he had a couple of good games at the end of the year. Everybody's saying, well, he was finally healthy. Okay. But listen, you get him, you're getting a talented guy, true, but you're also getting a guy that's carrying a whole bunch of baggage with a whole bunch of stickers on it.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't made his mind up yet. I mean, this is still lingering now? Why? It's done. By the way, Cam Hayward of the Steelers was asked if he would go into the darkness to help recruit him, and Hayward was like, no. If he wants to be here. That's it. Like, it's pissing off not only Adam Schefter, but even future possible teammates. Nobody really likes this sort of, look at me sort of wandering around in the woods or the darkness or ayahuasca fields or whatever the hell he does.
A beach
with a towel looking, a blanket. A beach with a blanket. Beach blanket Rodgers. He's just, thank God he's not here. That's all I can say. I'm glad he's somebody else's problem. Next story, Dan.
Hey, can I interrupt with a quick story real fast?
Of course.
And I don't know if you guys have seen this. It just popped up on a thing.
Okay.
Byron Leftwich joining Deion Sanders' staff.
I've got photos of it. I got photos of he's been there for a week. He's wearing CU gear and walking around what seems to be a play sheet. A pal of mine gave me some info. My guy, Matt Smith, gave me some info on that. And I don't think it's any kind of secret. It's kind of an open view. Prime, during his press conference yesterday, said they had big announcements that would come out next week. And Byron Leftwich has been seen already wearing CU gear and looking like a coach at least. So, yeah, I think there's a solid possibility that might happen. Probably as like an offensive coach or a quarterback coach or something like that.
Quarterback coach helping Schumer or something, maybe?
Yep. What do you think? Yes.
Well, I mean, we saw him coach Tom Brady. Tom Brady liked it in Tampa Bay, didn't he?
Yeah. It'd be cool, I think. I think it'd be awesome to get Byron Leftwich in there.
You got Warren Sapp, Hall of Fame.
Yep.
What's
Marshall
the running
Faulk.
backs coach?
Marshall Faulk, Hall of Fame.
Hall of Fame. Byron Leftwich isn't a Hall of Famer, but he's got really good credentials, doesn't he?
Great credentials as a player and a coach. Yeah.
Yeah.
It'd be great.
Wow. That right there. Does that not, if that's true, does that not signify Deion's here for a while? This ain't he's planning on more than just this year?
Yeah, I always thought if he didn't leave this year, he'd be around for at least 3 more years, and we'll see how Shedur's career goes. So yeah, I think it's awesome. I think it's great. I'm happy to see it. He hasn't signed.
I thought that was huge.
He hasn't signed a new and this isn't official yet. But
right.
but it's no secret that Leftwich has been around recently. All right, last one, Dan. We got some interesting rule changes.
Yeah, and just by the way, real quick, the Buffs have been posting some of their practice videos this spring. Juju Lewis, whoo.
Okay.
He looks good. Take a look at him ripping the ball down the field. Might have a chance to be better than Shedeur, but we'll see. All right, lastly, fellas, the Detroit Lions.
By the way, Scott, that was some high-level scout talk from Dan Tanner right there.
I think he's going to be better than Shedeur.
Woo!
I'm calling it right now.
His official.
I thought he was net just doing the chicken thing for a second.
Woo! All right, what are the rule changes?
So here's the big one. The Detroit Lions have proposed a rule change where the NFL playoff seeding format would be based on regular season records rather than division champions. Under the proposal, the division winner with the conference's best record would still receive the number 1 overall seed,
right?
But the seeding would then be based on records rather than whether they won the division or received wild card berths.
Yes.
So the NFC North had 3 playoff teams last season, with the Lions with the 1 seed, Vikings at the 5, Packers at the 7. Based on record, the Vikings would have been the number 3 seed and the Packers would have been the number 5 seed. What do you guys think about the NFL possibly doing the seeding in the playoffs that way?
I think it's great. I think that's exactly what they should do. Makes sense to me. Scott?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Their seeding, no matter what, seems to be better than what the NHL is, who has the stupidest seeding in postseason in the history of mankind.
By the way, Bettman defended that yesterday. He defended.
That is dumb. You can't tell me you're trying to build a sport and you want the second, third best team in the West to play each other in the first round. That's dumb. This whole seeding thing, the way the NHL has done it, is to try to make a hybrid effort to get more Canadian teams deeper in the postseason.
We have Connor McGahey, who will join us from Toronto, coming up here in just a few minutes. We'll ask him about it. He hates it too. Also, Gabe Landeskog with the boys at practice today. Is that getting closer to happening? And the other rule changes real quick that are being proposed. No tush push. I vote no on that. I like the tush push. Scott, real quick.
I like the tush push.
Okay. Another proposal,
push in the tush.
Have overtime in the regular season as they do in the playoffs. Each team gets a crack at it offensively. Like it or not. Being proposed.
Sure, fine. Yeah.
Yeah, me too. All right, let's hear from Connor McGahey coming up next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Dealing with erectile dysfunction is a downer. ED can cause major relationship issues, and if you're like a lot of guys who are dealing with ED, you're ignoring it. Stop. You don't need to. Get love back in your life. Create better intimacy, a better connection, and help with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Their treatments work when the pills or herbals fail. Listen, the success rates are outstanding, well over 90%, with some treatments that can have you last an hour or more. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and listen, they're there for you. The initial visit's only $99. You get a consult, a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose, and if it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. But their success rates, again, are through the roof. With 5 locations, they're easy to find. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Call them today. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
What's the key to slowing down McKinnon?
Well, I don't know, but if you find out before the game, you can let me know. You just got to try to stay on top of them the best you can. It's just like playing McDavid, right? They got great speed and they're competitive guys with tons of skill. It's about trying to slow them down, picking them up in the neutral zone, trying to get on top of them, deny them the puck as much as possible, take time and space. It's all the same things that every coach says.
That's Craig Berube. I remember when we were beating him when he was coaching the St. Louis Blues on our way to the Stanley Cup Championship. I remember him. I got you there, Craig Berube. Connor McGahee, unlike you, Scott, when he's on the bus, it's a cone of silence. So timing-wise, unfortunately, it did not work out. He's on the bus, and you were on a bus?
Yeah, but I wasn't on the coaches and players bus. I was on the Muggle bus.
You think Connor's on the big bus, not the... What are you calling yourself, the small bus?
No, hockey's a little weirder.
Stiff.
Yeah, yeah, I'm sure they got plus he's going over to the game, so he's got players on that bus.
Make it awkward.
Like if you called me tonight while I'm going over to the game, there's a handful of players and coaches I wouldn't be on the phone either.
Okay.
But that was, hey, we won a game. It's in the morning. I thought it was kind of funny. I got to show you Kaz and Katie.
It's fantastic. We loved it. Absolutely loved it. All right, well, let me just tell you, Gabe Landeskog skated with the team today. He was not wearing a red non-contact jersey, sweater. But I'm trying to rack my brain to think about morning skates, and I'm trying to remember if they even bothered with that in morning skates, or did guys just get out there and... the morning skates, Scott, aren't like regular practices. They go through a few drills here and there. Then they go to power play and penalty kill, and I don't know. It's just different. You're just sort of shaking the cobwebs a little bit, and then the guys who aren't going to play stay out on the ice after, and they get in more work because they're not going to skate that night. That sort of thing. That's how it usually goes. So I don't.
And the ones that are going to play go to the hotel, and they have like hour-long stretching and activation sessions.
They do all that. I remember they used to tell me there's one player in particular, so I do the same thing every game. I do morning skate, I go have a big Italian meal, I have a big dump, I take a nap, and then I go to the game. And they said did it in that very specific order. It was a little more graphic than I was going for, frankly. So that's the Avs tonight against Toronto, double dipperoo. And then we have the Nuggets a little bit later on. And speaking of the NCAA tournament, congratulations to Austin Carpenter. In our Not Another Bracket contest, he picked Auburn, Houston, Arizona, Creighton, and Florida. So 3 number ones. That's very brave of you, Austin. And his lowest pick was Creighton. Creighton's nickname, Scott, quickly?
Creighton. Gosh, I should know the Blue Devils.
You're so close. Blue something.
Yeah,
not that one. The blue something else.
I know, blue
Pelicans.
Blue Hawks.
It's a bird. It's a bird. It's a blue something.
Blue Jays.
Blue Jays. The Creighton Blue Jays.
That's right.
There
Creighton Blue Jays.
And what state is Creighton in?
Nebraska.
That is correct. Yes. It's not another bracket.
And what Hall of Fame NBA player once coached Creighton?
I would have did he go also coach at Montana?
I don't think so.
I have no idea who.
Willis Reed.
I would have never got that in 10 million years. But I will tell you the grand prize for Not Another Bracket contest is a pair of tickets to a Nuggets playoff game, dinner at the Chop House, a big screen TV. Don't know if it's a 75-incher. But if it's not 65-inch, is it a big screen TV? Also, a catered party for 30 by Brothers Barbecue. It's brought to you by Evan Williams Bourbon. Enjoy it for all the buzzer beater celebrations. Adding Evan Williams to your game day lineup is a slam dunk. And Brothers Barbecue, take your event to the next level with their award-winning catering service. Just visit altitudesportsradio.com/not another bracket to get involved with. Okay, for all you puckheads out there, we now present Marty Necas doing the chicken dance. Yes, there is a game just to set this up. Because we may start playing this without telling you all the details. You know what I'm saying, Scott? When some things just become part of the show or the station, you can't explain it every single time. But we'll spend this one day explaining what the hell this is. So there's some sort of game that you balk balk on your phone, at your phone, and the more you balk and the louder you balk, the more the chicken jumps on your game. It's probably the most genius video game of all time. So yes, I have no idea why he's recording himself doing this, but from TikTok, this is Avalanche forward, who he said, better idea to have him than Mikko Rantanen playing the chicken game on his phone as accompanied by wedding music.
Up. 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 Up.
If you have doubts that I'm telling the truth, go to Altitude Sports Radio's Twitter page. Go to Twitter, Altitude Sports Radio, and you can see this for yourself. Now, it does not have the music with it. The music, of course, makes it much better, but that's Marty Necas, Scott.
I kind of feel like I need a Nietzsche poster now.
You know what? It's I feel like if the show's just lagging a little bit, and by the way, no lags in the show today. But if the show's lagging, or we feel, like we just need to change things up, and Dan, I just go chicken dance. It'd be a great palate cleanser.
Or we get that game on Dan's phone, and Dan has to play it on the Twitch live.
Well, that would be great too. That's a great idea too. Yeah. I don't know what this game is, but it's genius. And I would say the listeners could if you just write in on Twitch or YouTube or text chicken dance, it's a sign that we've gone off the rails and we really need to move on to something else. Say we're getting a deep analysis.
Hey, but tell me that didn't bring him to, humanistic and forget the 11 assists and the 5 goals that he's had since he's come over, all that stuff. He just became part of the family with that chicken game.
Yeah, it's that one in particular. It's that one right there that's the best.
That must have been a big jump right there, right?
A big jump. That chicken had a hurdle. Buck. That's just going to get the chicken to walk. And you want that chicken to jump. You got to get into it. All right, Scotty. Good show. Fun times. Well, I don't know when you guys got settled last night. Were you able to watch any college basketball last night? Are you interested in these games that are going on?
No. I watched the show. I watched 4 or 5 episodes of the show you hate.
What, Yellowstone?
No, the one with the fake Laker one, the Los Angeles Waves.
Point something. Something points. Oh, dude. Yeah. You got to watch the Celtics documentary.
I didn't think about it. Is it on Netflix?
It's on HBO.
Oh, okay.
I
can watch it on my phone.
Really good.
But I got a 50-incher in my room, so I just wanted to watch that Laker thing.
It's not winning time. It's Bill Simmons did it. It's a documentary. Listen, I get the eye rolls about the Celtics, but it's fascinating, and it goes through the entire history of the organization. And they just took us they went through the 70s with JoJo White and Dave Cowens. Are you friends with Dave Cowens?
I know Dave, and I wonder he might remember my name if I saw him again. Yeah,
I think you guys.
I played against him.
I think you guys would be kindred spirits. He's an undersized guy who played a tough 5 man back in the day.
Against big dudes.
Against really big dudes. He's like a good Lambier. Lambier's just Lambier, but he's like. I didn't realize Dave Cowens just got burned out a little bit and just stopped playing in the middle of a season. And then he
quit and then came back for the Milwaukee Bucks, I believe.
Yeah, he came back and they actually lost in the playoffs. But he quit, and just for giggles, he just went to a game and sat in the stands. It was just so different back then. Just everything was kind of cool, much more physical game. And, Paul Silas, before he was a Nugget, and Paul Silas never wanted to be a Nugget. You find that out in the documentary, by the way. And, just good stuff. Really, I can't get into the show that's just that's just Laker propaganda that you're watching. I don't even know why you're watching with Kate Hudson.
I know. With Kate Hudson.
I gotcha. And there was a time, but that time ain't now. And the whole show is just like all about Jeannie Buss. It's just the Jeannie Buss show. Really? We're supposed to sit there and just watch the Jeannie Buss show?
Well, but tell me when you haven't watched that far. Also, one of the players has a pill addiction, and you're like, wonder who that was.
Well,
is that real?
Well, you didn't like hey, hold on a second. Hold on a second. You didn't like Winning Time because it portrayed Jerry West in a bad light. But you're okay with a former Laker that has a pill addiction?
Well, but this guy is so non-basketball player in real life, you can tell. But I will say that the head coach, I don't know if you know this, but the head coach is a Buddhist.
Yeah, I watched an episode and a half. I don't know why you're still watching it.
I actually got into it last night. It was pretty good.
Okay, well, there's that. Good luck to the Nuggets tonight, Scotty, on the call.
All right.
We'll be watching there on where are you sitting tonight? What are you doing?
I'm sitting there by Chris, up in another bird seat.
All right, well, we'll check it out on Altitude. You can listen to it here on the Radio. Nate and Andy coming up next. Bach, y'all. Up.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Ball goes baseline. Baker kick out. Saunders got it. Lob inside, and Kane knocks it down. And that is going to do it. Great work by BYU as they come back and stave off a great effort from Curtis Jones in Iowa State. Kevin Young and the Cougars advancing to the semifinals. They won it 96-92.
Here's Nate and
Tomorrow, 2 o'clock. Those BYU Cougars going to be in action over at Ball Arena. They will take on VCU, 6-11 matchup. Joining us right now, the first-year head coach of the BYU Cougars. We're talking buckets right away today, folks. Kevin Young with us here on the show. Coach, welcome to the program. How are you, sir?
I'm good.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you having me on.
Thank you so much for doing this, Coach. Playing in Denver, I mean, proximity to Provo, ease of travel for BYU fans. Is this an ideal first-round assignment for the Cougs?
Yeah, definitely like that. We're, close to home. Think that, Ball will be filled up with quite a few BYU Blue. So excited for our fan base for that.
So you're going to be here in Denver, right, Coach? And you're going to be in Ball Arena. And I don't know how many fans along the Front Range are aware of this, but this is your first year at BYU. Prior to this, you were on the staff in Phoenix. You were right there for that second-round series a couple of years ago. You got Jokic going to battle with the owner. You got Booker and Durant going off in the middle of that series. When you look back on those moments, and we hope Nuggets fans are nice to you tomorrow, but when did that series really kind of turn and get away from the Phoenix Suns?
Yeah, so and I got to jog my memory because we played them in two different playoff.
You probably got a lot of VCU game plan in your head right now. You're like, I don't remember that series.
No, but I mean, it was two different ones. Where we swept them the one year we went to the finals, and the year they won, they got the best of us. And I think, such a good team. Obviously, Jokic and Murray's like the two hardest. It's the hardest two-man game in the league to stop. So nightmares from that for sure. But I'm pretty sure the one you're referring to when Chris got hurt here in Game 3, I believe. I think it was like in the second quarter he came up with a hamstring injury, and that was obviously a huge blow to us. I think that's where things turned for us, and we had some guys coming off the bench and try to fill his spot, but he's such an all-time player that it was hard to come back from that. But man, those guys are so good. Jokic and Murray, they're two-man game, and when Porter's making shots and Gordon's getting rebounds, there's so many things you got to stop with them, man. It's tough.
How did you guys always try to game plan against Jokic?
It was hard because he's so good. No matter what you do, he's going to be able to hurt you. So I think a lot's made of him with the ball in the post and the high post. So in the low post, you're trying to figure out, well, should you double team him? But he's such a good passer that he's going to hurt you from three. And then if you are going to double team him, or you coming on the bottom side, you come from the top side. And look, man, none of it worked. He's so good. Like, it's no matter what you do, he's going to find a way to carve it up. We just tried to, make things as hard as we could on him. We had probably too much little. I think Ayton played him really well in the series I was talking about before when Jamal was out, and Ayton played Jokic really well one-on-one. And then in that second time we played him the next couple years down the road, he had his way with no matter who we put on him. So he was tough, man.
All right, Coach. So I'm buddies with Mark Johnson, who does the CU Buffs broadcast. So, of course, I went to him to give me some insights into your team because he was very impressed with your team. Here's what I got for descriptions for some of your guys. Tell me how you feel about this. Richie Saunders is a great player, tough and hard-nosed. Great shooter. He loves your point guard, said he's a very good distributor, and you have very athletic bigs with Keita being an absolute freak athlete. How do you feel about that description?
He's spot on, yeah. And he got a good show of it because one of our best offensive performances was actually that second half in Boulder, which actually was a pivotal moment in our season. Like, we kind of took off offensively after that, so he was spot on.
Speaking of Keita in particular, Keita, your big man, who's your leading rebounder on your team, originally from Mali, played at Utah for a couple of years. He transfers to BYU. I mean, Coach, 6'8", 230. This kid is an absolute monster. But for the fans that are going out to Ball Arena that will see BYU tomorrow, tell us a little bit about Keita's story, how he came to the United States, and how he eventually landed at BYU.
Yeah, so he's from Mali. There's been a couple of young men from Mali that have made their way over to Utah to play high school basketball at Wasatch Academy, which is a kind of a prep school down in kind of middle of the state. So he's part of that. There's a couple people that have helped young men get over here, and then he obviously goes to the University of Utah. When I got the job, I had a very specific style of play I wanted to do. To implement, I should say, and having a big, super athletic five that can roll the rim and catch lobs was a big part of that. And we set out and tried to find the best one we could in the portal. And when I hired Chris Burgess, who was a coach previous at BYU, he was on the staff at Utah, had Coach Kaba. And so when I had Burgess in there and I was kind of explaining my style of play, he's like, man, Gabe would be a tremendous fit for that. So he was quickly became a major priority when I got the job, and thankfully he felt comfortable with us and what we could do for his development. He's had a heck of a year for us.
Yeah, he's an absolute beast. We're talking to Kevin Young. He's the head coach of the BYU Cougars. 6-11 in the East Region tomorrow at Ball Arena. They will take on VCU at 2:00. Andy asked you about Richie Saunders right there as your leading scorer. As we learned last week, he is also a descendant of the Ore-Ida family dynasty. Coach, we were talking about how his family invented tater tots. Has the tater tot craze, first off, did you guys know all about this? And since it went viral, are you just getting free tater tots all over the place?
Yes, I'm upset. I have not had a tater tot since that story broke. I actually didn't even know about that. So that's actually that's got to be one of the all-time stories that come out of March Madness. I mean, that's incredible. So I'm hoping that there's NIL tater tot deals and I can somehow work my way into that. I'm a big tater tot guy.
Well, Coach, you know what? You just need to sit down and have a discussion with them into the season. I mean, there's not going to be a lot of playing time, right, if I don't get some tots and they're nice and golden crispy. Coach, how did the move to the Big 12 help you guys? I know that was a brutal basketball conference for our friends up at CU. A lot of great teams. I don't have to tell you, you live the schedule. But does a schedule like that, does a conference like that get you ready for this tournament action?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, every night felt like a tournament game in the Big 12. I mean, the level of competition was tremendous, is tremendous. So many good coaches in that league as well. And so for us, we feel like, we've played against some of the best teams that college basketball has to offer. And I think our guys, the fact that we've been able to have success, in this league, I think has really gotten our guys confident. It was just 2 short years ago, they were in the West Coast Conference. Some of those guys were recruited here to play in that league. And so for them to be able to make the necessary adjustments and be able to compete at the highest level, I think for sure gives our guys, a lot of confidence.
Coach, obviously you've got the pro background, but in your mind, what's most important in these tournament situations? What's most important in this one-and-done scenario for your guys?
Yeah, I mean, it reminds me of, Game 7s in the playoffs where it's like just everything has to be amped up. I think if you bottom line it, I think you got to win the rebounding battle and you got to win the turnover margin. I mean, those are two things that in my time as a basketball coach in huge games, always hold true in terms of, whoever wins those battles usually is the team that wins. And so I think as a coach and coaches, you can kind of get lost in the scheme and the this and the that. And you got to keep the main thing. So luckily for us, and this is something I've shared with our players, I mean, because of what I just said, I mean, that's been something we've talked about from the second I got this job. So for us, I feel good. It's not something we're trying to just make up on the fly here and be, oh, by the way, we got to be good at these things. I mean, it's something we've talked about ad nauseum for the entire season.
This is good stuff, man. Kevin Young is our guest, Brigham Young University head coach. They will take on Virginia Commonwealth tomorrow at 2:00. Coach, you do have a pro background. In fact, I don't think you've coached at the college level since like the mid-aughts. You have been in pro basketball for so long. this current climate, this is the NIL transfer portal of college basketball, and nobody has crushed it better than BYU, going and getting A.J. DeBansa and recruiting him and landing him, and he's #1 recruit in the country. He's going to be at BYU next year. Given your pro background, why are you so well suited to this era of college basketball?
Yeah, I think number one, I don't envy the guys that did it the old way.
Right.
But for me, that's an advantage because I don't have any reference points of what it used to be like. All I know is the current landscape, and so I'm not getting upset about it. That's the rules of engagement. And so for me, it's very similar to how pro basketball works. And so it honestly has been very seamless from that standpoint. Not having to relearn old ways or whatever you want to say. I've just jumped into it and said, okay, this is what it is. And I've been able to we run our organization the exact same way an NBA team does. We have a front office. We do things very similar from that standpoint. And hopefully that puts us ahead of the curve a little bit. I see a lot of other teams starting to make hires that are similar to the ones we've already had in place. Not saying we have the blueprint by any means, but I just think that's just the way this thing is shifted. And so for me, kind of having a leg up and already understanding how that operates and how that works, I think that's been something for me that's been a big advantage for us.
Well, no, it's a huge advantage, and it's funny you mentioned that because every coach that I talk to at college basketball is just it's rough out there, and you're coming in here and just being like, hey, this is all I know, and let's go do it. Tell us about the recruitment of A.J. DeBansa, a kid that announced his commitment to BYU on First Take, sitting across from Stephen A., #1 player in the country. Kid's an absolute freak. Wanted to play for somebody that coached Kevin Durant, and he's coming to BYU next year. Tell us what it was like to be in that sweepstakes and eventually win that derby.
Yeah, that was great. He's the first thing is he's a great kid and comes from a great family. His parents are awesome, and that's the thing that really drew me, to him and to his family. Reminded me a lot, honestly, of some of the great players just from a personality standpoint that I coached in the NBA, and I don't think that is a coincidence. I think guys who are super talented that are, highly ranked and so forth, like he is, and he will be a really, really great NBA player. They're similar for a reason, and not everyone's wired that way. So that was probably the first thing. The second thing was just he was a student of the game. I think my background was intriguing to him because I could talk to him about the stuff that I learned from Kevin and from Chris, Paul, and Booker and so forth. And that's the level of conversation we're having. And I think he was drawn to that. I love the fact. He loves BYU. I think it's awesome. The fact that he's barking back at Stephen A. about what BYU can or can't be on First Take was awesome. He's prideful already about BYU. He hits me all the time about stuff we have going on, and so that's really cool. And honestly, man, that was kind of what I wanted to set out to do at BYU. I've loosely followed the program for years just with my affiliation with the church, but never been super into it. But my goal when I took this job was to kind of push BYU to new heights, to carry on of the success that it's had, but take it to new levels where stuff like getting A.J. DeBansa can be. Okay, man. Yeah, BYU's in the game, and that's ultimately what we've tried to do, and luckily, we were able to get a nice pairing with him.
Coach, this is my last one. We appreciate your time today ahead of your busy schedule coming up this weekend here in Denver. But do you feel like with NIL, and I know the NIL thing for a lot of coaches, football and basketball, it's just a little bit crazy. Some people aren't happy with the way that it's going. But do you feel like you might be able to keep a player like AJ around a little bit longer because of NIL, whereas before maybe they needed the payday in the NBA and they wouldn't stick around?
I think it had that has a cap, in my opinion. I think certain guys know. I think it's just not feasible for them. I do think other players in different buckets for sure. The AJs of the world, I think you'd be hard-pressed to do that. But when you start getting down into guys who, take a guy, you're going to take a two-way contract in the NBA, you're going to come back to college for another year. That's probably where those conversations have a lot more legs. But, it's a case-by-case thing. But I think that's why you're seeing college players be older and older because, and by the way, I think the NBA is more receptive to taking older guys now than they were, maybe 3 or 4 years ago. So I think there's a lot of factors that go into that.
Yeah, it's good stuff. No, as an NBA guy, you can have those conversations and honest conversations about those kids. Kevin Young, BYU tomorrow, VCU, 2 o'clock over at Ball Arena, East Regional matchup, a 6-11. Coach, congratulations on a great, great season. Best of luck tomorrow. Thank you so much for giving us some time today.
You bet, man. Appreciate you guys having me on. Thank you.
All right, Kevin Young from BYU with us right there. That was great.
Help me out. Where is he from? I'm trying to place the accent. Was that a little New York? Was he up in Michael Malone's territory there for a while? What were we getting? Belt East Coast.
Born in Salt Lake.
Really? Okay.
Played his high school ball in Marietta, Georgia.
I wasn't getting Georgia.
I wasn't either.
Did that not feel like one of the boroughs out of New York or something? Am I wrong? Was I just hearing it wrong?
He
sounded like one of my lacrosse coaches, to be honest with you.
He spent quite a bit of time on the East Coast, so he was coaching the Delaware 87ers.
Okay, there we go.
Of
87ers?
That's a G League team. He was eventually elevated to the Sixers, so he was there for 3 years.
Okay.
Then he went and he was on Vogel's staff in Phoenix. And he was there until this year when he got the BYU job.
What is so great about 1987 that they're the 87ers? Like, what was the event of 87 that I missed?
Andre Dawson was the National League MVP.
There you go.
49 home runs, 137 driven in. I believe he hit 287 that year, and he was at the time, I want to say, the first MVP on a last-place team.
Yeah, and the Broncos lost to the Giants in that 87 Super Bowl for the 86 season. Elway's first trip. That was the game after the drive. What else is going on? Anything in the NBA? I don't remember. Were the Nuggets good in 87? I honestly...
Twins won the World Series.
Was that a Kirby Puckett
That was a
team?
Kirby
Jack
Puckett.
Morris on that team?
Everything that I remember about 87 was in baseball.
That's about it. Yeah, I don't
That's it.
have much more.
I'm sure Ozzie Smith got a gold glove.
Yeah, I think I was in 8th grade. Chances are good. Was that Ozzie Smith and Willie McGee and Eddie Van Slyke and
Jack Clark?
Who was it? Was it Carlos Perez? Who was the catcher that kicked his leg out?
That was Tony Pena.
Tony Pena.
Mm-hmm.
I just remember
I bet Jose Oquendo would have been on that team. Jose Oquendo once played all 9 positions in one season.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, good for him.
Yeah.
What game did he pitch? Was it just out of hand?
Yeah, I'm assuming, but that's
a Bud Black special.
Let me remember some 80s baseball facts for you here today.
Well, I remember anything else. Like, if I asked you the big event of it, 1987, I don't know what it would be. I think I was 12, 13, I guess.
I'm also guessing it's like 1787.
No, I know.
Probably what they're going for.
You and I weren't alive for any of that. That's why I'm going 1987. I think the Star Wars series was wrapped up.
Yeah, they were done in 83 with the Return of the Jedi.
God, was that 83?
It was. Way to go, Kevin Young. All right, so this is it. BYU is the KNL team in the Denver. In the matchups here.
In the Denver Regional.
I never would have thought in my life I'd be rooting for BYU, but Kevin Young came on the
Here
show,
we are.
and he was awesome, and that's always our rule here. Whenever there's NCAA tournament games in Denver, if your coach comes on our show and we like you, like we had Greg McDermott from Creighton last time
That's
around.
right.
He was awesome, so we rooted for Creighton this time around. We're all BYU.
You have to go redo your picks? For the Pick'em contest?
I did
not another bracket contest?
I don't think I took BYU. No, that you mentioned it.
No, nor did I.
Mm-hmm.
I know I took Arkansas.
But I want them
CSU.
to win. Yes, I want them to win. Go BYU. First time in my life I've been a BYU fan, so thank you very much to
Really? No
Kevin
Ty
Young.
Detmer jersey for you hanging up in the ring? He might have been 1987 now that I think about it.
I did. I've called many BYU games in my life. I called
Sure.
games when Jimmer played there.
I had a buddy that played up at Mines. When my high school best friend was a goalie at Mines.
Yeah.
And when they played BYU, I was up there, and it's the first time I got the Phillip Rivers treatment where they don't cuss.
Yeah.
So they're really mad, and I'm hearing doggone it, and it was tough for me to take it in. You're not that mad if you're yelling doggone.
So you've never heard a CU game or never done a CU game up at BYU?
No.
I am told those people are intense.
I have been. Now, remember.
It's a vicious crowd.
I cannot remember what the name was. It the Utah Blaze of the Arena Football League?
Okay.
I heard plenty there.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Because they played it where
Intensity.
the Jazz play.
Yeah, they don't mess. They
Right
don't
in the
mess
middle of
around out
downtown.
there.
Now, I've been to Utah plenty.
Yeah.
Yeah, now that I think about it, there was the Utah Utes. I was there for the first CU Utah game when they went to the Pac-12.
Yeah.
Some interesting stuff said there, too.
Those folks, BYU, Utah State fans, those people are intense,
The
man.
players, though, at BYU.
Mm-hmm.
No cussing on the floor.
No, you're not allowed to. It's against the rules.
Dadgummit.
Richie Saunders and BYU. Tater Tot University takes on
How about
VCU.
him not knowing that?
Right? How about that?
You are not going to say you're heir to the Tater Tot fortune? Were you worried it would hurt the NIL?
Maybe the kid's worried, like,
Coach doesn't like tots?
The moment that he says that to somebody, they're just like, can you give me some tots?
Now, hold on. Would Tom Brady not recruit you knowing the family history? Because Tom Brady's TB12, he's not pulling any tots in that.
Excellent point.
Was he worried this is a TB12 Methodist?
Potatoes are a nightshade vegetable.
That's true.
He's not going to be okay with that. Oh, man, we're jam-packed on Altitude Sports Radio. Nuggets.
We're halfway done.
And Lakers, we really are. The Avalanche are in Toronto. Plus, the Tim Bontemps nonsense, I want to put it to bed.
He was back on this morning, by the way.
But I want to do so after factually
one more thing.
Burying how dumb what he said really was. We'll do that next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And, I know I'm the guy you want to talk about it with, but let's talk about your love life. Go ahead. I'm here to hear it. If you're dealing with erectile dysfunction, though, I'll tell you what, I'm not the guy you need to talk to. You need to go over and talk to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. ED can cause major relationship issues. If you're suffering from this, you probably already know that. But don't let it cause depression or arguments, breakups, or even contribute to divorce. Don't let it lead to depression. Don't let it affect your self-esteem, because there is a place that can give you help, and that's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Don't just laugh it off the first time it happens either. If you know you're dealing with a problem, go and get the treatment that you can receive at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, because they do have a variety of treatments and ones that work when pills and herbals fail, even treatments with success rates well over 90%. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and they've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. You can schedule a consult today with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Your initial visit's $99 and includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. If the test dose isn't working in the office, your visit is free. They have an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, they could have you back to feeling your old self the day after your appointment. There's 5 locations in Colorado to serve you: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. So call them today, 720-440-7900, or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
All right, it's Nate and Andy. We have a doubleheader tonight on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, which is really fun. We very rarely get to do this, but we have got a 5 p.m. Avalanche game in Toronto. The Avalanche hot, Toronto not. Fun one tonight. And then we have got the Nuggets in L.A. to play the Lakers. So the way that this is going to work, as it has been explained to me that I 30% paid attention to as it was being explained to me, is 4:30, we will have pregame for the Avs and the Leafs right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Your standard broadcast. Alex Ryan-Emmy, you'll have your pregame show. Connor's going to call the action from Toronto. Going to be fun. Avs have a chance to win a game this evening against the Leafs on the road. The Nuggets are in L.A. to play the Lakers. Pregame coverage for that begins at 7:30. Mark Bertinoli will be doing that next door on Altitude Sports Radio AM 950. However, the moment that the Avalanche broadcast concludes, which should be right around tip-off time, honestly, we'll just flip the switch here on 92.5, and boom, we will go right to the Nuggets game. Double header tonight here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The Avalanche in Toronto, the Nuggets in L.A. against the Lakers. So this is the place to be all night long. All right, quick refresher. Tim Bontemps of ESPN goes on Get Up yesterday, Get Take first up, whichever show it was, and Tim Bontemps critical of Jokic and Murray sitting out a nationally televised ESPN game Monday night against the Warriors. Roll it, Spring.
No, it's a horrible look for the league. This is why the NBA put in the player participation policy. They literally put in rules that said if you're playing in a national televised game, especially on the road, your stars are supposed to play. Nikola Jokic plays all the time. I just saw him in Boston recently. He's been banged up with a bunch of stuff. But you could look ahead at the schedule if you're the Nuggets. They play the Washington Wizards, the worst team in the league, at home on Saturday. Sit these guys in that game, have them ready to go for today's game and Wednesday's game against the Lakers.
Okay. So that was the take. Again, criticizing Denver for Jokic and Murray not playing, even though both were listed as questionable on the injury report, which is a designation below probable, which would suggest there's a 50-50 chance that they play, and they both did not play, and Christian Braun missed that game as well. Now, our guy Dan Hyatt, Andy, is always he's Danny on the spot when it comes to things like this. As he pointed out in his breakdown for tonight's game, this criticism does not exactly add up with the Nuggets. And we said yesterday it doesn't add up. Today, we give statistical context to why it's crap, okay? These are the list of Nuggets players who have played in at least 88% of the team's games this season and have averaged at least 28 minutes per game. So these are your regulars, okay? Christian Braun, Michael Porter, Russell Westbrook, Nikola Jokic, Jamal Murray, okay? Jamal's missed 8 games this year. He played a ton, right? 88% of the team's games. Okay. In the NBA, Andy, teams that have the most players that have appeared in 88% of the team's games and averaged at least 28 minutes, of those teams, there are 2 that have 5 such players. The Nuggets and the New York Knicks.
Would you look at that?
Would you look at that? Second on the list, Portland, Indiana, and Cleveland tied at 4. The Lakers, who the Nuggets will play tonight, have 1 such player, Austin Reeves. The Golden State Warriors, who they played the other night, have 0 such players. So again, while I don't think Tim Bontemps' criticism writ large is not without warrant, yeah, dudes miss a lot of games, his criticism of picking out Denver and shoehorning that into the take because Jokic and Murray missed an ESPN game
that he wanted to stay up and watch, apparently.
That's where he's wrong.
Yeah, listen, if you're going to, is it a bad look for the league? Sure, I'm not going to push back on that, but not because of Denver having their 2 stars miss. I mean, Jokic, when have Jokic and Murray both missed a game? Maybe a couple of times this year?
Doesn't happen often.
But not very often. And remember, Michael Malone was very open just 2 Mondays ago about how he gave Joker the chance to sit against OKC. Joker said, no, I'm going to play.
Yeah.
And then I think And again, if Bontemps would go back and watch the Washington game, Joker could not lift to shoot the last couple of shots that would have given them a more comfortable lead and avoided the problem with the corner three that ultimately tied the game or whatever the other night. So Joker clearly was hurting. Clearly. And also in that game, had you watched the Washington game, you would have seen Jamal Murray step funny on one of the opponent's feet and roll his ankle terribly to the point where he hobbled off. They were trying to get him in the locker room, and he wouldn't go because he had to come back in the game. Scotty pointed out to me last night when we did our podcast that I didn't really realize this. He said, Jamal, he's positive because of the rolled ankle. That's why Jamal basically didn't rotate to the three-point shot, because even though it was MPJ's guy, because of a couple of switches, it should have been Jamal that went to cover the corner three. And Scotty said, looking at his body language from court level, he knew he couldn't get there.
Yeah, and that was why they played the coverage that they played. So, as of right now, Jokic questionable, Jamal questionable, Brown questionable, Gordon probable to go tonight. My best guess is Jokic plays. I could see Jamal missing another one because of, like you talked about with the ankle injury. I think Christian Brown definitely plays, and I think Aaron Gordon plays. That's my best guess. And
yeah,
I'm just speculating right here, but I don't think Jokic is going to miss a couple of games in a row. And I hope he does play, because here's another fun little note for you, okay? This year, Andy, Jokic has missed 7 games, all right? Those are 3 stints that he missed. In the games where he has returned from any missed time, November in Dallas after missing 3 games, 33-17-10. In January against Brooklyn, he missed 2 games, 35-12-15. By the way, 67% shooting. And then in January in Miami, after a game off, he went 24-12-10 on 75% shooting. So 3 games with rest the game prior, and Joker has 3 triple-doubles. So count on him if he does go tonight, kicking ass.
Let me ask you this. Let's just say, for the sake of the discussion, that Jamal Murray plays as well. Even though I would agree with you, judging by how bad it looked he rolled his ankle, I'm not sure he goes tonight, but we'll see.
And we're speculating. He could
pure
just go.
speculation. I've not seen any tweets because we're still quite a ways out from actual tip-off. It's only 2:30 out there.
Yeah.
I asked Scotty last night, do you think, because I think Scotty was agreeing with you about Malone possibly holding his adjustment to what we saw Redick do in the last meeting between these two teams.
I'm glad you're bringing this up.
I asked, does he show it tonight or does he hold it for the playoffs? Scotty thinks that you may not have a choice because, again, as I pull up the nothing changes in the standings. It's funny. The Rockets and Nuggets, again, same record. Whatever the tiebreaker is, gives Houston that. Lakers still 2 games behind. You had aptly pointed out to me, did not realize this because Golden State has the same issue because of the fires. Those teams still have 2 games to make up and will make up before the season's over.
It's worth noting, by the way, you mentioned the fire makeups. They had to play San Antonio. The Lakers did on Monday. That was the second night of a back-to-back. The Lakers play again tonight. This is a stretch of 4 games in 5 nights for LA.
So a lot of basketball for them.
Yeah,
but
and without LeBron.
Scotty said because, and again, basically they only have a game up on the Lakers despite 2 extra wins in the column. Scotty thinks that he might break out the adjustment because they need the game. What say you?
Yeah, I'm split on this, which I know is not what I'm supposed to do in sports talk radio. I know I'm breaking the commandments here, okay? But basically what Andy is talking about is the last time that they played the Lakers, LA used a fronting coverage on Nikola Jokic. Now, J.J. Redick didn't invent this, but J.J. Redick employed it quite effectively in that game where L.A. came in and beat Denver, was that 3 weeks ago now, 4 weeks ago, however long ago that was now. And I made the argument after that game, Malone intentionally did not adjust. I think Jokic intentionally did not adjust. I think they wanted to play that thing straight up, and they've been playing it straight up an awful lot. And I argue they're doing that because they want to get more of that coverage on film, and also because they're trying to figure out how to beat that coverage straight up. Sometimes it's Here's the thing about Nikola Jokic is anything that you throw at him, he will adjust and he will kill you. Okay? So in this case, what you can do is you can have Jokic initiate pick and roll, start with the ball in his hands. You can use Jokic at the top in pick and roll and again try and open up opportunities for him to catch on the move, or you could simply run Jokic off of screens and allow him to catch already on the move. There's any number of things that you can do that aren't just Nikola Jokic straight up battling down in the post. Again, the Lakers didn't invent this coverage, and the Nuggets have seen it a billion times, and they've always been able to adjust to it. But I think that Michael Malone and Nikola Jokic like getting a chance to see, all right, what's everybody doing to us? This is sort of an information gathering process going into the postseason. I don't think Rui's going tonight.
So they would be without Rui and LeBron.
So it would be probably like a lot of Jared Vanderbilt and Jackson Hayes fronting against Jokic. Jared Vanderbilt's a good player. He plays really hard, but Hachimura has the advantage of he's one of the few dudes in the NBA that's actually like almost as strong as Nikola Jokic. So he presents a difficult matchup for Joker. I could see tonight the Lakers trying to employ it and the Nuggets probably alternating what they do in reaction to it, maybe see what JJ does. But I know for a fact, I don't know for a fact, but I'm just reading the tea leaves and I'm watching championship-winning Michael Malone, and I'm saying he's right now, this is some gamesmanship that's going on right here, and he's trying to see everything the Lakers are throwing at them. The problem is that the Nuggets kind of need this game tonight.
Yeah, that's the issue that throws this all out the window.
They need this game.
You got Golden State and the Warriors. Either could be the 6th seed, which if the Nuggets stay in the 3, that would be their opponent. Right now it's the Warriors by one less loss.
Yeah.
Right?
Or maybe they and I'll be curious to see this if Malone's staff comes out tonight and just says, okay, we've got a different approach to attack what they're doing to us right now. And who knows? Maybe JJ will throw a curveball and he'll just play Jokic straight up. I don't know. There's a lot of ins and outs to this game tonight that I think are really fascinating.
Could we see Malone show a little more small ball too? When he takes out Jokic, should we expect some more of what he gave the Golden State Warriors?
AG as his backup.
AG is the center, and
that's what they're going to do in the playoffs. You know, so it's probably very well a possibility. There's a chess match in this game tonight. This is a big game, but also an interesting game. Luka is playing better of late. We think he's going tonight, probably, although tough schedule right now for the Lakers.
Will Bontemps say anything if he doesn't?
He should.
You know?
Yeah, he should.
What I find so rich about the criticism is the Lakers literally sat out a starting lineup a couple Fridays ago, and nobody said anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well.
That was a national TV game, if I remember it.
I don't know if Tim Bontemps, if his social calendar revolved around watching that game or not. I'm not terribly sure. But in the meantime, again, we'll put that to bed. It was a dumb take, and it obviously does not apply to the Denver Nuggets. What about those Avalanche? An interesting quote from an old enemy, Craig Berube, talking about Nathan McKinnon ahead of the Avalanche matchup tonight in Toronto. Plus, coming up at 4 o'clock, 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Punter Talk, baby. We're doing it. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for Apple Air. Great time to think about picking up a new heating and cooling system. Perhaps your furnace is on its last legs. You've used it all winter long, and the weather's about to warm up. You're going to need a way to cool your home. Well, guess what? Apple Air has a great special available to you right now. $1,000 off a brand new heating and cooling system for a limited time only. Give them a call right now, 303-733-2813. Ask about this special. Again, $1,000 off a brand new heating and cooling system. I had them install a new furnace at my home a few months ago. I only got $750 off. And I'm Nate Kreckman, Denver Sports Radio Heartthrob. You're getting $1,000 off a new heating and cooling system right now from Apple Air. They're family owned and operated. They're right here in Denver. Great company, honest people to work with. They do excellent work. Give them a call, 303-733-2813, or visit appleair.com. Avs in Toronto tonight. Toronto. We have got a 5 o'clock puck drop, 4:30 pregame right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Avalanche and Toronto both made a bunch of moves at the deadline and before. It has worked for the Avs. Toronto has not been playing well of late. Mackenzie Blackwood is back. He will start between the pipes tonight for the Avalanche in the first of a 3-game road trip. This is the final game of a homestand for the Leafs. They have won 1. They have lost 2 so far since they have been back at home. They are coached by Craig Berube. Yes, Craig Berube, the guy who once no-commented the racist threats made to Nazem Kadri in St. Louis. Craig Berube was asked today about having to face Nathan MacKinnon. Familiar problem for many hockey coaches. This is how he plans to deal with big number 29 tonight.
What's the key to slowing down MacKinnon?
Well, I don't know, but if you find out before the game, you can let me know.
Great.
You just got to try to stay on top of them the best you can. It's just like playing McDavid, right? They got great speed and they're competitive guys with tons of skill. It's about trying to slow them down, picking them up in the neutral zone, trying to get on top of them, deny them the puck as much as possible, take time and space. It's all the same things that every coach says.
I don't know. If he's got the puck and is flying into the zone, we're probably done for. Craig Berube.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, he's right. Not many people have figured it out
What are
too
you gonna
much.
do? Yeah, what are you going to do? Against a dude like that, you hope and you pray. So, yes, the Avalanche take on Mitch Marner and the Maple Leafs there tonight. Hey, the Not Another Bracket contest is happening, and it's presented by Evan Williams Bourbon. It's live at altitudesportsradio.com/notanotherbracket. This time, instead of filling out an entire bracket, you just pick your 5 teams and you are entered. Every win is worth points, and if you pick a lower seed, you get more points. Check out all the details on the website. Grand prize winner will get a great prize package, 2 tickets to a Nuggets playoff game, dinner at Denver Chop House, a TV, and a catered party for 30. That's a lot. By Brothers Barbecue. It's all brought to you by Evan Williams Bourbon. Enjoy it all for the buzzer beater celebrations. Adding Evan Williams to your game day lineup is a slam dunk. Also by Brothers Barbecue. Let Brothers Barbecue take your event to the next level with their award-winning catering service. Visit altitudesportsradio.com/notanotherbracket. And just for entering, because if you enter, you are in. You don't even know. You're in. You could win a $25 gift card to Brothers Barbecue. And let's give out one of those right now. Christopher Fields. Congratulations, Christopher. You have just won yourself a $25 Brothers Barbecue gift card. Christopher has almost all the 1 seeds and then CSU. So nice job there by Christopher. He gets himself a $25 Brothers Barbecue gift card just for entering. Andy, we've already had one. Well, it wasn't a buzzer beater, technically. There was a second left on the clock. But we definitely had a one shining moment last night in the first 4 in Dayton. How about Alabama State? That thing was up in the air for a while, and the kid came down with it and laid it in. I called it first 4 Leitner that we got to see last night there in Dayton. Great start to the tournament, and then San Diego State didn't show up and got their teeth kicked in by North Carolina. And we're off and running, man.
Well, you had to know, it feels like it's a predictable outcome when one team, in this case North Carolina, is roundly criticized for being in the tournament.
They got the chip on their shoulder.
They're going to go out and show everybody, we do play in the ACC, pretty good basketball conference, so let us show you a little something.
I mean, R.J. Davis is a great player, but their guards are fast. Yeah.
Now, I don't know if they're going to make a deep run. I'm not predicting that at all, but you had to know if you had a little pride, you probably got tired of everybody, including the West Virginia governor, saying you don't belong here.
They showed up. There's no doubt about it. So nice job there by North Carolina. They move on. Of course, BYU will be in action tomorrow at Ball Arena. Shout out to Kevin Young. If you missed that interview, altitudesportsradio.com. But we had BYU's head coach on earlier today in the show, and he was awesome. We thoroughly enjoyed our conversation with him. So good stuff. Go get him, BYU. We're BYU fans. Really weird, but we are.
Who are they playing again?
VCU.
Good old Virginia Commonwealth.
You got it, man. Mm-hmm. You got it. Virginia.
Is VCU one? That's literally only a tournament time you hear about them, right?
You don't hear much about VCU.
Who are some other just only a tournament time kind of schools? You know what I mean?
The
St. John's is one, I think.
Quite honestly, like Duke is.
Yeah, it's
like all the Big East schools. Yes, you really only hear about at tournament time. That's the only time that like you ever think about Creighton or anything like that. It's the only time you ever think about Drake.
Pooey or whatever that is. Weren't they in there one?
What is that? Indiana, Purdue, Fort Wayne or whatever.
Yeah.
Ooey Pooey, I think is the one is it in Indianapolis?
Indiana. What?
Indiana, Purdue, something. Obviously the West Coast schools. So Gonzaga, St. Mary's. You only ever hear about them.
Creighton
at this time of year. Yes, mentioned Creighton. That's on the list for sure. What about High Point of the Big South?
High Point?
High Point.
This is the first tournament I feel like I've heard about them.
High Point, I believe, is playing Purdue.
Are they? How high is the point?
It's a great question.
You know?
I'm not sure what the High Point is.
Is this where we get a little upset here in Colorado? Are you 5280 High Point? I mean, what's your deal?
Colorado. Do we get
Wofford?
worked up?
Colorado.
Bob Morris? Sure.
Good old Bob Morris. It's only a tournament time. Do you see old Bob Morris?
We've got American and Mount St. Mary's tonight.
What?
American and Mount St. Mary's. That's your 16 seed
playing
game tonight.
Just to be more identifiable, we went with the Mount St. Mary's.
Mount
you just
St.
couldn't
Mary's.
be St. Mary's.
Nope, they're Mount St. Mary's.
Gotcha.
And then Xavier, Texas. The winner of that game moving on to play Illinois late on Friday night. We have got football news for you. We've got punter news for you.
Big deal.
When we come
Big
back.
deal.
An interesting guarantee made to the Broncos' new punter. Is this daring fate? We'll find out the history of such guarantees, similar to the one that Bo Nix made today, and we'll tell you about it next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl for Colorado Off-Road. Well, I'll tell you what, you need some truck and 4x4 accessories, you need to stop by Colorado Off-Road. Bed covers, step rails, lift kits, leveling kits. Maybe you need something to tow the fifth wheel or get ready for camping season. Got it all at Colorado Off-Road. I've told you about the remote start kits that they have. They could put one of those not only in a truck or 4x4, they could do it in a car, I'm pretty sure, if you'd like them to. You want the floor mats, they could get those for any vehicle. Matter of fact, I've used Jerry to get floor mats for my daughter's and my mother's car. How about that? So if you need it, he's got it over there. Jerry's Jerry Jones. He's the one that owns this great Colorado business. They've been around almost 20 years. They're celebrating that anniversary this year. They're very excited about it. We'll probably have to have a big party, cake and all. You know what? Jerry does like barbecue. So Colorado Off-Road, swing on by there. If you need a suggestion, if you need help with pointing you in the right direction for your type of accessory that you want or a brand that maybe you're thinking about checking out, he can point you in that direction. He's got great display models, demonstration display models out there for bed covers and power step rails. So it's the place to go. And don't forget about the Workforce Pro Topper that Colorado Off-Road is an exclusive dealer of. Find them on the web at cooffroad.com. Give them a call, 303-761-1264. Colorado grown, Colorado owned. It's Colorado Off-Road.
Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for Roller Auction. Oh, my God. We're going back-to-back on the live reads for you today in an abbreviated show. I want to tell you a little bit about what's going on at Roller Auction here in the month of April. They have got an auction coming up. It's called the Big Boy Toy Auction, okay? However, before we get there, Roller Auction is looking to help you out. Go to roller.bid and check this out. If you're looking to upgrade your outdoor toys, well, maybe it's time to let go of those you already have and get some new stuff. Or perhaps you're just looking to unload a collector car, a boat, a camper, a motorcycle, whatever it may be. Roller Auction, they've got 49 years of expertise in the auction space. They can take the hassle out of selling. They've got top-tier marketing and a massive buyer base. They will find the right bidder for you. The Big Boy Toy Auction is coming up on April 9th. So if you have got a boat, motorcycle, camper, whatever it may be, and you're thinking about selling it, well, hey, skip the private sale. Let Roller Auction do the difficult work for you, and they will help you get top dollar for your toys. If you're ready to consign, visit roller.bid. That's roller.bid. Click the sell button and submit your inquiry today. Oh, we got so much to do and so little time to do it. We have got one more Brothers Barbecue gift card to give out before we get out of here. Avs and Maple Leafs pregame coming up at 4:30. Nuggets tonight in L.A. against the Lakers. That game tipping off at 8 o'clock. We're doing double duty tonight here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Double header. We are loaded. Connor, Kaz, all that good stuff. They're going to be yelling about Avalanche and Nuggets games for you right here tonight on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. But right now, it's time for Nate and Andy to yell about football because we have got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL, including a critical new addition to your Broncos roster. Let's go, Spring.
It's the High Five. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. So the Broncos need a punter. They don't have a punter. Well, today they signed a punter. They signed Matt Haack, H-A-A-C-K, Matt Haack, to a 1-year, $1.255 million deal.
By the way, I'm glad it's Hawk because I spent most of the morning thinking they signed Matt Hack.
How did we find out it wasn't Hack?
I'll tell you how we found out it wasn't Hack. Here is let's see, this is a 63-yard punt by Matt Haack 4 years ago with the Miami Dolphins. He landed this sucker inside the 5. Here's Spiro Didis.
Oliver, the 3-time All-America, 3-year collegiate stint at Houston. 9th overall pick. What a future he has in front of him. As this one will take a beautiful Miami bounce inside the 5-yard line. Beautifully done by Matt Haack.
See, I'm glad you found it.
Yeah.
Can you give me the very first part of that highlight again? Was the loud smack him kicking the ball?
Yes, that's what that was.
That was him kicking the ball?
Ooh,
Let's hear it again.
Let's give me
Talk
that
about
smack there, Spring.
Oliver, the 3-time All-America, 3-year collegiate stint at Houston.
Listen to that right there. Woo! Boy, I thought that was a BP hit.
That's some good parabolic mic
That's some
work
great
right
audio.
there. Woo, that's good stuff. The NFL right in your living room. How about it?
That was a smack. I don't feel like I've ever heard that. Even live.
Blasted
That's
it.
a little what it sounded like.
Do you remember back in the day when Sauerbrunn, who may or may not have been aided in his punting?
Sure.
When he used to go off to the side and just like blast 80-yarders, that was the sound of the ball coming off of his foot, and that's granted, like, that's quiet. You're just out there in a quiet practice field. Like in a stadium, you almost never hear that. But Sauerbrunn, it was.
The thing was like a balloon.
Right.
That just hung up there forever. Real quick, so we know Sauerbrunn liked the weight room.
Uh-huh.
Of the guys we've covered, who else do you think loved the weight room? Now, he wasn't a punter, but he was a kicker.
Prater.
Yeah.
Yeah. Prater
knew
was,
that.
Yeah, he was a huge. He was a weight
They
room
used to
warrior.
laugh about the fact that he'd come over. Come on, bro. What you lifting?
Get after it. Hell yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
good for him.
Matt Hawk.
Someone wants to call him Loogie.
Is somebody going to make the Hawk Tua joke? Somebody has to make it, right?
I made it to you before the show.
Yeah,
Look, man, is that
it's already
out of play now because of the crypto thing?
Are we off that?
Yeah. Is that done?
It's 2025. Cancel culture's gone.
15
forever.
minutes of fame is done.
So 4 years in Miami, Matt Hawk spent a year with Buffalo, a year in Indianapolis. He punted for a game for the Browns in 23. Last year, he was with the Giants for 4 games. So he's been a bit of a journeyman since his rookie contract ended there with the Dolphins. But he comes to Denver, and he has experience with the Riz man, and he has a chance to win the job. He's also a left-footed punter, Andy.
Well, you got to love that. Mike Horan, I believe, was left-footed.
Southpaw.
Real quick, though, just like Evan Ingram, go ahead and draft a punter if you want to.
Yeah,
right?
I'm not opposed to a 7th-round
Hearing that
punter.
resume, I mean, look, some of us take a while to find our homes. I get that.
Sure.
But I'm not sure I'm declaring the punter battle over.
I believe we could be getting something coming up here in training camp. Yes, I could see that being a very realistic possibility. Dropped 9 punts inside the 20 last year for the Giants. Welcome to Denver, Matt Hawk. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, according to sources talking to ESPN, the Vikings are moving past their discussions with free agent quarterback Aaron Rodgers, leaving second-year quarterback J.J. McCarthy atop the quarterback depth chart as off-season practices approach. So
I like the way you put that, Spring. They're moving past their conversations.
I just read that verbatim from ESPN.com.
Kind of feels like they just took a look at it and said, we're good.
That was quite the prose from Kevin Seifert.
Yeah, really.
Of ESPN.com. Hey, Adam Schefter appears on a lot of places, including Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 and his own podcast, the Adam Schefter Podcast. The Vikings need a veteran quarterback. They'd like one in case J.J. McCarthy is not good. Here's Adam Schefter talking about maybe the Vikings trading for and bringing back Kirk Cousins.
As we tape this, there's an opening in Cleveland at quarterback. There's an opening in Pittsburgh, the New York Giants, Minnesota. Again, how about this? Minnesota lost out on Sam Darnold and Daniel Jones. There's not an obvious solution. What if Minnesota just waits around till after the draft and then somehow figures out a way for Kirk Cousins to get to Minnesota as the backup to J.J. McCarthy? Wouldn't that make some sense, right? And maybe the Vikings can wait it out. The Falcons have been determined not to release him. I think the Falcons want to be able to say, we got something back for this guy that we paid so much to get. So maybe Minnesota says, you know what, it's worth it for us. We'll give you a 6th-round draft pick. They haven't solved the number 2. JJ's coming off the injury. You still don't know what you're going to have. Let's solidify the position with Kirk Cousins. Doesn't that make sense? Doesn't it make sense in Cleveland for Kirk Cousins to be there, especially if they don't get Cam Ward?
Yeah, for your $90 million or whatever you spent on Kirk Cousins, get a 6th-round pick. It helps to say something. I'm assuming Kirk still has his house with the fire pit where he would sit outside and lament about his sports psychology from quarterback, so he could go back and live there. However, the thing that Adam Schefter did not mention right there that I'm so disappointed in, are we just going to pretend like Brett Rippon isn't on the roster right now in Minnesota? Our dude Ripien? Let that guy go be a backup quarterback. Fine individual Brett Rippon. Hell, you could even sign Joe Flacco if you wanted to. What do you think? Cousins back in Minnesota? It makes sense, right?
That would be almost hilarious.
I know,
to
right?
go through all this and him get more guaranteed money and then pry more money out of the Minnesota coffers.
It's amazing.
The guy is an A-list negotiator. He is a Hall of Fame
the greatest athlete that I've ever seen at making money. Nobody has done better than Kirk Cousins.
Do you think, though, does he block this move? I thought part of the reason why, because again, if you're going to, so he probably wouldn't be a backup right away in Minnesota, but clock's ticking, right? Like, do you think if you're going to go back to Minnesota?
Over McCarthy at the beginning of the year?
Remember, McCarthy's
coming off injury.
Right.
Yeah.
Screwed up his knee a year ago. I'm not positive he's ready. Well, I mean, we'll see. Who knows? I don't know.
Yeah.
But you probably want to have something to just hedge your bets a little bit, right? He played a couple of nice preseason games or a preseason game.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know that this kid's ready to play.
He had a shoulder injury last year. Remember, he revealed that later on. And if you go back and look, like his pre-shoulder injury, post-shoulder injury stuff last year in Atlanta, he was a very different player between the two.
Right.
There was that funky thing where they reported it ahead of the Denver game, but it was only on there for one day, and then they took it off. And then after the season ends, Kirk is like, no, my shoulder was screwed up. So, yeah, maybe there's a little bit of game left right there. To your point, maybe you can slow play the McCarthy development. How about the team that we know Rodgers actually wanted to go to just being like, no thanks, dude. We're set.
I'm not surprised, though. If you're trying to develop a young guy.
Yeah, not the guy you want around. Why welcome that into the locker room? You don't need to do that.
Well, and he doesn't want to give it up. He doesn't. Look, Kevin O'Connell says no thanks. But if you're Pittsburgh or you're the Giants probably a little bit less. I don't know. The Giants are wacky to me. You lived in the town where you knew this guy was causing drama just across the street, and you would invite that on over. It's like the wacky neighbor going over there a little tipsy, causing problems at the old party across the street, so you want him to stop by your barbecue?
Comes down to who is going to be the most desperate.
By the way, I've got to admit to you, I've been a little distracted. I thought we already had a Matt Hawk. Turns out we had a Matt Mock. Former LSU quarterback, played on the Broncos. I was like, I swear we've had a Hawk before.
He's a dentist, isn't he?
I think you're right.
Matt Mock?
As you mentioned it, I think. Is he a sports dentist? Was he didn't get into like hockey dentistry, did he?
Is that the most extreme version of dentistry if you're a hockey dentist?
Bro, yeah. How many? I don't know. I'd have to ask a dentist. I imagine you've seen a few screwed up.
Is that like the trauma surgeon of dentistry?
That's like the MASH surgery of dentistry.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The puck in the mouth. You read the article from that dentist. I'm getting sick, getting queasy.
Matt Mock.
Matt,
quarterback, LSU.
I swear we've already had a Hawk. Now this Hawk is, what'd you say, Spring? H-A-A-C-K?
H-A-A-C-K.
Yeah, Mock was M-A-U-C-K.
When I first heard it, I thought it was like hack. And then I was thinking, like, it sounds like the Mummy is saying his name.
Nope,
it's Hawk.
Nope, it's Hawk.
It's just Hawk.
Nathaniel Hackett.
You're disappointed it's not the
I was
long
a little
A.
bit. I was.
Hey, you know what? Keep up hope, little shaver.
That's right.
We've had 1,000 people tell us their names are pronounced the way we thought. Maybe I would bet Spiro Ditas got it right, but you never know.
It's, by the way, I believe Matt Hawk joins Aaron Gordon as the only other AA in town right now. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. So NFL owners are going to meet from March 30th to April 2nd in West Palm Beach, Florida, to go over proposed rule changes. The Lions have submitted a rule change proposal. They want to see playoff seeding strictly by record, regardless of whether or not you've won your division.
I am all for this.
I'm with you. Who's against this?
Garbage when somebody from the South Division goes 9-8 and ends up getting a home playoff game is bad. I agree with Detroit on this. The Lions, by the way, who won their division last year over Minnesota, only to watch the Vikings get jobbed on that. I completely agree with the Lions. What are the other proposals, Spring?
Well, we have the tush push ban proposal.
Leave it alone.
By Green Bay.
You got to. It's on you to stop it. That is my argument with it. And the reason why I don't believe it provides an unfair advantage is because there are plenty of other teams that try it and don't do it as well as Philadelphia.
Let's see. The Lions also submitted a proposal that would eliminate the automatic first down that comes with an illegal contact or defensive holding penalty.
Yeah, so that one's interesting because I don't want to see you. Here's why I'm torn on this one.
Yeah.
You hold a guy after 5 yards when it's a 3rd and long.
Right.
Because you know they're not getting the first down. But it is
If you're gonna get
extremely
beat.
frustrating when it's 3rd and 25 or something, 3rd and 20.
Yeah.
And a 5-yard penalty extends them by down.
This is one of those penalties. Let me tell you what this penalty is. Freaking awesome when it works for your team,
right,
and it sucks when it goes against your team.
Could there be 2 levels of it, though? See, I don't know. We don't need to make the game of football any more complicated,
I know,
but
right?
I would throw out there, if you hold after, if the distance, if you hold after 10 yards and the distance is more than 10, then yeah, they're getting the first down. I don't know.
Yeah, or maybe make it a 10. I don't know. We're confusing it all, but it's like make it a 10-yard penalty then, or
maybe
something
just
like that.
leave it alone, because you and I both know if you get rid of that automatic first down, it's going to be Legion of Boom
Right.
all over the place.
I completely
And for
agree
those
with
that
you.
don't remember, the Legion of Boom basically said we're going to hold and grab receivers because we don't think they'll call it all game, and they were right.
It's smart. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right. Remember the first season of the show Quarterback on Netflix?
I already mentioned it once in this high five.
Yes. Well, we have our 3 quarterbacks for season 2. They will be Joe Burrow, Jared Goff, and the aforementioned Kirk Cousins.
I love that Cousins is
I'll
coming
do it
back.
again.
Hell yeah.
Let me show you my pad in Atlanta in case I need to sell it.
Get his wife in there talking about her worship music that I watch when I get so nervous with Kirk out there. This is going to be good. I thought Quarterback was really good. Honestly, I thought it was well done. I'm glad to see the quarterback is coming back. Burrow's a great personality. I look forward to seeing him on there. The Jared Goff story is probably more interesting than Jared Goff himself. But
And
a
his
guy
hot
that
wife,
that also
who
helps.
was the star of Hard Knocks when the Rams were on it.
Right. But the way that Jared Goff is beloved in Detroit, that there's freaking Jared Goff chants for that guy, I think are awesome. Plus, hopefully it means some Dan Campbell screen time. I'm glad to see Quarterback coming back.
Here's my only issue with Joe Burrow doing it, and you know I've got my quarterback man crush on Joe
Yeah,
Burrow.
you love
the
this
guy. But you're the one that went up there and got all emotional at the podium that I don't like people getting into my private life so much. And now you're going to be on the series. It just feels like
I think it's
the money changed your mind.
I think it's he likes when he can control.
The narrative. Fair
Yes,
enough.
the access
Remember
to the
all that?
private
For those that
life.
don't remember, he was upset that people basically found out he has a girlfriend that was in his house when it got robbed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, yeah, I would say if he has a level of control over it, which I'm sure they give these guys for Netflix, that's okay with him.
Netflix I don't think is dictating terms.
And finally,
we'll end with some fun audio here. Keon Coleman is going to be a second-year receiver for the Bills next year. In his rookie season, he went over to Josh Allen's house for dinner, his quarterback's house for dinner.
Wait, whose house did he go over to, Spring?
Josh Allen.
Josh Allen. Josh Allen.
There's 4 of them.
I forgot about that third one.
And here's Keon Coleman talking to Complex News about dinner at Josh's.
So the first time he invited me to dinner at this place, I don't even know what this was the woman cooked. It looked like we was eating onions, fish, and bread. I was like, this is like the stuff Jesus fed the people in the little children book. You know, like the little children books they give you? Like, that's what that looked like. I said, man, what is this, bro?
Yeah, Keon, the children's book is the Bible. And secondly, it is funny, though, when he talks about fish and unleavened bread. And I don't know. The way you're making it sound, Keon, I feel like I'm on your side. Probably should complain about a nice host dinner, right?
Sure.
Yeah, I came to your place. I would not complain about the dinner. But I kind of feel you. Fish and bread, little onions thrown in. What are we doing? What are we doing? Huh?
I'm assuming it's good seafood, right?
I would hope.
Josh Allen probably flies in some good stuff.
Now, did Haley Steinfeld prepare the meal? I mean, who?
No. The cook did. The help did, Andy.
That's my bad. Hey, that was a PhD, no dumb question. That was.
Do you think actress Haley Steinfeld, pop star Haley Steinfeld,
yeah.
would come in her apron?
Did she? No, I wouldn't see the apron.
No.
But like, I'm imagining more. There's that How I Met Your Mother where Marshall puts out a cheese plate and he's bugging everybody to get in on the cheese plate. Did she at least put together a nice cheese plate? Hey, don't sleep on that Gouda.
I would hope the apps are pretty good. I would think they would do a nice spread over there.
You got to at least.
I bet the charcuterie game over at the Josh Allen
You got to have
house
at
is quite
least a good
strong.
appetizer. That's all.
Yeah. By the way, if you're feeling like a taste of the ocean, besides stopping by Josh Allen's house, stop in at Good Times for a Good Times fish fry sandwich. It's a light and flaky whole fish fillet. The fish fry sandwich available for a limited time at
Does
Good
it have onions?
Times.
It's got bread.
You could probably.
There's a bun.
I would assume
You describe the bun.
You could ask them to include onions.
Throw a little onions on there.
Yeah.
Call it the Josh Allen.
Yes, well put. That could be at the Good Times in the greater Western New York area.
The Josh Allen.
Give me the Josh Allen. The fish fry with onions. Congratulations, Kaiser Rydell. It's a hell of a name. Kaiser Rydell, you have won yourself a $25 gift card to Brothers Barbecue just for entering the Not Another Bracket contest presented by Evan Williams Bourbon and Brothers Barbecue. You still have time, but do it tonight. Go to altitudesportsradio.com/notanotherbracket and get entered. You just pick 5 teams. You get points however far your teams go in the tournament, and you get more points for lower seeded teams. So go and check that out. You can win Nuggets tickets, a great dinner at Denver Chop House, a TV, a catered party for 30 at Brothers Barbecue. Again, it's Not Another Bracket contest. altitudesportsradio.com/notanotherbracket. All right, Andy. Tomorrow at 3:00. How many wins
Two
from
wins.
tonight?
2 wins tonight. Let's do it.
You're calling 2.
Happy days are here again.
Okay.
And we start Tournament Thursday off the right way.
That's right. I like it. Go get them, BYU. They play tomorrow at 2:00. Thanks again to Kevin Young for being with us today on the show, head coach at BYU. He was with us, and he was very enjoyable. Coming up next, the Avalanche and the Toronto Maple Leafs. Alex Ryan-Emmy has your pregame coverage. Nuggets will be over on 9:50 starting at 8, and then on 92.5. Good night.